You've probably heard countless tales where some failure of a person gets a new life and another shot at destiny. But imagine this. What if, in this story, the fortunate soul who earned reincarnation wasn't just anyone? It was actually the final dragon to walk the earth, one mercilessly slain by humankind. That creature is reborn as a boy named Ray, hailing from a modest little village, where he begins training with the goal of becoming stronger. Eventually, he sets foot in the academy, and the question remains, what fate awaits him there? Let's uncover the answer together, but before that, let's rewind all the way back to the very beginning. Throughout history, dragons have struck terror into humanity's hearts with sheer might, and so it was only natural that people hunted them down. One by one, their numbers dwindled until only a single dragon survived. That lone survivor devoted his remaining purpose in life to vengeance against mankind. Yet despite fighting with every ounce of strength, he was overwhelmed, crushed beneath the sheer numbers of humans. As his vision dimmed and the end drew near, strange voices began to echo in his mind, and thus a new chapter was about to unfold. For that same scarlet-scaled dragon who loathed humankind was reincarnated into the fragile form of an infant, a powerless child, swaddled tenderly in the arms of his father, naturally being embraced so casually by a mere human-ignited fury within him. But stripped of wings to soar and claws to strike, the baby could do nothing but thrash his tiny arms in futility. The once dreaded predator whined endlessly, helpless in his miniature form, until finally, he decided it was time to unleash his ultimate technique. The dreaded, flame-drenched dragon's breath, the same that once reduced foes to cinders. Or at least that was the intent, for in reality, all he managed was a puff of air that sprayed spit across his father's face. The legendary flame of the red dragon had been downgraded into nothing more than dribble, leaving the little one bewildered as to where his magic had vanished. Soon after, he encountered his ultimate nemesis, a fierce mother whose wrath could shake the heavens. Even he, the red dragon, quivered at her authority. Yet instead of unleashing punishment, she caressed his cheek softly, calling him by his new name, Ray. For the mighty dragon, such a trivial human name was an unbearable insult. Though at present he was just a frail child, in his past existence that had been far from the case. Meanwhile, Ray also reveled in the second chance given to him. With this new life, he could finally pursue vengeance against the humans who had exterminated his kin. His mind seethed with bloodlust, and he vowed to erase humanity from existence. And while he cackled wildly in his infant body, his father began to wonder what kind of mischievous child they were raising. Yet regardless, both parents adored him unconditionally, even when his little baby babble was laced with death threats. Soon, the weight of drowsiness overtook him. With barely a murmur, he collapsed into slumber. His final thought before drifting away was sheer contempt for the pitiful stamina of human bodies. The scene transitions back to Ray, having grown just a bit older and beginning to experience life as a human. Within this short time, he had come to understand his parents better. Scarlet and Jake raised him with boundless warmth. His mother's beauty was undeniable, while his father earned admiration for his strength and physique. Ray also observed how the villagers treated his family with mutual respect, often praising one another's swordsmanship. It was during these moments that he first learned of adventurers. One day, the little dragon crawled to his mother in search of food, a simple gesture that shocked the villagers. Never had they seen a child so aware of his own needs. Yet they soon noticed something odd. Ray's bright crimson hair, completely unlike that of his parents. Jake explained that his son's hair had mysteriously turned red only days ago. This revelation thrilled the once mighty beast, for he suspected the return of his former powers was drawing near. Later, as the villagers departed, Ray overheard their whispers about his unusual hair. They speculated about a curse upon the family, which only filled him with pride. After all, what better proof of his terrifying aura? However, such intimidation had no effect on his parents, who still treated him like a harmless child. True to his dragon nature, he devoured meals savagely, leaving messes everywhere. No matter how he tried to test their patience, even when it came to targeting his father's face. His parents continued to show him nothing but care. To them, this child was everything. For the Red Dragon, though, life in such tender affection felt like torment itself. It was revealed that adventurers were scarce in this world, and even rarer still. His mother had once been a mage. Ray reflected that regaining his dragon powers, the mightiest magic of all, would make his quest for vengeance far simpler. Time passed, and Ray reached the age of 2. At this milestone, every child underwent a mage evaluation. This would be the day to determine if Ray possessed mana. Jake saw them off warmly, wishing them luck. Clinging to his mother's arms, Ray left for the test by horse-drawn cart. The boy narrated confidently that as the reincarnated Red Dragon and son of a mage, he would surely pass, and with his magic restored, no one could bar his return to power. Once in town, the crimson-haired child stretched awake from a nap, muttering that his only limitation was the weakness of this human body. As Scarlet carried him through the bustling marketplace, Ray observed adventurers selling refined beast crystals. In the midst of it, a beggar pleaded with an adventurer for food, only to be kicked aside and warned not to interfere. Onlookers lamented the beggar's misfortune. Watching this, Ray thought bitterly that even among humans, people oppressed and mocked those beneath them. He recalled his former life as a dragon, where he had sought to shield the weak. Yet even that effort had ended in ruin. Breaking from his memories, he realized they had arrived at Roland Academy, where crowds lined up to await their turn. As Ray eagerly anticipated his moment, he noticed other children breaking into tears when they failed the test. One child in particular cried out that the process was unfair. Ray scoffed at the outburst, musing that the world had always been unjust. Soon, nestled in his mother's arms, he heard his name called, Ray Talon. The examiner instructed Scarlet to have Ray place his hands on the crystal sphere. The rules were explained. If the child possessed magical affinity, the orb would shine, and the color would reveal the element tied to their power. Excited, Ray eagerly extended his tiny hands toward the orb. He anticipated dazzling the room, convinced that as a dragon, he commanded every element of magic. But then Scarlet began sobbing, tears slipping down her cheeks. Ray froze, assuming she was overwhelmed by joy or astonished by his potential. His hope shattered when he realized the orb remained completely dark. The elder mage gravely announced that Ray held no magical ability. Outraged, Ray protested in his thoughts. He had been the mightiest red dragon, a being defined by magic. Scarlet, seeking reassurance, questioned the mage, citing her own history with the academy. Furious, Ray slammed his hands on the orb, convinced the artifact was faulty. The examiner lifted the orb calmly, stating there was nothing wrong with it. But to Ray, this insult burned deeper than any wound. Enraged, he spat out his pacifier and inwardly declared himself the true ruler of magic. In a fit of fury, he tugged at the mage's long beard, yanking hard at his mustache. In his mind, he branded the examiner a fraud, scheming to deceive his mother. Scarlet panicked, trying to restrain him, but Ray rampaged on, insisting that a dragon could never lack magic. The thought alone was laughable. How could the legendary Red Dragon be denied his birthright? On the ride home, Ray brooded, assuming heaven had cursed him for the countless humans he had slain. Yet confusion gnawed at him. Why reincarnate him only to burden him with punishment? Then a realization struck. Perhaps this was a trial from heaven. If magic was denied to him, he would simply forge another path to vengeance. Later, at the dinner table, Ray fixed his gaze on his father and pleaded haltingly to be taught how to fight. Jake, surprised, asked if Ray meant swordsmanship. The boy reasoned that even if he lacked magic, as a swordsman he could still pursue his dream of retribution. And so, training began. Jake instructed his growing son in the art of the blade, though Ray soon discovered revenge was far harder to reach than he imagined. For 2 years, he trained diligently, yet never once bested his father. On another day of practice, Ray readied his wooden sword, determined to finally claim victory. He studied his father's movements with utmost focus. He devised a plan. Time his counterattack precisely as Jake's sword descended, aiming for his father's side. With resolve, he seized the moment and tried to execute his maneuver. But disaster struck. His legs tangled beneath him, and his father's wooden blade came down hard upon his head. Once again, defeat. Lying there, Ray lamented that his body lagged behind his thoughts, betrayed by his clumsy limbs. Later, as he awoke from being knocked out cold, Jake chuckled lightly at the sight. Scarlett, furious, scolded him for being careless, reminding him their son was only 4. With night trials approaching, Jake muttered that Ray wouldn't succeed at this rate. Scarlett argued he was pushing Ray too hard, insisting their child need not walk the path of adventurers. But Jake reassured her. Ray's clumsiness was simply due to youth, and with a year left, there was still time for him to reach the Avrian Knight Academy. Hearing this, Ray reminded himself he still had a year before the trials, though doubts crept in. After all, he was the reincarnation of a dragon. Surely he couldn't remain as weak as a human. Resolute, Ray declared he would become the strongest being alive. To advance his training, Jake presented him with a gift, a genuine sword to be used from now on. The boy marveled at the weapon, far too large for his small frame, while Jake explained it would quicken his growth and control. Whispering slyly, Jake hinted at another surprise, leaving Ray to wonder what secret his father was hiding. In the storage room, Ray's eyes widened at the sight of a magic puppet. While he pondered its purpose, Jake warned him not to underestimate it, as it was the same tool apprentices used at Avrian Academy. Ray eyed the puppet with suspicion, questioning its true nature. Then Jake urged him to attack, and Ray confidently accepted. After limbering his wrist, he swung with full force, striking at the puppet, triggering it to activate at level 1. Yet the instant his blade met the puppet's shield, it countered in a blur, knocking his sword clean out of his grip. As the first level comes to an end, the little guy ends up frustrated after getting beaten. Watching his son's face twist with disappointment, Jake tries to comfort him, telling him that even clearing just the first level would be enough to pass the night trial exam, and even adds that he pulled a lot of strings to get his hands on that puppet. Hearing this, Ray's excitement shoots back up, convinced he can breeze through the trial. Determined to win this time, our boy trains relentlessly until he's sprawled out on the ground, completely drained. He sighs deeply as his body refuses to match the movements he imagines in his head. Irritated at how weak his human body feels, he wonders if at this rate, he won't even be able to handle the puppet, let alone take revenge. Out of nowhere, a voice calls from behind, asking why he's so eager to defeat a puppet. Startled, our boy quickly grips his sword, scanning the area to figure out where the voice came from. Then he spots a girl sneaking up on him and stiffens. The blonde girl apologizes, saying she didn't mean to scare him, and introduces herself as Amy. She explains she lives in the village, that she noticed him wandering the mountains at this hour, and decided to warn him to head back before sunset. A bit uneasy, he asks if the place is dangerous. Amy chatters on, explaining that while the mountains are safe during the day, the forest nearby is dangerous after dusk because magic beasts tend to appear. Ray listens closely, impressed by how much she knows, and Amy explains that she gathers fruits and vegetables here often, so she's familiar with the area. She then suggests going down the mountain together since it's getting dark, and our boy quickly agrees. As they walk and share names, Ray is surprised to learn that Amy already knows who he is, since he's rather well known in the village. He doesn't act surprised, but deep down, he knows exactly why his name carries weight around here. It turns out many villagers admire the Talon family, especially Jake, and often strike up conversations with him when he's out and about. But whenever he strolls through town with his red-haired son, Ray, whispers follow, with people spreading rumors that the boy is cursed, even fearing that the curse might spread. After all, no one else in this village has ever had red hair except Jake's son. Hearing such talk, Ray reflects on how everyone respects his parents yet treats him like an outcast, feared and avoided by nearly everyone. This makes him think back to his past life as a dragon. Maybe it's because adults always frighten children with tales of terrifying red dragons. Red once symbolized strength, yet to humans it only means evil. He can't help but note the irony. It was greedy humans who wiped out his kind, but dragons are still painted as villains in every story. To justify their own actions, humans claimed it was revenge, when in truth the dragons only fought to defend themselves. Yet that became proof of their so-called brutality. Lost in his thoughts, our boy seethes over how disgusting humans can be, until Amy suddenly asks what he's thinking about, snapping him back to reality. Shaking off those dark thoughts, Ray follows her down the mountain. Along the way, Amy mentions how she's seen him around here a lot lately and wonders if he's been practicing. Ray admits he wants to become a swordsman, and she finds it cool since his father is the only swordsman in the village. She asks if he plans to join the Knight Academy, and he nods. Chatting further, Amy shares that her brother will also be taking the exam, boasting that no one in the village can beat him, but confessing he's jealous of Ray since his dad teaches him while ordinary folks don't get the chance to learn swordsmanship. When Ray asks if she really has a brother, the blonde girl lights up and eagerly suggests he befriend him so they can spar together. At that very moment, the sound of footsteps interrupts them. It's Gary, Amy's brother, who immediately orders Ray to stay away from his sister. Amy quickly steps in, shielding Ray and insisting he hasn't done anything wrong. But Gary presses forward, demanding to know why she's with the red-haired boy, reminding her that he's cursed and could spread it. He even touches her hair to make sure it hasn't turned red. Annoyed by his arrogance, Amy protests, but two of Gary's buddies walk up and start mocking Ray for being with her, throwing insults his way. The two boys gang up on him, jeering without restraint. They sneer at Ray, claiming his parents must have a hard time raising a cursed child like him, and even suggest his whole family should leave the village. As commoners, they don't want to risk getting infected. One of them scoffs that great adventurers like Ray's parents would never stoop to pity lowly villagers anyway. Hearing that, Ray's fist tightens with fury. He lashes out, landing a solid punch right across one bully's face. Done with staying quiet, he aims his next blow at Gary, but one of Gary's lackeys steps in and takes the punch for him. Even so, the strike is so powerful that Gary also gets knocked back. Our boy makes it clear he's not picking a fight with everyone. He only wants to hit the one who insulted his parents. Gary sneers, calling him Ray Talon, and says he knows both his parents are adventurers and that his father's a swordsman. With that, he challenges Ray to a fight. He declares he won't even use weapons. He doesn't want to risk killing him. Both toss their swords aside. Ray tells him to come at him with everything, because he doesn't care. The fists start flying as they exchange blows, but it's obvious Ray's body can't keep up. Gary lands a crushing hit, sending him crashing into the dirt. Bloodied and broken, Ray collapses as Gary taunts him, asking if he's ready to admit defeat. Yet Ray refuses to stay down, struggling to his feet while Gary throws out more mocking remarks. He sneers that it's pathetic for the son of a great swordsman to be this useless, while bragging that his own father is just a merchant yet he himself is still strong. To break Ray's spirit, he cruelly tells him to quit dreaming about being a swordsman and find something else he's actually good at. The words cut deep, echoing in Ray's mind as he lies there helpless on the ground. Later at home, Amy scolds her brother for going too far, but Gary brushes it off, insisting Ray deserved it, and warns her to stay away from him since the cursed boy is feared by everyone. He reminds her that Ray's parents are adventurers, while theirs are just ordinary folk. Furious, Amy snaps back, yelling that she hates him and telling him to get his own food before storming off. As she leaves, Gary glances at his hand. Looking at the mark left there, he realizes that if not for his protective gear, Ray's first punch might have broken his arm, and that Ray could have one. Soon after, Ray returns home covered in mud, his face cut and bruised. His mother, busy with dinner, turns to him, immediately noticing his condition. One look is all it takes for her to know he fought someone. He tries to play it off, saying it happened during practice, but she isn't fooled and wonders if he was bullied. Stubborn as always, he denies it while she checks his wounds. Ray insists he's fine, claiming he's a man now. From nearby, Jake overhears and praises his son's determination to keep training hard. Even though it's almost dinner time, Ray insists on practicing again. His parents try to stop him, but he convinces them it won't take long. Inside the storage room, Ray activates the puppet's level 1. This time, he dodges its attacks with ease, already familiar with its patterns. Spotting an opening, he readies his sword, and the moment he strikes, his blade gets stuck in a wooden post, jolting him. The sword cracks as he struggles to pull it free. Distracted, he takes a hard hit from the puppet, crying out in pain. The next day, Ray climbs back up the mountain. In the distance, he spots Amy waiting. Embarrassed, she greets him as he approaches. He asks if she was waiting for him, while she apologizes on her brother's behalf. Ray reassures her it isn't her fault, and admits the blame is his for not being strong enough. Soft-hearted as always, Amy's eyes well up with tears. Meanwhile, Ray grows tired of how troublesome humans can be, but he still tries to comfort her, realizing maybe he should learn how to socialize better. To show her he accepts the apology, he grabs an apple from her basket with a small smile. She tells him not to worry, Gary won't bother him anymore. From then on, the blonde girl starts showing up every day at the same spot, and soon, our boy gets used to having Amy by his side. One day, the Talon family home is surrounded by armored soldiers and their horses. Jake and Scarlett talk with their commander, who reports nearby villages being attacked by something unknown. Jake reacts with fury at the news. The commander explains there are no clear witnesses, but victims have already been infected. Those who survived are too shaken to describe what happened, so adventurers are being called in. Scarlett, clearly worried, doesn't understand why such things are appearing in human settlements at all. It feels abnormal. She insists on going with her husband, but Jake refuses, saying it's just a recon mission, and besides, someone has to stay with Ray since his test is coming up. Though dissatisfied, Scarlett finally relents after Jake assures her he'll be back before she knows it. She warns him to be careful. Meanwhile, Ray trains again, panting as he struggles to coordinate his clumsy human body. Looking back, he notices Amy sitting nearby, reading a book. The sight makes his heart race. Flustered, he slaps his own cheek to snap out of it. He walks over and tells her it's time to stop for today since it's getting late. So engrossed in her book, Amy hadn't realized how dark it had gone. They head down the mountain together, and on the way, Ray asks if she's been bullied in the village because of him, since people always say he's cursed. Amy tells him about what her friend once said and shrugs it off, saying it's their problem if they think that way. To her, his red hair looks cool, not scary. She calls his name, tells him he's special regardless of his hair, and urges him to just be himself. Those words hit him, sparking a memory of Gary telling him to only do what he's good at. This time, though, he smiles at the thought. Grinning, he thanks Amy before waving her goodbye. Back home, Ray heads straight for the storage room. He activates the puppet again at level 1. This time, he crouches low, pressing his hands on the wooden floor with the sword clenched between his teeth. Moving that way, our boy suddenly feels more agile, his limbs carrying him swiftly. Seizing an opening, he drives his sword forward with all his strength. And just like that, he clears level 1. Overjoyed by his success, he feels unstoppable. Even knowing level 1 is enough to pass the Knight Academy exam, he decides to push further, activating level 2. The next morning, Jake is preparing to leave on his mission. Ray, just waking up, sees his father getting ready and wonders where he's going. His dad apologizes, explaining he'll be gone for a while but promises to return before Ray's exam. He tells Ray to practice hard with the puppet in his absence, smiling with faith that his son can defeat it. Just as Ray is about to share his own little victory, voices from outside call for Jake to depart. Before leaving, Jake tells his wife to take care and admits he'll miss her. Meanwhile, Ray just smiles to himself, thinking it's fine. After all, beating the puppet is no big deal. He decides to keep his success a secret and surprise his dad later, imagining how shocked Jake will be. On his way to the mountain, he can't wait to see his dad's reaction and quietly thanks Amy's tip for helping him overcome his struggles. Excited and grateful, he also realizes he's starting to act more like a human. He reminds himself that humans are awful, but he makes an exception for his parents and Amy, vowing not to take revenge on them. With that thought, he continues climbing the mountain. Along the way, he wonders if Amy won't be showing up today. Then he catches himself, realizing how impatient he's gotten just waiting for her. He acts like it doesn't bother him at all and convinces himself that now nobody will interrupt his training. Our boy keeps reminding himself that he's a mighty red dragon, and he can't let weak human emotions eat away at him. Next scene, Ray has already dozed off and is snoring away. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He jolts awake, realizing it's already late, and if he doesn't get home fast, he's in for some nagging. While rushing down the mountain, it crosses his mind that he never thanked Amy, so he decides he'll do it tomorrow. By the time he returns to the village, the sky is getting dark, and he notices a crowd gathering, talking about searching toward the west. Turns out, it's Gary and Amy's father interrogating the blacksmith, who claims he saw the kids. The blacksmith explains that those 4 kids came to buy weapons from his shop earlier that morning, and he overheard the blonde-haired boy saying they were heading to the forest to hunt magic beasts. Amy and Gary's parents are left shaken to the core, terrified at the thought of losing their children. Meanwhile, the mother of Bob and Cale grabs the blacksmith by his clothes, yelling at him for letting the kids go off into the forest alone. Horrified, the poor man begs her to calm down, insisting he had no idea they were actually going to head into the forest. Then, the father of the blonde-haired boys orders the blacksmith to summon the guards and search together with them, since wandering that forest at night is suicide. As the old man hurries to follow orders, a red-haired boy heading home can't help but think about Gary's little gang that went missing. He figures it's karma catching up with them. Maybe they were eaten by the beasts, and if that's the case, less work for him. But then Amy comes to mind. He fights against thinking about her, trying to push it away, though he recalls how she treated him decently enough. He has no reason to seek revenge on her. Her brother's the foolish one. Meanwhile, the villagers grab torches and gear up to enter the forest. Our boy decides to walk away, thinking about how short human lives are anyway, and how it's only a matter of time before they end up dead. But then, Amy's image flashes through his mind. He reminds himself that he has his own path to follow, and yet he can't shake this strange feeling that makes him hesitate. In the next instant, he turns back, convincing himself that Amy is innocent in all of this. Besides, he never got the chance to thank her for helping him take down the puppet. The scene shifts to the forest, where 2 magic beasts lie beaten and bruised. Nearby, Cale and Bob are unconscious on the ground. Gary stands desperately in front of his crying sister, trying to shield her from the monster. He tells Amy not to move and raises his sword, preparing to fight. Meanwhile, Ray charges into the forest, sniffing the air until he catches the sharp scent of blood. Just as he feared Amy might be in danger, he stumbles upon the corpse of a young demonic wolf. He checks the still warm blade wound on its stomach, a clear sign the others must be nearby. But the ground is a mess, with tracks and marks all mixed up, leaving him uncertain which way to go. As he hesitates, a scream pierces through the forest. It's Amy. At that moment, Gary is sent flying into a tree by a full-grown demonic wolf. He crashes down hard onto the ground. The adult wolf slowly advances toward Amy. She covers her head, shutting her eyes tight, praying someone will come. Then the sharp clang of steel rings out, and she dares to open her eyes. To her shock, she sees Ray fighting the beast, his blade wedged inside the wolf's jaws. He quickly checks on Amy, making sure she's unharmed, though Gary and the others are in rough shape. Amy then urgently warns him to wah, but she's too late. The wolf's claw rakes across his arm. Amy screams his name in terror as she sees him wounded, but Ray tells her he's fine, assuring her he won't die so easily. With that, he tries to draw the wolf away, leaping onto a tree branch. But the wolf chomps the branch, and he plummets back down. Our boy worries that this frail human body just isn't strong enough. There's no way he can withstand an adult wolf for long. He struggles, realizing he's too slow to lead the beast away, and he can't even land a proper hit. Once upon a time, a demonic wolf was nothing to him, yet now he can't even scratch one. He snarls at the beast, claiming these humans belong to him, and it has no right to touch them. Knowing he can't hold out much longer, he steels himself for one last strike at the wolf's weak spot. He clenches the sword between his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength. He drives the blade into its eye. Still, he's disappointed at the little damage done. He remembers the past, when he could have torn it apart in one blow, but now he's reduced to leaning on a human weapon. The wolf lunges again. This time our dragon boy waits, patient, searching for an opening. Then he slashes, slicing through one of its legs. The beast topples to the ground with a crash. Just as Ray turns to look at Amy, the wolf suddenly lunges at him again. He narrowly dodges the ambush, sword clenched in his mouth once more. He swings with everything he has. At last, the wolf falls dead. Exhausted, he collapses. Right before losing consciousness, a screen pops up, announcing that he's unlocked a new ability and obtained an intermediate-grade beast crystal. Gravely injured, he scoffs at the useless timing of such information. His gaze shifts to the siblings lying unconscious. He knows he has to move them, or the scent of blood will lure more beasts. Trembling in agony, he staggers over. He hauls Gary over his shoulder and lifts Amy into his arms. Gary barely opens his eyes long enough to see the red-haired boy carrying him before passing out again. Our boy realizes he can only carry two. That's his limit. He leaves Bob and Cale behind, lying defenseless in the forest, thinking he's done everything he could, but the rest is beyond him. Gasping for breath, he staggers out of the dark woods. Meanwhile, the villagers scour the forest's edge with torches and weapons. They spot him coming out. Word spreads quickly, and the parents are notified. One villager recognizes the red-haired boy as Talon's son. Blood dripping from his wounds, Ray begs them to help Gary and Amy. Both are unconscious, and he tells them they may need healing. As our boy collapses, the villagers murmur among themselves about the red-haired kid returning with two others. They wonder why the children entered the forest at night, a place crawling with beasts. As their gossip continues, one mother bolts forward in horror upon realizing her two children, Bob and Cale, are missing. In panic, she scans the unconscious Gary and Amy. Their father finally admits only his children made it out. Desperate, the woman tries to dash into the forest, but villagers restrain her, saying it's suicide to go alone. She screams at them, calling them cowards, and bolts inside anyway. But soon, the glowing eyes of a beast freeze her blood cold. Terrified, she sprints back to the others. When they whisper that she's back already, the woman insists she's not scared at all. Burning with rage, she grabs Ray by the collar, demanding to know where Bob and Cale are. She accuses the red-haired boy of tricking them into the forest, insisting her children are good kids with no reason to go there otherwise. She's certain Ray lured them in. She slaps him across the face, shouting that she knew red hair was cursed, calling him a calamity that brings only misfortune. The villagers begin whispering, agreeing that the red-haired boy must have deceived the children. After all, he's the only one who returned alive. They push him, forcing him to answer where he led the kids. The furious mother keeps striking him, demanding why he only brought back Gary and Amy and left her children behind. Barely able to speak, our boy tells her the truth, that her kids are still in the forest. She calls him a cold-blooded monster. She throws him aside, muttering that they're just kids. How could he leave them to die? Swearing she'll never forgive him, she pleads with the others to enter the forest with her. But they refuse, muttering excuses about their own children waiting at home. Meanwhile, our battered boy wonders if they've forgotten he's just a child too, or maybe they don't see him as human at all, not with his red hair. To them, he's not a boy, but a monster. The enraged woman snatches a torch from someone's hand. She steps toward Ray, saying she'll never forgive him. She declares that the red-haired monster deserves death. Watching them, Ray realizes these humans are more terrifying than any beast. These are the true monsters. As she raises the torch, his life flashes before his eyes. Yet he smiles faintly, accepting that he'll die at human hands, ashamed that this is how a red dragon meets his end. In that final moment, the torch swings down toward him, but someone leaps in front of the blow. It's Gary, blocking the strike with his armor. The villagers freeze at the sight of the blonde boy shielding Ray. They shout that Gary must be bewitched, bewaring them that the monster has even charmed him, demanding the red-haired boy be killed. But Gary glares back, declaring they're the ones who have lost their minds, ready to kill someone on nothing but suspicion. Standing firm in front of Ray, he warns them not to lay a finger on his savior. After that nightmarish ordeal, our boy dreams of the woman beating him, calling him a calamity. He's reminded of the past, of mages lunging at him, demanding his life as sacrifice. In his sleep, he's surrounded by humans crying for his death. He bolts awake in terror, looking to his side. His mother is there, holding his hand, tears slipping even as she sleeps. He wonders how humans can be so beautiful and yet so cruel. As he sits up, Scarlet wakes and bursts into joy seeing him awake. Overwhelmed, she hugs him tightly, grateful beyond words, thinking she might never see him open his eyes again. But her squeeze makes him cry out in pain. Scarlet scolds him, saying it serves him right for being reckless. Curious, our boy asks her how long he was asleep. His mother then reveals that he has actually been asleep for an entire week. Scarlet bursts into tears of relief, admitting she had no idea how she could have explained things to his father if Ray never woke up. Hearing this, Ray immediately asks her about the people from the forest. His mother answers that the 2 children he saved only suffered minor injuries and are doing fine. However, Bob and Kale are still missing, and she fears that they must have been killed by the beasts. The scene shifts into Scarlet's flashback, where she arrives at the forest only to find her son being beaten by the villagers. Gary steps in to shield him, reminding them that it was their own children who wandered into the woods, and Ray was the one who saved them. Even with his defense, most of the villagers remain unconvinced. Scarlet then sees her son lying unconscious on the ground. Overcome with rage, she unleashes her magic without holding back. The villagers quickly calm down and argue that it was Ray who led the children into the forest, so he should be held responsible. They even add that as a mother, she should understand what that pain feels like. Scarlet, holding her gravely wounded son in her arms, shoots them a terrifying glare, a glare so deadly it feels like she could devour them alive, and the woman who had just beaten Ray trembles in sheer terror. In that moment, the mother of the children still trapped in the forest collapses into tears, begging the others to help save her kids. The villagers waver, sympathizing with her as they whisper about how she could go on living without them. While Scarlet clutches her son tightly, she overhears people gossiping about Ray, muttering that they should have stayed far away from that cursed child. When one man warns another not to speak too loudly about the Talon's child, the gossiping villager sneers with a twisted grin, insisting he was only talking about the forest. Hearing such cruel words about her son, Scarlet carries Ray away in silence. Snapping back to the present, Scarlet gently pats Ray's head and tells him not to blame himself, because everything has finally come to an end. At the same time, she reveals that Gary explained everything to her, and she reassures Ray by saying he was truly amazing. She then steps out of the room, promising to bring him something to eat. Left alone, Ray begins to recall the strange phenomenon that appeared in front of him back in the forest. Wondering if everyone else can also see such a screen, he taps on one of the abilities labeled as the blessing of the dragon's eye. The moment his finger touches it, the power flares to life and our boy panics. When he accidentally glimpses his mother's energy status, he realizes that he had once possessed this ability long ago. He remembers his past life as the Red Dragon, a time when he wielded all sorts of magic. But after failing the aptitude test, he had never imagined he would get the chance to use such powers again. Overjoyed at regaining his abilities, Ray assumes that he will unlock each of them one by one. His eyes then fall on the intermediate-grade beast crystal he acquired, and he wonders if it came from killing that intermediate demonic wolf. Suddenly, smoke fills his room, and he starts coughing violently. He rushes to the window, only to see villagers screaming that their house is on fire. Right then, his mother storms into the room, warning him about the fire and ordering him to escape as the flames spread rapidly. But as the blaze keeps climbing, Scarlet uses her magic to protect him and suppress the fire. Clutching his mother tightly, Ray activates his dragon eye and searches for the one who set their house ablaze. With his dragon eye, he inspects the villagers one by one. That's when he identifies the culprit. It is none other than Bob and Kale's mother, clutching fire in her very hand. The flames consume their entire house, and the villagers, horrified to realize it's the Talon residents, whisper that this disaster must be because of the cursed child. With remarkable control, Scarlet summons her magic again, scattering the flames like a gust of wind and extinguishing the fire. Once the blaze is gone, the villagers murmur among themselves, convinced that this curse is real, and that if the red-haired cursed boy remains here, the entire village will eventually be destroyed. Meanwhile, Ray feels crushed hearing their cruel words. His mother interrupts his thoughts, asking if the fire frightened him. Pushing those feelings aside, he grabs her hand and tells her how amazing she looked when she blew the flames away. As they return toward their home, Ray, still unsettled by the villagers' hateful words, thinks to himself how those humans not only wanted to burn their house, but were willing to burn them alive inside it. Concluding that these humans truly wish them dead, he is consumed by fury and resolves to take revenge. Later, he heads out to train, and his mother urges him to take it easy since his wounds have not yet healed. Arriving in the forest, Ray draws his sword. He then activates his dragon eye. Seeing beginner-level magic beasts around him, he feels excited, knowing he can take them down without much trouble. Among them, a monkey perched on a tree plucks an apple, sitting there munching on it. The beast has no idea Ray has already locked onto it with his dragon eye, sneaking up from behind. With one swift strike, he smashes his sword into the creature. In total, our boy slays 20 beginner-grade beasts. Afterward, the dragon system screen appears, notifying him that he has obtained a beast crystal. Staring at the display, Ray mutters that luck really plays a role, since out of 20 beasts, he only got 2 crystals. As he wonders what might happen if he absorbs one, he notices a small wolf. The pup wanders helplessly around the corpses of its family. Ray gently reaches out to pat the little creature, telling it that from now on, it has to fight alongside him. Suddenly, the system screen pops up, informing him that there is a taming chance available for the black demonic wolf pup. Not fully understanding, he clicks to take the chance. His excitement soars when the attempt succeeds. The black wolf pup is now tame, but he freaks out again upon realizing that the tamed beast actually enters his body. Alarmed, he asks the dragon system if there are side effects and whether he can summon it at will. As he glares furiously at the little dragon, warning he'll kill it if this doesn't work, the dreaded system nods. At that instant, another skill unlocks. He decides to postpone checking it since he has more pressing matters. He begins searching, using his dragon eye to find the 2 missing children. He finally locates them on top of a hill. When he arrives, he discovers what looks like a cave, its entrance littered with countless corpses and skulls. Among them, Ray spots 2 bodies that appear to belong to Bob and Kale, torn apart by beasts who ripped out their organs and devoured them until nothing remained but their clothes and bones. With a heavy heart, he removes their clothes to serve as proof of identity, placing them carefully into a basket. Later that night, Scarlet keeps nagging him for overexerting himself while still recovering. When he tells her to quit fussing, she scolds him even harder, calling him rebellious and griping that he even dirtied his clothes. Ray insists he'll keep training tomorrow. Fed up, Scarlet informs him that his father will be returning in a couple of days, and that he can train with him then. Overjoyed, Ray can barely contain his excitement, impatient to show his dad the results of his training. But his mother snaps, ordering him to tuck in under his blanket and go to sleep, her roar so terrifying it nearly scares him to death. It's then that Ray realizes that instinctual fear from the human bloodline is no joke. That midnight, Ray opens his eyes, lying wide awake. He slips into the storage room, carrying out the basket of clothes he had gathered from the forest, along with another bucket filled with blood. Meanwhile, someone knocks on the door of Bob and Kale's house. Their mother descends the stairs, puzzled who would come at such a late hour. When she opens the door, she calls out her children's names, hoping they might have returned. Instead, her eyes fall on something lying before the house. It is unmistakably her son Cal's clothes. She picks them up and notices footprints leading away, as if guiding her somewhere. Believing it might lead her to her children, she follows the tracks, shouting that she's coming to save them. The footprints draw her deep into the forest. Realizing the night is too dark, she grips her lantern tightly and decides she cannot go much farther. Just then, she sees Bob's clothes dangling from a tree and frantically calls out their names as she rushes forward. In her panic, she approaches the tree where Ray is hidden. At that moment, he lets go of the rope. A bucket of blood comes crashing down, drenching her completely. Soaked and screaming in rage, The woman demands to know who did this. That's when our boy drops down from the tree and reveals himself. She shrieks that she always knew it would be the cursed red-haired monster. Furious, the mother demands he return her children, cursing him as a bringer of misfortune. They stand face to face in the forest, dangerous magical beasts closing in around them. But Ray remains still in the shadows, unbothered by the monsters. As he steps back, the beasts close in on her. He keeps retreating, his face carved with a deadly serious expression. Coldly, he watches as the woman is torn apart by the beasts, her blood splattering violently everywhere. The following day, the townspeople gossip, convinced the curse is real, and they all agree it's best never to cross the Talon family. Suddenly, Ray appears behind them, training sword in hand. He stares at the villagers with a murderous glare as they whisper. Terrified, they scramble to greet him politely, wishing him good morning and praising his training. Once he leaves, they breathe a sigh of relief, but Ray suspects new rumors about him are already spreading. This time, however, he finds that he doesn't mind them. When he reaches home, he notices a line of horses standing outside. Excited, he thinks his father must have returned, but upon entering the house, he finds his mother crying. Instantly fearing the worst, he assumes something has happened to his father. He rushes to her side, desperately asking what's wrong. Through her sobs, Scarlet tells him that his father has fallen ill, though she assures him he will recover soon. Soon after, Ray sees his father, looking gravely sick. He activates his dragon eye and realizes with shock that never in his life, even back when he was a dragon, has he ever seen a living being with a status this high. Once more, Jake suddenly begins muttering incoherently, warning that the shadows will slaughter everyone. At that moment, the mages reveal the truth, that Jake has been afflicted by a plague of shadows, struck down by a shadow beast while trying to shield a villager during their mission. Hearing this, our boy assumes he has come across something like this before. Yet confusion grips him as he wonders when these creatures first appeared, and what exactly became of the world after his death as a red dragon. While his mother expresses her gratitude to the mages for returning Jake home, one of them lowers his head, apologizing for being unable to fully protect him. Ray takes a quick look at the dragon system and speculates whether he might be able to help his father with some kind of spell. His thoughts drift toward one of the high-tier spells he once knew, a spell capable of wiping out curses and any trace of black magic. But he has no idea how to unlock that spell again, and wonders if perhaps it could be regained as a reward for slaying a magic beast, most likely a beast of high rank. He quickly realizes the truth. In his current weakened state, he is in no condition to take on a magic beast. The red-haired boy then turns to his mother and asks if entering Avrianan Knight Academy would allow him to grow stronger. Scarlet, tears still streaking her cheeks, assures him that this was once his father's academy, and that he too will become a warrior of great strength just like him. Hearing this, our boy becomes fired up, vowing to pass the test and enroll at Avrianan Academy so he can find a way to save Jake. His mother, her heart heavy with both worry and pride, embraces him tightly, telling him she believes in him with all her heart. The next scene shifts to a church, where figures cloaked in hoods, clearly priests, gather together. Among them, the Master Elder speaks, declaring that the prophecy has already been foretold, and that a sweeping change is destined to strike this world. The other priests murmur in confusion, unsure of what kind of change could be on the horizon. The prophecy, however, points directly toward Ray, and the Master Elder reflects on whether this boy will bring salvation or disaster. The answer remains unknown. Immediately after, the Elder commands that the knights be informed. They must track down the boy as quickly as possible. If he proves to bring redemption, they are to guide him on his path. But if calamity follows in his wake, they are to eliminate him without hesitation. The following scene transports us to the examination day at Avrianan Knight Academy, where lines of excited candidates eagerly await the arrival of the knights. Soon the knights make their entrance. The crowd erupts in cheers as they spot Knight Delbert, whose charm matches every rumor the people have heard. The young girls especially go wild at the sight of him, since this is the one rare day each year when they get to see the knights in person, exam day. Amid thunderous applause, The knights proceed to the grounds where the trials are to be held. Winford steps forward, introducing himself as a knight of Avrianan Academy, and officially welcomes the hopeful children. Afterward, he introduces the well-known Sir Delbert and Sir Bernard. Winford then announces that the two knights will serve as proctors for the examination, and stresses that anyone wishing to join the academy must put forth their very best. Once the sword puppet is brought into position, Winford orders the candidates to approach one at a time. The first test begins as a confident boy steps up, clearly underestimating the puppet and determined to beat it with sheer brute strength. His parents cheer proudly from the sidelines as he prepares to strike, but the instant he makes his move, the puppet retaliates at lightning speed, smashing him down in a single blow, and the boy fails the trial in less than a second. The parents, who just moments ago were bursting with pride, fall into stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sudden defeat. As the next candidate is summoned, Ray sinks into thought, recalling Jake's explanation of how the puppet operates, and reminding himself that he must overcome the level 1 wooden puppet. The red-haired boy gazes up at it, noting how still it stands, yet recognizing that its defense and counterattacks match the speed of grown adults. But our guy snaps out of his thoughts when he overhears the voices of Delbert and Winford. Astonishingly, he can hear their conversation from quite a distance away. Likely, this heightened sense comes from absorbing more beast crystals, sharpening his perception far beyond normal. The knights, unaware they are being overheard, mutter among themselves that this whole process feels like a waste of time, though they are bound to obey the elders' orders. Knight Delbert, in particular, sneers that only those of noble blood should qualify as knights. To him, sparing effort on filthy commoners is pointless. Winford, however, comes across as more reasonable, quietly thinking Delbert's words were harsh and excessive. Yet as candidate after candidate fails to pass, Delbert grows only more frustrated and weary. Suddenly, Gary steps forward and clears the test with ease, flashing a victorious smile to the crowd. Sir Bernard announces his success, sparking chatter among the villagers who begin claiming the boy truly has talent. Meanwhile, Ray feels second-hand embarrassment watching Gary's smugness, wondering what on earth he's doing. But all attention quickly shifts to our boy, as he is called up as the next challenger. Winford and Delbert both fix their eyes on him, recognizing this as the very child the elder had spoken about. The villagers, however, mutter among themselves, calling him cursed, whispering that Jake's condition is proof of his curse. To them, his blood-red hair looks ominous and terrifying. They go on to call him a monster, claiming he can only bring misfortune and mocking the idea of him becoming a knight. Yet our guy doesn't let it shake him. He simply pulls back his hood and steps toward the stage. Bernard instructs him to prepare, announcing that the trial will begin shortly. But Delbert moves closer to Bernard, admitting that he has no faith in prophecies. In his view, if prophecy were real, then this red-haired boy should be able to pass the trial no matter what. Determined to test him, Delbert activates the puppet at level 3, ignoring Bernard's objections. The puppet whirls to life, darting forward with incredible speed as it charges directly at Ray. Alarmed, both Bernard and Winford shout at him to move aside or risk being killed. Yet before another word can be spoken, Ray flashes forward and severs the puppet's head with a single decisive strike. Instantly, silence sweeps across the entire crowd. The wooden head crashes heavily to the ground. The knight's jaws drop in utter disbelief. While Bernard remains too stunned to speak, Winford urges him to go ahead and announce the outcome. And so the knight congratulates the boy for passing the trial. Scarlet beams with pride for her son, while Gary can hardly believe what just happened. After passing, Ray departs the village alongside the knights, stopping briefly to bid farewell to his unconscious father. He assures his father not to worry, vowing to discover a way to heal him. Looking at him, Ray cannot help but grow emotional. Just then, Scarlet arrives at his side. In her hands lies a pendant, an heirloom passed down through her family. She clasps it around Ray's neck, hoping it will bring him good fortune. Afterward, Ray tells his mother that he must go, and asks her to look after herself. Though worried, Scarlet urges her son to take care, promising she will always be there if he needs her. Our boy reassures her, declaring that he's no longer a child. He's a man now. With that, he departs, while Scarlet breaks into quiet tears. Upon reaching the designated spot, Ray is directed to sit in a cart where another boy waits inside. Curious, he soon realizes it's Gary. Both exchange awkward glances, each looking embarrassed, while Ray wonders if they are the only two who manage to pass. The air between them grows tense and uncomfortable as the cart sets off. Along the road, Gary finally musters up the courage to apologize to the red-haired boy. He admits he had been cruel before, even going so far as to hit him. Bowing his head, he confesses he was acting like a fool. At first, our boy is startled, but then he accepts the apology, thinking to himself that Gary is just a 5-year-old kid. He even remarks that Gary once saved him, so they're even now. But Gary, bewildered, points out that Ray is the same age as him. Flustered, our boy quickly changes the subject, asking about Amy and why she didn't show up for the examination. Hearing this, Gary looks puzzled, saying his sister told him she was heading to Roland Magic Academy. For the first time, Ray learns that name. Surprised, Amy never mentioned her aptitude for magic, and so the cart continues on its way to the Night Academy. Suddenly, a knight calls out for the cart to halt, and it screeches to a stop. Both boys peek through the curtains, spotting a heavy fog and wondering what's happening. Winfred declares that they are knights from Avrianan Academy, and demands that whoever lurks in the mist reveal themselves at once. From the haze stumbles a girl in ragged condition, calling for help and identifying herself as Anne Woodwork, an adventurer of the Traceless Guild. As Bernard questions her, she collapses into his arms, gasping that her team was slaughtered by shadow beasts. Bernard reels in disbelief, asking why shadow beasts would appear here, when they hadn't crossed paths with even a single magic beast along the way. Delbert arrogantly assumes it's because the creatures recognize their strength, but Winfred steadies the situation, assuring Anne that they are heading toward Rennie and can take her if it lies along her path. Anne gratefully accepts. Yet Gary, overhearing, wonders aloud why they are traveling to Rennie instead of the Night Academy. Delbert, overhearing, snaps at him not to be foolish. There is no point in sending children straight to the front lines. The two boys exchange confused looks, unsure what he means. Knight Delbert elaborates that Avrianan Night Academy lies at the border, constantly at risk of attack. Winfred then adds that before advancing there, the recruits must spend a decade training in Rennie, learning the fundamentals of battle. The word decade leaves Ray dumbfounded. For a dragon, such a span is nothing, but for a human, it is far too long. He wonders whether his father can endure waiting for him all that time. Gary, meanwhile, grows restless, thinking of the huntress Anne as the sole survivor and recalling that Ray's father too was attacked by shadow beasts. Even the knights themselves seemed shaken to hear of it. So what chance would they stand if those monsters came for them again? A sharp cracking noise suddenly cuts through the air, putting our boy instantly on alert. Winfred shouts for everyone to brace themselves, certain that something formidable is approaching. Emerging from the brush is none other than the Drop Bear King, twisted into a shadow beast. All three knights immediately ready themselves for battle. The enormous beast advances from the thicket with menacing steps. It lunges toward Knight Bernard, who struggles to evade the oncoming strike. At the last moment, Ray intervenes, cutting the beast down and saving the knight. Bernard quickly instructs the children to keep themselves safe. Yet Winfred narrows his eyes, unsettled, noticing that the Drop Bear King is not pressing its attack, almost as if it's biding its time. In the meantime, Gary is caught fending off shadow beasts of his own, and one manages to claw at him. He cries out as the scratch leaves its mark. That's when the dragon boy swoops in, striking down the beast with his blade. He warns the blonde-haired boy to be cautious. These drop bears are far stronger than ordinary demonic beasts. The Drop Bear King lets out a thunderous roar, the sound so overwhelming it sends a knight flying, while the rest struggle even to remain standing. Witnessing the scene, Gary stares in horror, questioning what kind of monster they face. But Ray already senses it. The beast before them is far beyond their current strength. One knight speculates that the Drop Bear King's refusal to attack might mean it has another purpose. Suddenly, the shadow beast lifts its claw, points directly at Winford, and speaks, declaring that the shadows will never be defeated and that they will soon consume the entire continent. The knights freeze mid-battle, shaken by the sound of a monster that can speak. The shadow creature proclaims that Ray is destined to fail, and that everyone around him is destined only for death. Hearing that, Ray is left completely stunned. The knights are just as bewildered, trying to piece together the strange warning from the monster, assuming it must be a threat aimed at them. At the same time, the massive shadow beast lets out a low rumble and suddenly leaps into the air, making its escape. Once it becomes clear the monster has retreated, Winford remarks that they should feel fortunate the shadow beast chose not to fight, because if it had, none of them would have walked away alive. As Ray's dragon system activates and he secures a crystal, our boy drifts into deep thought, convinced that the shadow beast was actually speaking to him. Soon after, Winford commends both Ray and Gary for their composure, expressing confidence that they will grow into fine knights. At that moment, Ray poses a question, asking if beasts normally speak like that. Winford answers that shadow beasts have never appeared on the border before, and this was the first time he had ever witnessed one capable of speech. Taking notice of the red-haired boy's unreadable expression, the knight reflects that Ray seems far too calm. No child his age would usually react this way. Meanwhile, Delbert fixes Ray with a sharp, disgusted glare, clearly repulsed by him. Later, when they arrive on horseback at Rennie Town, a troop of guards is waiting to receive them. Spotting more guards posted than usual, Winford grows wary and questions one of them about the heavy presence. While the huntress thanks the knights for escorting her, the guard informs Winford that the Allure Kingdom has declared an Amber Alert, and that every town and city is now under strict surveillance. Hearing this, the knight concludes that the situation must be dire. If the kingdom has resorted to an Amber Alert, then the entire continent must be on the brink of crisis. His eyes drift to Ray as he wonders silently if this boy might be the prophesied child destined to save them all. Meanwhile, our boy, walking alongside Gary, reflects on his father and convinces himself that he will surely become a knight. He vows that this is only the beginning, and his pops will just have to wait until he earns that title. The story then shifts forward 10 years, once again in Rennie Town. Inside the academy classroom, the professor lectures the students and asks what it is called when a knight commands another ability, given that most knights cannot wield magic. Gary, also present in class, raises his hand. He replies that knights rely on chi. With training, they can enhance their bodies and senses, and some practitioners are even able to push past human limits for short bursts of time. The teacher praises him for the thorough answer and notes that he seems well prepared, before following up with another question: why chi can only be practiced after the age of 15, directing the question toward Ray. But when Gary glances at his friend's seat, it is empty. Instead of attending class, our boy is off somewhere else. Covering for him, Gary nervously tells the teacher that Ray went to the restroom. Unfazed, the teacher continues by calling on Sylvia. Sylvia, a striking girl with flowing silver hair, confidently explains that practicing chi puts extreme stress on the body. Since internal organs finish developing after the age of 15, beginning training any earlier would risk serious internal damage. The teacher reminds the students to commit the lesson to memory, while Sylvia's gaze lingers on Ray's empty chair. The scene shifts to a black demonic wolf, long since tamed by Ray. The wolf is locked in battle with a magical boar, slashing it down with ease. As a result, Ray acquires another beast crystal. Our boy absorbs the energy of the beginner-grade crystal beast. Then he pats his loyal black wolf in appreciation for the solid work. Deciding that he has hunted enough for the day, Ray chooses to head back before someone loses patience and scolds him for ditching class. Just as he's about to return, Winford appears on horseback. He admits he's surprised to run into Ray, since he had been wondering who he might encounter upon returning. Glancing at the slain beast, the knight compliments Ray, curious how he managed to slip past the heavy guard. As they walk together, Winford comments that Ray has grown much taller since their last meeting. Ray returns the compliment, quietly noting that the knight looks exactly the same as he did a decade ago, and can't help but wonder about his age. With a smirk, Winfred keeps it a secret, then mentions he heard from Ray's instructor that he often skips class to hunt magical beasts. He points out that Ray has gathered quite the collection from his hunts. In response, Ray explains it's only possible because the Amber Alert was recently lifted, making it easier for him to sneak out. Relaxed and unbothered, our guy admits he prefers roaming outside to being stuck in the classroom. Watching Ray's recklessness, Winfred warns that he's lucky he hasn't gone further. If the outer guards had caught him wandering, they wouldn't have held back. Then the knight remembers something and tells Ray he stopped by his house. He informs him about his father's condition, assuring that Jake's health hasn't worsened thanks to his mother's dedicated care. Winfred places a hand on Ray's shoulder and delivers his mother's message, urging him not to worry too much about his father. Looking visibly downcast, our boy thanks him. He reflects on how hard he trained over the last 10 years, always pushing himself further. Yet despite his effort, he has failed to unlock any new abilities, and with nothing changing over the years, he admits to himself that he still has no idea how to cure his father's condition. Winfred quickly lifts his spirits, gripping him by the shoulder and pulling him closer, flustering Ray. Walking back toward the town, the knight encourages him to stay strong, reminding him they'll be heading to Avrian and the Knight Academy tomorrow, and shares his excitement about meeting the other students. Later, near the gates of Rennie Town, their instructor is seen yelling at a guard for letting his students sneak out. The guard defends himself, saying that once the Amber Alert was lifted, he had no grounds to stop the boy and believed Ray wouldn't wander far. Meanwhile, Winfred and Ray walk into the hall just as they see Alan, the instructor, grab the guard by the collar and emphasize that the red-haired student must be monitored at all times. When Winfred calls Alan's name, the already irritated instructor turns. He immediately notices Ray standing beside the knight. That sight pushes Alan over the edge. He explodes with fury, yelling at Ray for ignoring his warnings not to leave his sight, accusing him of sneaking off from the academy again without permission, and demanding to know how many times it has happened this month, calling him a fool in the process. Terrified, our poor fella shrinks back, while Winfred smirks behind him, thinking Ray deserves the scolding. When Alan smacks him on the head, Ray mutters under his breath that, since the alert was lifted a month ago, he can do whatever he pleases, grumbling that Mr. Allen is just a stubborn stick in the mud. As Alan continues to lay into him, Ray hides behind Winfred for cover. Our boy grumbles that he'll be leaving soon anyway, so once that happens, his instructor will be free as a bird. Furious, Alan fires back that as long as Ray remains his student, skipping classes is unacceptable. Winfred tries to mediate as their bickering goes on. Soon after, the students are called to gather in Renetown Square for what appears to be an emergency meeting. As the group assembles, Ray shows up sporting a fresh bump on his head. Gary teases him, asking how he managed to make it back earlier and guessing he must have been caught. Ray admits he just got unlucky. Sylvia, glancing at him discreetly, blushes. Once everyone is gathered, a squire named Lancy announces that he will escort all of them to Avrian and the Knight Academy, a journey that will take 7 days. With a stern expression, he warns that if they don't follow his orders, they'll regret it. Later, a guard asks Winfred if the travel route has been chosen. Winfred confirms they will pass through the swamp. Alarmed, the guard protests that the path is too dangerous for children. Winfred, however, insists that future knights must face challenges, reminding the guard that it's not just the students being tested. The next morning, all the students gather at the gates of Rennie Town, ready to depart in carriages bound for the academy. While Ray snores, a bald, red-haired boy named Kyle questions why they didn't just use teleporters. It would have been faster. Another boy agrees, saying teleporting would have saved them the hassle. Annoyed, a student named Dan calls them idiots, explaining that the Avrian Knight Academy doesn't have a teleporter. Kyle, comparing it to Roland Academy, wonders if it's because they can't afford one. A sharp voice cuts in, pointing out that someone clearly wasn't paying attention in class, directed at both Dan and Kyle. It's the sharp-witted Sylvia, who explains that the Avrian Academy sits on the border, constantly fending off both foreign invaders and shadow beasts. If a teleporter were placed there, it would serve as an open door for enemies to teleport in freely should the Academy's defenses fail. The revelation stuns the students, who wonder if they had ever been taught this. Sylvia flushes pink as she sneaks a glance at Ray, but when Gary catches her staring, she quickly turns away, flustered, while our boy naps on his shoulder. Eventually, the group arrives at castle ruins near the swamp, where they are instructed to set up camp since nightfall is near. While setting up tents, Gary mentions to Ray that the silver-haired girl has been watching him. Skeptical, Ray is told to look behind if he doubts it, so the two of them casually glance her way. Sylvia, caught in the act of peeking at her crush, freezes. Embarrassed, she fumbles clumsily with her camp setup. Realizing Gary was right, Ray assumes it must be because of his red hair. But Gary counters that there are plenty of other red-haired students. He names a few: Kyle, Ian, and the twins Sloth and Badger. Admitting that Gary has a point, Ray is then teased by his friend, who smirks and asks if he's really going to ignore Sylvia, especially since she's stunning. But our boy shows no interest. Meanwhile, Dan sneaks away behind the ruins, calling for his friend Monk. As they walk further, both are overwhelmed by a foul stench, worse than rotting rats, and wonder where it's coming from. Staring into the eerie swamp, Dan mutters that he can't even see where the sticky mire ends. As they look around uneasily, Lancey suddenly appears, catching them off guard, and tells them it's a swamp. With a menacing glare, he warns that if they don't get back to camp, sharp worms from the swamp will be happy to bite off their legs. Terrified, the two hurry back. Night falls, and the campfire crackles in the dark. Ray sneaks out of the ruins unnoticed by the guards, recalling his earlier scouting during dinner, convinced he can slip away without issue. But just as he moves, someone grabs his hand. It's Sylvia, who demands to know where he's headed at such an hour. Our boy answers honestly that he's going out to hunt magical beasts. Worried, Sylvia asks if he's lost his mind, warning him this isn't Rennie anymore, and reminding him that intermediate rank beasts could appear. Knights wouldn't even have time to save him. Pulling his hand free, Ray insists he'll be fine, saying even an intermediate beast wouldn't be a problem for him. Saddened by his attitude, Sylvia watches as he walks away. The next morning, the knights yank open curtains to wake the students, calling them lazy and warning that the last one up will be punished. Gary startles awake, only to see Ray lying there with red eyes wide open, staring, which nearly gives him a heart attack. He nervously asks if Ray didn't sleep all night. Our boy, who has just lain down after staying awake the whole time, reassures him with a mumble that he did sleep, insisting he's not stupid. Realizing the truth, Gary hurries outside to avoid being punished in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Ray gazes at his dragon system with a grin. He figures that if he keeps this pace, he'll max out his beginner beast crystals by the time they reach Avrian and Knight Academy, after which he'll start absorbing intermediate ones. Later, the caravan moves forward, the carriages trailing behind the knights leading the way. As they pass through a foreboding forest, Winford halts, sensing danger up ahead. Reading the signs, Winford nods at Lancey, silently telling him to stand down. The students must face this trial themselves. Suddenly, the ground begins to erupt, throwing the carriages off balance. While Gary notes how unnervingly quiet it is outside, Ray yawns drowsily. A horse lets out a terrified scream as it is suddenly attacked. Sharp worms burst forth, blocking the path and lunging into the carriage, sending some of the students into sheer panic. Ray and Gary ready their swords, slashing at the incoming monsters. One worm writhes toward a girl, ready to strike. Gary quickly leaps in front of her, cutting the beast down with his blade. Blood splatters everywhere from the creatures, causing some students to tremble in fear. Gary warns that sharp worms always come in swarms, meaning more are on the way. He urges everyone not to lower their guard and orders them to get off the carriage, as other students rally beside him. He directs them to form teams of 3, fighting back-to-back to cover all sides and prevent gaps in their defenses. Meanwhile, Kyle is brimming with energy, eager to take down as many worms as possible. Ray, watching him, thinks they're getting way too excited and activates his dragon eye. Observing the battlefield, our boy realizes all these sharp worms are just beginner-rank magical beasts, so there's no real need for him to worry. But then his gaze shifts upward, spotting 6 knights standing at the cliff above, the same ones who had left their group earlier. As Ray slumps back toward the carriage, Dan notices him and demands to know where he's going, scolding him not to break formation. Stretching and letting out a massive yawn, Ray replies that since these are only beginner-level beasts, they don't need his help. With him gone, the numbers will balance out just fine. While the knights watch the students from high above the cliff, they assume Ray is just too scared of the monsters and predict that he'll only walk away with a red belt. One of the other knights, however, points toward Gary, who seems to be holding his own quite well. He explains that Gary never hesitates. His attacks land in a single swing, and adds that Gary deliberately controls every movement of his body, wasting no time at all, which makes him confident that Gary is headed for a white belt. Winford then gestures towards Sylvia and remarks that although she doesn't attack aggressively, she is incredibly sharp in her observations. The other knight adds that her stance is flawless, almost textbook. Just then, Sylvia pulls off a graceful dodge against a razor-sharp worm lunging at her. Without missing a beat, she slices it down with her sword. Watching her, Winford observes that she keeps herself steady, and once she finds an opening, the fight is practically over for her opponent. Lancey, clearly impressed, even points out that despite the action, Sylvia's clothes remain spotless. Suddenly, the ground bursts apart with a loud explosion. Out of the earth emerges a massive, sharp-edged bug. The students, horrified, think the worms have somehow merged into a giant form. As the enormous worm towers over them, one student shakes in terror, his legs giving out before he falls to the ground. Just as the worm moves in for the strike, Ian, the red-haired warrior, jumps in front and tears off its tentacles with brute force. Fueled by rage, Ian rips the monster apart while shouting that no one will ever lay a hand on his comrades. Right after him, the twins Sloth and Badger join in, cutting through the giant worm with practiced ease. Meanwhile, Kyle calmly counts his kills, stabbing his sword into the creature, and proudly declaring that he has now slain 45 in total. From the cliffside, the knights are taken aback, realizing they don't even need to intervene. The red-haired kids have handled the monster on their own, everyone except Ray that is, and the battle looks all but finished. Once the worm is defeated, Ian checks in on his teammate to make sure he's okay, and the whole group breathes a sigh of relief that the threat is finally gone. Carefully analyzing the group, Winford notes that Ian isn't just physically powerful, he's also protective and considerate toward his teammates, truly a rare gem. On the other side of things, there's Ray, who's just snoozing on the carriage, utterly indifferent. Later, when everyone climbs back into the carriage, Gary questions Ray on why he didn't help out in the battle. He warns him that this place is dangerous, and if something had happened, no one could have saved him. Stretching lazily, our guy shrugs it off, saying he was too sleepy and the knights were watching anyway. Gary admits he's more of a lone wolf now. Winford, however, is left baffled, wondering who among them is truly the child of prophecy. Continuing their journey to the academy, Kyle boasts proudly about his monster kills, and Dan congratulates him for the good work, imagining that soon they'll officially become knights. Dan even dreams aloud about earning a white belt, if luck is on their side. Gary, surprised and clueless, asks what exactly a white belt is supposed to mean. Dan explains that the knights are organized into different ranks, pointing out that the ones currently escorting them are white tassel protectors, who are considered high-ranking. He elaborates that those knights once received white belts themselves, a symbol of their skill being recognized through trials and examination. Dan goes on to say that there are also green belts and black belts, each representing distinct skill levels, but at the very bottom of the ladder sits the red belt. Hearing this new detail, our boy snaps fully awake when Dan reveals that red belts are handed to those who perform poorly in tests. He further explains that knights who manage to earn white belts receive personal instructors, along with special rewards and resources to nurture their growth. In contrast, those stuck with red belts aren't nearly as fortunate. They'll get only the most basic training, and no one will bother to guide them. Since the academy essentially gives up on them, they're left free to wander wherever they please. But to Ray, this sounds amazing. He figures that if he gets a red belt, he'll have all the freedom in the world to hunt magical beasts, quickly collecting stronger beast crystals and new abilities. Excited at the thought, he clenches his fist and vows that he must do everything possible to secure that red belt. The scene shifts as the students finally reach the Avrian Knight Academy after their long journey. The sight alone leaves them spellbound. Stepping out of the carriage, Gary exclaims that the place is cool, while our boy is left completely stunned by the academy's vast, breathtaking beauty. The Avrian Knight Academy stands like a towering castle with massive gates. The students are in awe, realizing the place is exactly as they had always imagined. Whispering among themselves, they marvel at how the academy feels like an entire city populated only by knights. Noticing the countless monocrystals glowing across the grounds, they remark that Avrian energy is powered entirely by crystals. Not a single torch is used for lighting. Thinking aloud, Gary mutters that the academy feels worlds apart from the humble village he grew up in. In the meantime, Lancey orders Gary and Kyle to stick close if they don't want to get lost, promising they'll have chances to explore later. Acting as their guide, Lancey the squire leads them through the academy, starting with the armory. When they reach the library, Lancey instructs them to stay quiet inside. Some of the girls, meanwhile, sneak glances at Sir Lancey, whispering about how handsome he is. Curious, Dan asks whether the librarians are knights as well. The knight explains that every graduate of the academy is required to volunteer in the city for 2 years before they can decide to stay or leave. Before ending the tour, Lancey brings them to one final place that resembles a graveyard. He explains that it houses the remains of knights who fought and died for the Allure Kingdom. He reminds them that war is never truly over, and that as knights, their first duty will always be to protect their homeland. Fired up, the students chant together that they will defend their home. Ray, however, trembles with fury. He seethes at the thought of humans using dragon corpses as mere materials to forge weapons and armor. Just then, Sylvia raises her hand and asks about the statues, wanting to know who they represent. Lancey explains that the statues honor the founders of the Avrian Knight Academy, the legendary Dragon Knights. As the students chatter excitedly, asking more about them, Lancey tells them they will learn the full story when they study the academy's history. Heading back toward the dorms, Ray loses his composure, and Gary quickly calls him out. Activating his dragon eye, Ray spots a tomb beneath the graveyard and senses that something alive lurks down there. As they continue walking, Gary wonders aloud who they might be rooming with, hoping they'll end up with easygoing people. Ray, however, distracted by the strange energy from the tomb, suspects it isn't a magical beast at all but something far stranger. Gary snaps him out of his thoughts, asking if he even heard what was just said. Ray replies that he was talking about roommates, and right then they finally arrive at their dorm. They discover that they'll be sharing the same dorm, and curiosity sparks about who else might join them. To their surprise, Sylvia shows up, revealing that she too will be living with the boys, leaving Gary dumbfounded. Sylvia herself turns flustered at the sight of Ray, her face turning pink as the situation makes her visibly uncomfortable. Gary tries to ease her worries, explaining that it's not unusual since the academy has always treated everyone equally regardless of gender, and suggests she should see it positively since they're good guys. Still nervous, Sylvia smacks Gary hard. He tumbles to the floor and storms off angrily, declaring she refuses to live in the same room as boys. While poor Gary lies groaning on the ground, the 2 others who witnessed it remark on the scene. Ray simply says it's nothing more than a young lady throwing a tantrum. Those 2 turn out to be their dorm mates, Monk and Ian, and Gary, recovering, greets them while introducing himself and Ray. Noticing Ian's bright red hair, Our boy assumes he shares the same trait. Meanwhile, Gary looks over the dorm list and realizes that 2 more roommates will be joining them, Dan and Marcia. Sylvia, reluctantly trudging back down the stairs, heads toward the room she must now share with the boys. Giving them a deathly glare, she warns the boys not to enter as she needs to change her clothes. Banned from their own dorm, Gary mutters that he knew she wouldn't be allowed to change rooms anyway. Just then, Dan arrives, puzzled why the boys are still loitering outside. Thinking quickly, Gary lies that they were waiting for him because there's a giant cockroach inside, and they need someone brave enough to deal with it. Fired up by the challenge, Dan scoffs that future knights shouldn't fear a measly cockroach. He bursts through the door to show them how it's done. The boys can barely hold back their laughter. They've successfully played a cruel prank on their new roommate. Later that evening, the scene shifts to the dining hall, where everyone is busy stuffing themselves. Still sore from being tricked, Dan asks if they enjoyed the joke, warning that now he's angered Sylvia and she might even kill him in his sleep, calling her a walking barrel of gunpowder. With a slap mark still red on his cheek, Gary teases that he should be grateful. Most people never even get the chance to speak to her. As Dan rambles on, Sylvia overhears and instantly bristles. Dan and Gary panic, fumbling excuses that they didn't say anything about her. Meanwhile, our boy ignores the drama, happily devouring all the food he can. Sylvia watches in disbelief, muttering how they can eat so casually when a test is looming. With his mouth still full, Gary guesses she means the belt exam and asks what that has to do with eating. Ray, chewing away, mutters that the food's free anyway. Sylvia sighs, completely done with the 2 of them, saying they're beyond saving. Across the hall, some senior students sneer, saying this is exactly what they expected from a couple of country bumpkins gorging themselves like that, mocking Ray and Gary for never having tasted real food before. Faces still stuffed, the 2 turn to glare back at the laughing seniors. The obnoxious seniors then pick on Ian, making fun of how massive he is, and joking that the chair will snap under his weight, calling him a country boy. Poor Ian swallows back his tears as they continue, sneering that they feel sick looking at red-haired freaks from Rennie. Hearing the insults, Kyle freezes mid-bite, while Sloth calmly sips his tea and grips Badger's hand to stop his twin from pulling a knife on them. The mockery continues, with the seniors ranting about the so-called red hair curse being contagious, telling them to stay away because they don't want to end up disgustingly red-haired like them. Finally, Monk, unable to take any more, rises to tell the bullies they've gone too far. Ian tries to stop Monk, but the seniors sneer at him to stay out of it, warning that if he defends a red-haired freak, he'll only ever earn a red belt himself, and they'll beat him up. Smugly, they address Ian as a red-haired monster, mocking him to know his place, and to always take the long route whenever he sees them. The instant those words leave their mouth, food comes flying and hits the bully squarely. Furious, the senior shouts out for whoever threw it to show themselves, cursing loudly. That's when our boy steps forward, slams the senior's face into the table and twists his arm. Holding him down, Ray demands to know who he was threatening to avoid, and the senior stammers that he was talking about him, the so-called disgusting red-haired monster. The commotion quickly catches the knights' attention as students yell about a kid going crazy at the dinner table. Meanwhile, Ray, seething with rage, keeps pounding on the bully until Ian pulls at him, assuring him the fight isn't worth it. Trying to prevent a bigger scene, Gary begs Ray to stop, and Sylvia reminds him that the belt test is coming up, warning that this could ruin his first impression. But our boy doesn't release him. Instead, he twists the arm even tighter. Students call for Sir Knight, complaining that the red-haired kid is attacking another student. At that moment, Sir Lancey storms in and orders Ray to let go. The senior, screaming in pain, cries for Sir Knight to save him, but Ray only squeezes harder. Again, Lancey commands Ray Talent to stop immediately. Calmly, our guy tells Ian that this is something he learned growing up, that when people try to trample on you or treat you like dirt, the only way is to show them the consequences. By now, it's clear that Ray has broken the boy's arm, leaving the entire hall in shocked silence at the terrifying red-haired student. Finally letting go, Ray points at the senior and tells Ian that some people only learn after they're taught a hard lesson. On the other hand, Lancey glares furiously, demanding to know why Ray ignored his orders. With a sly smirk, our boy apologizes, saying he thought his teacher of all people would understand what it feels like when only certain voices are allowed to be heard. Unfazed, Ray grabs Gary's hand and says they should just continue eating, refusing to let trash like that ruin their appetite. Meanwhile, Lancey is fuming at Ray's defiance, but whispers ripple through the crowd, with many agreeing that the seniors started it first and had been bullying others for too long. It was only a matter of time before they got humbled by the red-haired students. Shortly after, the three commanders arrive at the academy, and the students quickly assume it's in preparation for the test. Winford calls for silence as he announces the arrival of the academy's leaders, the 6 elders. The 6 heads of the academy step into the hall, cloaked and masked, concealing their identities. The students grow tense, whispering in awe, realizing the test must be incredibly important if the elders themselves are watching. Ray listens to the rumble of their footsteps as the 6 elders approach. Inwardly, he wonders if these 6 are as terrifyingly strong as the humans who once slaughtered him and his dragon kin. Shaking off the thought, Winford resumes, explaining that these 6 elders will serve as witnesses as they put the new knights-to-be through their trial. Depending on the results, each student will be assigned a belt of a different color, symbolizing their measured ability. He explains that if the students fail to perform well, they'll receive a red belt, which practically means they've failed in one sense. Yet, Winford lifts their spirits with a bright smile, reminding them that even with a red belt, they still have a chance to stand where he is now. He rouses their determination, saying every one of them has shown talent since being chosen at the age of 5. He pushes them not to give up, promising that future training will polish the gifts they already have. Our boy sneaks a glance at Winford, thinking to himself that the man is just as encouraging and uplifting as always. But at the same time, he feels a little uneasy, wondering how Winford will react when he sees him with a red belt. Soon after, Winford wraps up his speech and passes the stage over to Lancey. Lance assures Winford that he'll carry out his duties as best as he can, but then his eyes fall on Ray, and he shoots him a deathly glare. Moving forward, Lancey announces that the trials will consist of 5 stages, each testing different aspects of a knight's overall ability: Stone of Power, Blazing Inferno, Undetected Passage, Eyes of Precision, and Will of Truth. The first of these is the Stone of Power. Lancey explains that the students simply need to push a massive rock, and once it reaches the designated point, the trial will be complete. Each student gets 2 attempts. If they fail the first try, they're allowed to use a pair of enchanted gloves on the second attempt. The gloves will boost their strength and help them succeed, but at the cost of affecting their evaluation, so they must weigh their choices carefully. Gary leans in and whispers to Ray that this trial looks like child's play, while the red-haired boy smirks, convinced it's going to be a walk in the park for him. But our boy mutters that he has a bad feeling, like someone doesn't want him to pass at all, leaving Gary puzzled by his words. Right then, before the test even starts, Lancey declares as proctor that he refuses to let Ray Talon participate. Oddly enough, Ray doesn't look shaken by this and calmly folds his arms across his chest. Meanwhile, Gary and Sylvia burst out, saying it's unfair, questioning why Ray's being barred. Lancey clarifies that it's just a reminder for all knights that they must obey their superiors' orders without question. He adds that anyone who disagrees with his decision is free to report it to his own superiors, and if they command him to retract it, he'll comply without objection. With that settled, he calls the first student forward, while Gary mutters to Ray about ending up on Lancey's bad side. Sylvia tells him to report this to the higher-ups since he has no right to treat him that way. But our guy brushes it off, saying it actually makes things simpler for him. He tells them to go ahead with the test while he'll just join them in the next stage. This convinces Ray that he's practically destined to end up with a red belt. Soon, we learn that both Gary and Sylvia manage to pass their trial, while Ian shocks everyone by lifting the boulder straight into his hands, ignoring the instructions to push it. When Gary comes back drenched in sweat but relieved, Ray congratulates him and warns that the second stage might be rougher, so he'd better stay ready. The blonde boy tilts his head, clearly confused. Our boy points out the proctor for the second stage, who appears to be from Roland Academy. The moment Gary sees him, he panics, worrying about how they're supposed to handle the test when they've never studied magic. But Ray reminds him that on the battlefield, it doesn't matter whether you've studied something or not. You just have to endure. He guesses the trial will probably be about resisting magic. He further explains that those with strong bodies often end up with weaker resistance to magic. From that, he concludes that the 5 trials are designed to expose both their strengths and weaknesses, so they can figure out the best ways to develop their skills. Gary nods, finding it logical, but then jokes if maybe he's actually an all-rounder genius. Ray doesn't look too convinced. Soon, the second stage begins, Blazing Inferno, and the proctor tests Gary by pressing magic onto his forehead. Gary manages to endure for 57 seconds. Ray praises him for lasting that long, though Gary thinks he did poorly. Dan chimes in, saying he actually did great, since every single minute outside equates to an hour inside the mage's illusion. Next, Sylvia steps up for her turn. She takes a deep breath, calming herself with the thought that this is all an illusion, so it can't actually hurt her. The proctor conjures an illusion of raging fire. Sylvia handles it with poise, 5 minutes passing as the other students murmur about how incredible she is. While many whisper about her being goddess-like, the proctor formally declares that she has proven herself. Then it's Ray's turn. As the mage calls his name, Sylvia wishes him luck. Our boy thinks to himself that lasting 20 seconds should be enough, or maybe he should just surrender right away. Still, he readies himself for the trial. The proctor casts the illusion. Out of nowhere, a red dragon materializes before him, spewing fire. Our guy freezes, baffled, recognizing it as the red dragon from his past self, and suddenly the proctor is blasted back, floating in midair under a strange force. Gasps echo all around, everyone's eyes wide with shock. The mage cries out in panic, declaring that the boy is cursed by the red dragon. Whispers ripple through the crowd, branding the red-haired boy as cursed and dangerous. Winford rushes to the old mage, who appears unconscious, while Ray stands nearby and asks if he's all right. But the knight assures him the old man is just exhausted, urging the boy to take a rest. Still, Winford silently finds it suspicious that the mage's mana has been completely drained, which doesn't add up. Later, the elders gather to investigate the strange incident. Winford reports that it's nothing more than mana disorder caused by overexertion, and that the mage will recover with rest. But his explanation doesn't satisfy them. They question how a mage from the prestigious Roland Magic Academy could be drained so easily in such a basic test, while others argue maybe he wasted too much mana on the students. Winford reassures them the mage is recovering and promises to continue looking into the matter. He suggests replacing the proctor with another mage for the remaining tests, and the elders agree. But once the meeting ends, one of the masked elders quietly summons a knight in heavy armor and whispers an order. The guard nods, promising to take care of it at once. The elder's eyes drift to Ray Talon in the distance. The boy is walking toward his friends. Afterward, Ray asks about mana disorder, and Sylvia explains that it's when a mage forces themselves to cast a spell without any mana left, causing it to rebound on their own body. Our boy understands, while Gary sighs, saying his friend is just unlucky, that geniuses always seem to suffer more. As they joke, Sylvia stays skeptical. She finds it hard to believe that a mage from Roland Academy would make such a rookie mistake, and she keeps thinking about the curse that was mentioned. Suddenly, a rumbling shakes the ground. Everyone assumes it's an earthquake, but then trees sprout up everywhere, revealing it to be magic. In moments, the entire testing ground is swallowed by dense forest. Gary stands clueless, but Sylvia calmly points out that someone is casting a spell. Right then, a new proctor reveals himself, declaring that the third stage of the trial begins now, shocking everyone. He instructs the students to follow his movements exactly, as best as they can. With that, the third stage officially begins. Gary can hardly believe the test is already starting. The proctor bolts forward with incredible speed, and the students rush to follow. Poor Dan, still in denial, cries out about how his classmates could be this fast. Gary shouts back that he won't lose to him this time, with Sylvia right on his heels. Dan is left behind, with no one waiting for him. Meanwhile, the proctor quietly thinks he may have been too harsh on the kids and considers slowing down. But glancing back, he's stunned to see them catching up. Impressed, he hears Gary telling Monk they're about to close the gap since he's been leading since the start. Realizing he underestimated them, the proctor decides to drop the restraint and challenges the kids to keep up if they can. The chase continues, with Ray admitting this isn't his strength since he used to move best on all fours. Suddenly, arrows rain down in their path. Ray quickly shouts a warning. They spot another proctor shooting at them. The female proctor teases that the third stage examiner didn't need to hold back so much with so many kids, but he replies the children are doing fine and she'll see. She orders the students to keep following her, warning they'll lose her otherwise, and tells them to grab a bow. The students look around in confusion at the mention of bows. That's when they realize they've already stepped into the fourth trial. Gary guesses it's about testing their accuracy, and Sylvia agrees. Moving deeper, the proctor of the fourth stage announces that targets are set ahead in the forest. They'll pass if they can hit 3 targets while she interferes. With that, the fourth stage, Eyes of Precision, begins. Our guy thinks he's fine ending up with a red belt, but he definitely doesn't want to be dead last, so he decides to show off, activating his dragon eye. The moment it flares, a magic arrow streaks straight toward Gary. Instantly, Ray senses it and shoves his friend out of the way. He realizes too late that he won't be able to dodge it himself, but another arrow collides midair with the one targeting him, saving him at the last second. Ray narrows his eyes, thinking this arrow was far too lethal for a simple test. It was a deliberate attempt. Then Martha, one of their classmates, arrives, saving them. She asks if they're all right, while Gary thanks her and compliments her skill. Martha mutters that she was just lucky to be nearby, otherwise she isn't sure she could have intervened in time. Ray feels more arrows coming and warns everyone to stay sharp. All of them manage to dodge, but as our boy scans the scene, he realizes something is off. The arrows are coated with chi and completely different from the ones fired by the proctor. Someone is trying to kill them, or maybe just him. Another arrow whizzes straight at the students. Ray steadies himself, preparing to fire his own arrow to stop it, while the proctor also senses the danger. Just as our guy is about to release his shot, his bow suddenly snaps apart, leaving everyone stunned. Sensing something seriously wrong, the proctor launches an all-out counterattack to chase the hidden assailant. But to her shock, the imposter dodges effortlessly, vanishing without a single trace. She wonders who could possibly be targeting their students, tossing away the sabotaged arrow. Then she tells the group it was only her arrow that went astray, reassuring them and urging them to continue. Ray, however, knows she didn't fire it and realizes she's simply trying to keep everyone calm. As the others resume the test, he wonders if someone dangerous has infiltrated the grounds. When they finish, they find Monk with the third stage proctor waiting. Gary and Ray quickly explain the incident to Sylvia. She's shaken, shocked that something like that could happen. She suggests reporting it to the Knights, but Ray argues it's better to keep quiet. Gary agrees, pointing out that the proctor herself hid the truth, which could mean she was either trying to calm them or cover something up. He goes further, saying if someone truly is trying to harm them, that person must have had access to the venue, which means the attacker could very well be a proctor or even a knight. Hearing this, Sylvia grows worried and asks what they plan to do. Ray replies that they'll wait and see, though deep down he's itching to uncover the bastard who tried to kill them. The intruder tries to slip away after tossing his bow aside, but a girl proctor catches him in the act and yells for him to stop right there. He freezes, and she pulls an arrow on him, demanding to know why he went after the new students. She warns him not to twitch a finger, one wrong move and she'll put him down. Even then, the guy grips the handle of his sword, and she immediately raises her voice again, telling him she'll shoot him dead on the spot if he dares. He shoots her a sharp glare, and right then, they lunge at each other, the fight breaking out. The scene cuts over to the fifth and final trial, called the Will of Truth. This one is meant to test the students' willpower and their ability to manipulate chi. Holding up a sword, Delbert explains that it's forged from the crystal of an ultra beast firebird, and when held, it bursts into flame. He admits the kids probably haven't learned chi yet, but insists they can still control it with willpower by focusing their spirit. He calls up the first student, and it's Ian, the red-haired, tough-looking boy. Ian steps onto the stage, looking a little uneasy. The moment he grips the sword, a huge flame roars out of it, scorching his face black. Lancey jumps back in shock and quickly calls up the next student. The scene shifts to Elder Gibby, who's now talking with that intruder. The elder's clearly disappointed. The guy not only failed his task but even got caught. The intruder mutters an apology. Gibby sighs, admitting he never expected everything to go smoothly in the first place. He puts on a mask, the kind that lets the wearer change their appearance. Under his breath, he says at least their followers will know now. The Pure Blood Guild hasn't vanished. Back on the stage, Gary steps up and handles the flames like it's nothing. After him, our boy takes his turn. Sylvia leans toward Gary, asking if Ray is actually strong. Gary pauses, then says flat out, yes, Ray's really strong. But the others don't buy it. His first 4 test scores were awful. That's when a blonde classmate pipes up, saying he remembers fighting Ray once. He beat him easily, but then adds, 10 years ago, when he was attacked by an intermediate rank demonic wolf, Ray was the one who saved him and killed the beast. Most of the class laughs it off, thinking they were just kids back then and maybe it was just a big wolf, not an actual ranked monster. Sylvia still wonders though, if Ray really is strong, why keep it hidden? The test continues. Our boy grips the sword and suddenly, only the dragon system pops up. It asks him if he wants to absorb the ultra-grade beast crystal, but no flame comes out of the sword. Students start murmuring, saying accidents always happen with this guy. The sword isn't even glowing anymore, and Ray waves it around like he's testing a broken toy. Delbert, looking horrified, snatches the sword from him. Seeing no fire, Delbert panics. He shouts that this blade is forged from an ultra-beast crystal and is a national treasure of Allure Kingdom. He grabs Ian by the collar, accusing him of messing with it. Ray, still clueless, fires back. What could he possibly do to a weapon made from beast crystal? He adds that Delbert's been eyeing him like a hawk this whole time, so there's no way he could have tampered with it. Before Delbert can explode further, an armored knight rushes up with urgent news. He whispers it in Delbert's ear, and Delbert's face goes pale. Without wasting time, he announces that the tests are over and the kids can return to their dorms. Everyone breathes a sigh of relief. They're told to show up at dinner, where their belts will be handed out. The kids chatter excitedly about what colors they'll get. Ray quietly hopes for at least a red belt, but something else weighs on him. He overhears knights whispering that the 4th stage proctor was found dead. At the crime scene, Winfred is told by armored knights that she was already dead when they got there. What really shocks them is that her body was still warm, meaning she was killed only moments ago. Winfred wonders who could have done this. The knights decide the elders must be informed immediately. Next scene, the elders' chamber. Knights report the death, saying the proctor was killed with a single strike, proof the killer was highly skilled. They also note something strange. None of the intruder alarms were ever triggered. One elder comments this reeks of an inside job, and rumors have long circulated about hidden groups. Another brings up the Pure Blood Guild or maybe the Dark Guild, but others say it's outrageous. The captain of the Green Belt Knights being murdered during an exam. They need answers. Everyone waits for the head elder's judgment. The head warns them. Not a single word about this leaves the room. He orders the knight captains to investigate quietly until they find the culprit. Later at dinner, students gather nervously for their belts. Gary and Sylvia chat with a girl named Martha Woodwork. Sylvia's happy to finally get a female roommate. The blonde boy asks if she knows Anne Woodwork, and turns out Anne is her mother. Ray, meanwhile, is lost in thought, convinced the proctor's death wasn't random but orchestrated by someone high-ranking, maybe even a commander or elder. Gary breaks his train of thought, asking if Ray remembers that adventurer they met years ago on the road to Rennie. Turns out, that woman was Martha's mom too. Gary finds it a wild coincidence, but Ray barely listens, making Gary snap that he's been zoning out too much. Sylvia guesses he's still thinking about the arrow shooter. Gary yanks on Ray's cheeks, and Ray mutters he was actually wondering why the sword in the 5th test didn't react to him. He keeps the proctor's death to himself, no point dragging them into danger. While Gary keeps pulling, Sylvia blurts out how unlucky Ray seems to be, about to bring up his disaster at the 2nd test. That's when the Knight commanders step in. Winford announces it's time to hand out belts, calling students one by one. First is Gary Blueblood. He struts forward confidently and whispers ripple across the hall. Most bet he'll get a white belt, though some say Sylvia deserves it more. Some even think both might get white. But after deliberation, Winford declares Gary will receive a black belt. The blonde boy sulks, while more murmurs spread. Ian and Sylvia both get white belts, and the crowd buzzes when Ian, the red-haired kid, also gets white. Finally, Ray Talon is called. Everyone's sure he's getting a red belt, but to their shock, he's handed a black belt. Ray himself is floored. Dan cries out in frustration, the only one with a red belt while his buddy Monk got black. Even the weakest guy earned black. Another student bluntly tells him the results won't change. Ray, still dazed, wonders if there's a hidden agenda behind his black belt despite his terrible scores. The Knight commander wraps it up, saying from now on, students will train under different knights according to their belt colors. Gary wonders what the black belt even stands for. Then a man steps out, the black belt instructor, casually smoking. He holds a list of names. Glancing at the 2 redheads in his group, he mutters that they'd better not cause him trouble, calling them future Dragon Knights. The next day, students return to the training grounds. The black belts wait around for their instructor. Ray naps while Kyle complains, hoping the guy turns out normal. The redhead hopes so too, but then the instructor sneaks up, asking if they're talking about him. Kyle nearly jumps out of his skin. Their teacher, chill as ever with a cigarette, orders them to follow. Ray, Kyle, Gary, and Monk walk behind in awkward silence. Kyle wonders if the guy even told them his name. Gary shrugs, saying Kyle should just ask. Kyle happily does, and Ray can't believe how bold he is. The man waves them off, saying just call him K. Ray finds the name odd, and Kyle guesses it's not his real one. On their way, they bump into Delbert, who greets him as Sir K. Already salty with Ray, Delbert mocks the instructor for getting stuck with 2 redheads, sneering at Ray for being so proud of his black belt. He adds that if he had the authority, he'd never have let Ray into the academy at all. Ray shoots back that it's a shame Delbert doesn't get to make the rules. Fuming, Delbert warns Ray to know his place and swears he'll be keeping an eye on him. He even raises his hand, about to hit him. But Kay steps in, sword in hand, reminding Delbert that Ray Talon is now part of the Black Belt Knights. He says it wouldn't look good for division and discrimination to spark bad blood among them. Delbert smirks, saying sooner or later everyone will see their prophecy about Ray was wrong anyway. He storms off, leaving the students buzzing, whispering about this mysterious prophecy. Kay glares after him, then tells his group to follow. He leads them deep into the castle, saying this will be their training spot. The chamber they enter is pitch black, and a chilling wind makes it hard for them to keep their eyes open. They notice the place looks completely broken down. The eerie silence freaks Monk and Kyle out. They realize Kay has disappeared and panic, not noticing when he slipped away. Ray activates his dragon eye, trying to locate him, but even that doesn't work. Gary asks if he can see the instructor, and Ray admits he can't. He confirms Kay's nowhere in sight. Suddenly, Kay grabs them from behind, scaring Kyle and Monk half to death. Holding up a candle, he explains their training will be done in total darkness. The idea is to sharpen their senses until they can wield darkness itself like a weapon. Gary looks uneasy, saying he's heard Black Belt Knights are trained for assassination missions. He asks if that's true. Ray realizes his friend's worried about killing. Kay, still puffing his cigarette, says their skills do make them more suited for that kind of work. Like it or not, that's how things are. Gary frowns, asking why they can't just fight fair like the others. Kay steps closer, telling him they were chosen for unique qualities no one else has. He pats Gary's shoulder, saying if he still wants to fight fair, he's free to, so don't overthink it. He tosses them all their new black belts. From this day forward, he says, they can fight however they like. The following day, Ray checks his watch, which shows his rank, 300. He figures this thing must be tracking their current standings. Lying on his bed, he recalls Sir Kay's words, that the rankings will be updated every single day after training. At the same time, students of the same grade can freely challenge each other whenever they want. If a lower-ranked student manages to win, they take the higher-ranked spot, which naturally means that the higher the rank, the more resources and advantages they'll receive. Our guy sits up and asks Gary about how many students are in their grade, and Gary casually replies that there are over 300. That number makes Ray feel dejected, as he realizes his rank is practically near the bottom. Dan sneaks a look at Gary's watch and nearly loses it when he sees Gary ranked at number 1, saying they had all been guessing who would end up at the top. Ecstatic, Dan beams at the thought of sharing a dorm with both the first and third-ranked students, laughing to himself and muttering that he can do whatever he pleases now, while Gary fumes at him for rubbing others' rankings in his face. Sylvia, who sits at third place, is chatting with Martha but notices Dan acting way too thrilled, and she just shakes her head, saying boys are hopeless. Afterward, Ian glances at Monk and asks why he's looking so cheerful. Monk stares at his own watch, sees himself ranked 65th, and quietly gets excited. Feeling motivated, he insists it's nothing and tells Ian he'll just keep pushing himself. 10 days later, Ray is walking through the corridor, thinking about how close he is to collecting 100 beginner beast crystals, though he hasn't gotten much from hunting. Arriving at his dorm room, he snaps out of his thoughts when he hears shouting inside, the noise spilling out into the hallway. Inside, Monk is furiously arguing with Gary, yelling that the only reason Gary stays at the top is because of special training. Gary fires back, insisting that training like that is pointless for him, while Monk angrily counters that it isn't useless at all. He shouts that Gary is just bad at it. Gary snaps back, saying he doesn't need it to hold his ranking anyway. Watching the two clash, our boy is left baffled, and Dan blurts out that he's never seen Monk so fired up before. Dan then explains their fighting about whether the black belt's special training is even useful and turns to ask Ray what kind of training those guys did. Thinking it over, Ray notes to himself that it's obvious Gary isn't cut out for things like stealth, assassination, and covering his tracks. Monk, on the other hand, has shown real talent in those areas. As the quarrel drags on, our boy considers that Gary isn't wrong either. In every basic skill, he's ahead of Monk, and even if Monk is rising quickly, Gary is still overall stronger. Monk shouts back that Gary can't just dismiss all of his hard work like that. Gary angrily retorts that he was just giving his opinion and Monk can think whatever he likes. Worried about the fight escalating, Sylvia jumps in between them and pleads with Ray to help calm things down. But he, showing no interest, tells her to handle it herself, while Dan pipes up that letting them fight it out sounds perfect. Sylvia glares at Dan, annoyed, and tells him to stop stirring things up. Monk then declares that they should settle this with a rank battle. Gary agrees without hesitation, saying fine, let's see if those precious skills of his are worth anything in a real fight. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where students buzz with gossip that someone has dared to challenge the top ranker. The rumor spreads fast, and some whisper it might be that blonde kid, though others say it's another high-ranked black belt. Hearing the commotion, Sebastian, revealed as Delbert's youngest son, perks up with interest. But a silver-haired boy dismisses it, saying it's nothing worth watching since the challengers are just country bumpkins from Rennie. Meanwhile, the bald redhead Kyle stirs up excitement, calling everyone to place their bets in the wooden box for Gary, the reigning star, versus Monk, the black horse, to see who will come out on top. Dan rushes to be the first to bet, putting 10 silver on Gary, while Sylvia nearly explodes, scolding him for betting against his own roommates. To her shock, Martha calmly places her wager on Monk, guessing that he might pull off an upset, leaving Sylvia dumbfounded at her choice. Feeling uneasy, Sylvia turns to Ray and asks whether Monk really stands a chance of winning. At that moment, the fight is about to start as Gary and Monk grip their wooden swords, with Kyle stepping up to act as referee. With everyone watching, Kyle announces the start with eager excitement. Meanwhile, Ray casually asks Sylvia if she thinks Gary is going to win. The battle bursts into action as the two clash fiercely, trading strikes in an intense back-and-forth. Sylvia explains her stance, saying Gary is clearly gifted, with excellent technique and stands far above the rest. Yet she admits that Monk has poured more effort than anyone into the special training, making him Gary's most serious rival right now. Monk delivers a heavy strike with his sword, creating a burst of smoke around them. In his mind, he believes the training has finally paid off. But when the smoke clears, Gary is there blocking the attack. As their swords clash, Gary warns Monk to quit now because he can't win this. On the sidelines, Ray notes that Monk really has improved a lot, and Gary can't afford to underestimate him. Still, he figures Gary will win. Our guy even yawns and looks like he's about to doze off. Sylvia, keeping her eyes fixed on the fight, insists Monk can't possibly close the gap in ability in such a short time. Martha, who had bet on Monk, grows increasingly anxious as she watches him falter. The crowd across the training grounds clearly expects Gary to be the victor, and sure enough, he lands a decisive blow that snaps Monk's wooden sword into pieces. Defeated, Monk stares in disbelief and mutters in shock, asking how this could happen, before collapsing in despair. Gary apologizes, telling him that this is just how it works. But Monk, consumed by frustration, grabs the broken sword with its sharp edge and loses control, charging at Gary, who has his back turned. Frenzied, Monk lunges with the jagged weapon, shouting that it's not over yet. Sylvia screams for Gary to watch out, while Martha cries out for Monk to stop. The blade is just a breath away from slashing Gary's neck, but it's halted by someone else's hand, blood dripping down from the impact. Gary turns to see who it is, and Sylvia gasps, stunned, wondering when Ray had even moved there. It is Ray who had stepped in and stopped the blow, telling Monk that enough is enough. Coming to his senses at last, Monk drops the sword instantly and apologizes in shame. Sylvia, still shaken, admits Monk's speed was incredible. She couldn't even track him. Yet Ray had intercepted in a blink, leaving her questioning how he did it. Meanwhile, Monk keeps apologizing as he sees blood dripping from Ray's hand where he had blocked the strike. Our boy assures him it's nothing more than a scratch, but Monk insists he was reckless and that without Ray stopping him, it would have been much worse. Despite the tense near tragedy, the crowd of gamblers immediately turns back to Kyle, demanding to know who officially won, loudly guessing it must have been Gary. Kyle tries to calm them, announcing that since the fight was interrupted, it won't count, and everyone will get their money back. But the crowd reacts angrily, cursing him and accusing the redhead of rigging things so they wouldn't collect their winnings. The tension escalates as students start hurling objects at him. Poor Kyle desperately assures them their money will be returned, begging them to settle down. But chaos only grows as the mob calls them trash and starts pelting stones, screaming insults and demanding they leave the academy, branding them a pack of red-haired freaks. The abuse worsens as they mock them as monsters and continue driving them out with stones, until one rock smashes into Ray's head. Monk immediately jumps in front to shield him, but the aggressors sneer and tell him to get lost. Gary hurries over to Ray, worried as he sees blood trickling from his head. Sylvia and Martha try frantically to calm the raging students, but the crowd is already beyond reason. At the edge, Sebastian Spoony, the silver-haired boy, hefts a brick and prepares to hurl it at the redhead. But Monk quickly throws a stone at him, knocking the brick from his hands. Monk steps up and tells him to stop, saying Ray has nothing to do with this. But the silver-haired boy snaps back, threatening him and calling him a brat. Sebastian himself grows heated, visibly losing his composure. Once again, Ray becomes the target of cruel ridicule, called a red-haired freak who only brings disaster, cursed as trash who should never have been born, urged to leave the academy entirely. The vicious taunts cut deep, sharper than blades, as Ray wonders why it always has to be him. Why these filthy humans never fail to prove his disappointment right. Their voices echo in his head, condemning his hair, crushing his spirit with their poison-laced words. Overwhelmed with rage, Ray's veins bulge as he sees that it's them who should be wiped out. Just then, Sir Winford appears, and finally brings the chaos under control. Gary rushes to report that Ray is badly hurt and needs treatment. Winford orders help immediately. Our boy brushes it off, saying it's only a scratch, then politely asks if the knight needed something. Winford, hesitating, informs him that his mother has come to see him. Outside, Scarlet is waiting to meet her son. When Ray approaches, he calls out to his mother. She greets him warmly, remarking that it has been a long time and noticing how much he's grown. Ray, thrilled, clasps her hand and quickly asks how his father is doing since she's here. But she has grim news, explaining that his father is gone. Ray panics, thinking she means he's dead, but Scarlet clarifies, saying he left their home and village. Overwhelmed with questions, our boy blurts out how that could even be possible, since his father had been bedridden with the plague. How could he suddenly move? Outside, Winford listens in, silently admitting that he never had the courage to tell Ray the truth about the plague of shadows. He reflects that nearly all infected die within a year, and though rare few endure like Jake, even the strong eventually lose themselves, becoming slaves to the shadows, spreading the plague further. There has never been an exception. Scarlet reveals that Jake fought the plague of shadows for over a decade. She recalls one night when she heard a noise and found Jake sitting upright in a chair, awake and able to move. Overjoyed, she embraced him tightly. But Jake, his body darkening, whispered that he couldn't hold on much longer and begged her to kill him. Hearing that, Scarlet broke into tears, refusing to do it. His condition rapidly worsened as the plague consumed him. Jake burst into black flames. Even then, he kept pleading with Scarlet to end his life. She watched helplessly as he turned into a shadow. Returning to the present, Ray's mother admits she couldn't kill Jake, and instead she pulls out a letter. She tells Ray that his father left this letter for him. Ray opens it, reading how his father apologized for not being there as he grew up, and how proud he was of him for joining the academy. The letter thanks Ray for being his son, ending with the words that he loves him. Reading those heartfelt lines, our boy breaks down, sobbing as he realizes his father wrote them as if they were his final words, and he swears to find a way to save him. Distraught, Ray returns to his bed, tormented by everything he just heard. He recalls his mother's determination to find Jake no matter what, but when he insists on going with her, Scarlet refuses, urging him to follow his own path, assuring him that his father would want the same. Pulling him into a hug, she says how glad she is to see him again, and tells him not to worry about them, but instead focus on what he must do. Lying back on his bed, our guy reflects bitterly that 10 years have passed and he's gained nothing. He hasn't improved, hasn't avenged his dragon kin, nor protected anyone dear to him. To him, everything feels utterly pointless. Gary comes in and asks Ray if he saw his mother and what she said about his father's condition. But our boy, crumbling inside, insists his father is fine and quietly leaves the room. Gary, watching him go, feels uneasy that something is definitely off. As Ray leaves, he accidentally drops a paper, which immediately catches Gary's eye. Curious, he picks it up, but before he can read, Dan sneaks in and snatches it away. Convinced it's some kind of love letter from a fangirl because Gary was staring at it so intently, Dan teases him, while Gary panics and scrambles to get it back. But Dan, wearing that mischievous grin, teases Gary not to act so shy and pushes him to share the fiery confession of love. As they fool around with the letter, their other roommates suddenly step inside and give them strange looks filled with confusion. Eventually, Gary blurts out that it's actually a letter addressed to Ray, and that's the moment when everyone finally learns that his father was infected by the plague of shadows. After hearing the truth, Dan sighs that the poor guy had a rough childhood and suggests they should treat him with more care. Listening to Ray's heartbreaking story, Monk can't help but feel pity for him. The scene then shifts to the cafeteria, crowded with students, where we see our boy Ray walking by himself in silence. Soon after, Martha and Sylvia join him, pretending it's just coincidence, and invite Ray to share a meal together. Later on, when he returns to his dorm, he notices his bed perfectly neat and spotless. While our boy wonders who cleaned it up, Dan and Ian awkwardly admit that Sylvia was the one who tidied his bed, since she's such a kind girl. Their stiff acting makes it even more obvious. Right away, Ray gets suspicious and starts to think there's something fishy going on with these guys. The following day, he spots fresh flowers in the pot, and Gary casually mentions that he picked some lilies, thinking it might help brighten his friend's mood. Misinterpreting it, Ray pulls a cringy face and asks if Gary has fallen for him. Gary, panicked, quickly denies it and says it's not like that at all. Our guy then admits he's been meaning to ask what exactly his roommates have been up to lately, and Gary decides it's time to confess, revealing that he accidentally saw the letter. He explains that he never intended to intrude on Ray's privacy and shouldn't have looked, but things spiraled and all the roommates ended up reading it. Nervous, Gary takes the blame and says it's his fault that everyone found out about Ray's father. But Ray just smiles and says they're the best roommates he could ask for. Relieved, Gary feels thankful that Ray isn't mad. Suddenly, a loud commotion approaches them, ordering everyone to step aside. It turns out to be Monk, covered in blood and severely injured, being carried in by Dan and Ian. Horrified, Gary immediately demands to know what happened, and Dan reveals that Sebastian beat him to a pulp, adding that he had provoked Monk into a rank battle. Believing that a rank match should end the moment someone surrenders, our boy asks how Monk could have ended up in such a terrible state. That's when Dan explains that Monk had already fainted during the fight, never even getting a chance to surrender. But Sebastian didn't stop. He kept striking deliberately, clearly doing it on purpose. At that point, Monk calls out to Ray and apologizes that he won't be able to help him with his bed for a while. Sylvia panics, thinking his bones must be fractured, and insists they need a doctor immediately. Ian rushes off to fetch one. Meanwhile, Gary asks Ray where he's heading, and our boy, visibly shaking with anger after hearing what Sebastian did, declares that he's going to make him pay for what he did to Monk. As Ray storms off, Gary grabs his arm, urging him to calm down and not rush into reckless action. But our guy, still set on revenge, asks if Gary is coming with him. Though hesitant, Gary admits he wants payback too, but Ray insists this is pure retaliation. That's when Sylvia steps in and warns them that Sebastian belongs to House Delbert. Gary adds that he's the youngest son of Sir Delbert, making it dangerous to mess with him. Ignoring their warnings, Ray insists that since Sebastian started it, he should pay the price. Furious, Gary yells at him for not grasping the reality, pointing out that this isn't the first time young Delbert has done something like this. He reminds Ray that nobody dares cross him at the academy and warns that Ray could even get expelled. But the reckless redhead assures them he'll be fine, saying he's not an idiot. He reasons that if he challenges Sebastian in an official rank match, then he can retaliate fairly without breaking any rules. Later, as House Delbert students train in the yard, Ray approaches and interrupts their practice. Two of the night's students notice he's not one of them and tell him to wait. Without wasting a second, our guy demands to see Sebastian. The knights snicker, asking if he's really looking for Seabass, saying they've never heard him mention a red-haired friend. Ray pushes them to move aside, and a silver-haired guy, Sebastian's lackey, shouts angrily, demanding to know what's happening. As Eric, the silver-haired guy, steps forward, his teammates explain that this red-haired stranger barged in looking for Sebastian. Marching up, Eric sneers that Sebastian doesn't associate with red-haired freaks and rages at Ray for interrupting their training. He taunts him further, asking if his parents never taught him any manners. Staring him down, our guy makes it clear that if he isn't Sebastian, then he has no business with him. Just then, Sebastian himself appears and asks the redhead if he's looking for him. Young Delbert assumes Ray came because of his injured friend and guesses he must be a black belt too. Ray wastes no time, telling him there's no need for small talk and openly challenging him. He issues the challenge using his watch, while Sebastian smirks at the bluntness. Still, he refuses the fight, pointing out that Ray's rank is only 280. Our boy wonders if he's actually afraid, but Sebastian mocks him, saying with that low rank it wouldn't even count as a real fight. Laughing, he admits he thought the other black belt was strong, but Ray looks far too weak. He then apologizes, claiming he never meant to hurt Monk intentionally, adding that the gap between nobles and peasants is only natural. Saying he doesn't want to waste more time, he dismisses Ray, but as our boy steps forward, Eric blocks his way, saying Sebastian won't lower himself to fight him. Eric, proudly declaring his own 9th rank, says if Ray can beat him, then maybe others will be interested. Sebastian agrees, letting Eric take the fight. Meanwhile, Ray asks Sebastian if he'll accept the challenge once he defeats Eric. As Eric fumes, Sebastian casually replies that they'll talk after the match. House Delbert students cheer, excited for another fight, and feel lucky to have such a strong team that constantly attracts challengers. Standing across from Eric, Ray confidently tells him to strike first. Eric grips his wooden sword, filled with pride, thinking the redhead is getting cocky, and warns him not to come crying for revenge later. Onlookers notice Ray hasn't even unsheathed his own sword yet. Eric decides this is the perfect chance to show off the technique Sebastian taught him. Watching from behind, Sebastian chuckles, saying his underling is bullying kids again, as the match finally begins. With Ray still unarmed and standing calmly, Eric lunges first, swinging his blade. He thrusts hard, trying to wound Ray. To his shock, Ray dodges effortlessly as if it were nothing. Stunned, Eric wonders how he evaded such a fast and powerful strike. Snarling that it's not over yet, Eric readies another blow, but Ray keeps dodging beautifully, leaping lightly as though the wind itself is helping him. Growing desperate, Eric panics, realizing he's striking as fast as he can, yet Ray keeps avoiding everything, making him feel utterly powerless. Then Ray delivers a crushing punch straight to Eric. The silver-haired lackey slams to the ground. Writhing in pain, Eric takes a brutal blow to the gut that leaves him trembling. Once Eric is carried unconscious to the infirmary, Ray turns to Sebastian and asks if he's worthy now. He presses further, asking what Sebastian stands to gain by refusing. That's when Ray produces 2 intermediate beast crystals, tossing them down, and declares he'll give them up if Sebastian wins. Shocked, Sebastian demands to know where he got them, warning he doesn't want any shady goods. Ray explains calmly that his adventurer parents left them behind. He tempts him further, saying they're still unused and could be turned into powerful gear. Intrigued, Sebastian accepts but imposes one condition. He insists the battle be held publicly, so no one can claim he forced the crystals away. Ray instantly agrees, admitting that was his plan all along. The next scene shifts to the training grounds, where students cheer for Sebastian, eager to see him crush the red-haired freak. Meanwhile, Kyle walks alongside Ray, asking if he's really going through with it since Sebastian is ranked 2nd, warning him it's dangerous. Worried, Kyle says even if Ray planned to earn money by betting on himself to lose, Sebastian won't go easy. But Ray reassures him, telling him to handle the betting since he can't be stopped anyway. Kyle grins and tells him to promise at least a nosebleed, and our boy agrees with a fist bump. As Kyle begins taking bets on black belt Ray versus white belt Sebastian, Dan wonders how long Ray can last, while Ian hopes he doesn't get too injured. Sylvia, however, insists this won't be a simple match. Hearing that, Dan teases her, saying love makes people blind. But Sylvia quickly denies liking Ray and argues her point. Frustrated, she snaps at Dan for doubting Ray's strength, while Gary quietly admits his worry isn't about Ray winning or losing, but about angering Sir Delbert afterward. On the battlefield, Sebastian struts in and arrogantly declares that the children of knights will always be knights, while the children of farmers will remain farmers, saying no one can overcome the class divide. Raising his blade, he sneers that Ray may have gotten bold after beating Eric, but now he'll learn the true difference between them. As the referee orders them into position, Ray coolly tells him to save the nagging for his lackeys. With the duel about to start, Ray covers his face with a black cloth that only leaves his eyes visible. The moment it begins, Sebastian charges and swings his sword. Ray slips past the blow with ease, and his opponent grumbles that he's just lucky, since few have ever dodged his first strike, warning his luck is running out. But Ray counters and manages to cut his face in return. Sebastian wipes the shallow wound and scoffs, asking if that's really all Ray's got, declaring he'll never win this way. Mid-fight, Ray taunts him, asking why he talks so much, guessing his victories come from running his mouth. Furious, Sebastian lunges at lightning speed, declaring Ray's luck ends here. But our boy smoothly sidesteps and executes a camouflage maneuver. His blade slices across Sebastian's face and shoulder, leaving him bleeding. Everyone gasps in shock. Dan mutters in disbelief, wondering how Ray managed that, while Ian stares, stunned. Gary realizes Ray's dodge resembled the style of Sir Kay. Every counter looked exactly like Sir Kay's movements. Pushed to the edge, Sebastian enchants his blade with magic and dares Ray to try dodging this next strike. The crowd erupts with cheers as Chi gathers on his sword, chanting for Sebastian. He swings with a chi-infused strike toward Ray, but once again Ray evades. Yet this time, Sebastian seems to anticipate it, already expecting Ray's dodge. Knowing he'll keep slipping away, Sebastian unleashes a flurry of wild strikes, leaving no space to escape. The students cheer louder, praising their white belt hero and urging him to crush the redhead. Watching tensely, Dan assumes Ray can't keep dodging forever, worried Sebastian has gone too far. But Sylvia insists Ray is fine and tells them to watch carefully. She points out the real advantage belongs to Ray, as Sebastian is now covered in wounds, bleeding heavily. Dan's jaw drops, realizing Ray has been countering all along. Gary, equally stunned, mutters that Ray has been the one attacking the whole time. Sylvia explains further, saying every dodge was paired with a counterstrike, wearing Sebastian down little by little, draining his stamina. Now battered and humiliated, Sebastian screams that even his father was never treated this way, vowing to kill Ray. He charges in with another attack, only to be slashed yet again by Ray's sword. Dan watches in disbelief, questioning if this is really the same Ray, while Sylvia notices Ray could have ended things sooner, but instead keeps striking deliberately. That's when Gary concludes that Ray is doing it on purpose, torturing his enemy like a predator toying with its prey. By now, Sebastian's face is nothing but cuts and bruises. He cries out in agony, spitting insults and calling Ray a filthy peasant. But the red-haired boy, finally avenging Monk, lands one last crushing blow on his nose. Shaking, Sebastian threatens Ray, screaming that his father won't forgive this and that Ray's a dead man. Lifting his sword once more, our boy thinks to himself that trading words with someone like him is nothing but a waste of time and breath. Sebastian, who's on the verge of surrendering, tells Ray that he's going to forfeit. Yet before he can finish his words, the protagonist slams him again with his sword, striking him the same way Sebastian had relentlessly tormented Monk. Ray, blinded by the rage he carries for his classmate, is determined to make the blonde boy pay for every bit of pain he caused Monk, so he has no intention of letting him bow out this easily. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Gary observe the scene and judge the situation as dire, realizing that if this continues, Sebastian could end up dead. At that very moment, a voice calls out for them to stop. It turns out to be Monk, who rushes in to halt Ray, leaving Ray questioning why he even came here. During this time, the severely injured Sebastian finally gives in and forfeits, officially ending the match with Ray as the victor. Immediately, the students rush over to lift Sebastian and carry him toward the infirmary. Gary, on the other hand, dashes straight toward his own friend. The battered white belt boy, however, begins throwing fits and shouts for everyone to clear out of his way. He snarls at the red-haired boy, challenging him over who will have the final laugh. The next scene shifts us to the central building, at the very top floor of the Avrian Knight Academy. Here, Delbert is making a scene over what had just happened to his son. Kay tries to calm him down, assuring him that from a knight's perspective, Ray Talon hadn't actually broken any of the rules. A black belt instructor also reminds Delbert not to ignore the established rules, But Delbert refuses to listen, slamming his hand on the table in fury. Burning with anger, he declares that if he had overlooked the rules himself, he would have already killed that red-haired brat on the spot, then insists to Kay that he should take a hard look at his own son, who is now disfigured. Delbert continues by accusing Ray of doing all this deliberately, claiming he was born a monster. As soon as those words leave his mouth, one of the elders cuts in, remarking that Delbert isn't entirely wrong, because if the prophecy is real, then the red-haired boy could very well destroy the kingdom. Elder Vaughn, however, points out that the prophecy also spoke of the red-haired boy possibly becoming this world's chosen savior. But before Vaughn can finish, someone interrupts, muttering that the child has already displayed the early signs of becoming a calamity. Right after, another elder suggests that expelling the red-haired boy now might be the easier choice, perhaps even triggering the beginning of the end. Yet the head elder dismisses the back and forth as pointless. He proposes that since opinions are split, they should resolve it through a vote, asking those in favor of Ray Talon's expulsion to raise their hands. As the vote begins, it's clear that Delbert, along with Elder Gibby and Master Knight Rose, side with expelling Ray from the academy. On the opposing side, Elder Vaughn, the head elder, Elder Humphrey, Winford Bernard, and Instructor Kay all stand against his expulsion. In the end, 3 vote in favor while 6 oppose. With the majority against it, the elders dismiss the idea of removing the red-haired boy. In the following scene, Ray is seen lying on the roof of his dorm with his eyes closed. He suddenly hears footsteps drawing near and wonders who could be coming. It turns out to be Sylvia, who, not finding him in the dorm, decided to check the roof. While the protagonist tells her he just wants to be alone for a bit, she asks him if he's been thinking about Monk. Hearing this leaves him surprised, almost as if Sylvia could read his thoughts. She then admits to Ray that he might not be like ordinary people, pointing out that he struggles with speaking and understanding emotions. But our boy cuts her off, saying bluntly that he doesn't care. Embarrassed, Sylvia quickly tries to clarify, insisting that isn't what she meant. She goes on to explain that she knows he isn't a bad person, and whenever she sees him lost or furious, she wishes she could help in some way. She adds that she hopes he can trust them more, because after all, they're friends. Questioning whether they're truly friends, Ray pushes her back against the wall, leaving her wide-eyed. His dragon eye then activates. Tilting his head upward, he asks her directly if she's afraid of him. With honesty, she admits that sometimes she does feel scared, but she doesn't believe he's a bad person. At that moment, Sylvia smiles and compliments his dragon eye, saying it really suits him, and advises him not to see himself as a monster. As her words sink in, Ray's eyes return to normal. He turns away, reflecting that whenever he thinks he's glimpsed the true nature of humanity, everything shifts right after. It feels to him like he still has a long journey before he can truly understand people. Elsewhere, Delbert storms out of the building, consumed with rage, vowing to one day kill the red-haired monster himself, caring nothing for prophecies. Just then, Elder Gibby approaches him. He draws Delbert's attention by pointing out that he knows Delbert believes knights should come only from noble blood. He calls it an intriguing perspective, admitting that this mindset caught his interest. Meanwhile, as Sylvia descends the stairs, a blonde-haired white belt boy approaches her. He asks if she knows where Ray Talon is, and she tells him Ray is upstairs. He thanks the lovely lady before heading up, while Sylvia wonders if she has ever seen someone like him in their class year. Back on the roof, Ray hears someone arriving again, and assuming it's Sylvia, he asks why she came back. To his surprise, it isn't her but the blonde boy from earlier, who explains that Ray must have mistaken him. He then introduces himself as Harry Delbert, a second-year student. Our boy frowns with annoyance, realizing right away that he's from the Delbert family. Harry acknowledges that Ray had beaten his little brother, leading Ray to believe he's here seeking revenge. But Harry denies it, insisting Ray misunderstood. He's not here over something so petty. Instead, he wants to thank him. Hearing this leaves the protagonist stunned, as Harry actually thanks him for thrashing his brother. Harry goes on to say he's well aware of how arrogant Sebastian can be. He admits Sebastian had never trained with sincerity before, so it was only a matter of time before someone humbled him with a defeat to teach a valuable lesson. As Harry finishes, Ray turns to leave, but Harry quickly stops him, saying they can't have a proper rank battle since they're from different years, and begs him instead to give him a lesson. Handing him a wooden sword, Harry waits, and the protagonist accepts the fight. With a smirk, he remarks that after all that talk, Harry just wanted revenge anyway. But Harry calmly assures him that he only wanted to test the strength of the one who defeated his brother, and he challenges the red-haired boy to show him everything he's got. Meanwhile, Ray steadies himself, sensing that Harry carries a different kind of presence compared to anyone else he's faced. So he adjusts his stance and launches an attack toward him, but Harry skillfully halts the strike without effort. Ray leans back from the force, and seeing this, Delbert's son praises him for making the right choice. Our boy, however, is left shocked, feeling something strange, and thinks to himself that any other opponent's sword would have already snapped under that blow. Ray further realizes that if things keep going this way, his own weapon might break first. That's when Harry deduces aloud that Ray doesn't know how to use Kai yet. Realizing he can't win with brute strength alone, the protagonist decides to rely on the black belt techniques he's learned. The two continue clashing, strike after strike, but Harry keeps dodging each move with ease, and he taunts Ray, asking if this is truly all he's capable of. Ray grows agitated, sweat running down his face. Harry then delivers a final, powerful blow with his wooden sword. The impact makes Ray stumble, almost collapsing onto his weapon. That's when he begins to bleed, and at that moment Harry declares the fight over. As Harry turns to leave, Ray, despite being in rough shape, forces himself up and asks if Harry is the top-ranked second-year knight apprentice. Harry simply replies that he's ranked 50th. The red-haired boy stands there in disbelief, stunned that someone this skilled could only hold the 50th spot. Harry waves goodbye, telling him they should fight again once Ray properly learns Kai. This leaves Ray wondering if mastering Kai could really make him that much stronger. The scene shifts to the elders. In their office, Knight Winford voices his concern about the situation at the border, pointing out that more knights have recently gone missing. He continues by reporting that their enemies come not only from outside but also from within, mentioning rumors about the Dark Guild infiltrating the academy, rumors which the head elder confirms are already fact. Winford insists they should at least warn the students, and the head agrees. The head then states that there is something crucial to address and instructs Winford to gather the 5 red-haired children, as they must be told about their true calling. Afterward, we see Ray again, sitting on the roof while attempting to converge his aura. It's revealed that though he has tried many times to pull his aura into his body, the effort has never succeeded. With heavy rain pouring down, our boy decides he should probably stop for the day. But right at that moment, he spots suspicious figures moving stealthily around the academy grounds. He quickly realizes they're setting up an ambush, having already locked their sights on a target. Meanwhile, the group creeps closer toward that target, one of the elders. Ray activates his dragon eye and sees clearly that they are plague-born shadows. Troubled, he removes his black belt and wonders if these beings have any connection to his father. On the other side, the masked figures block the elder's path, warning him that his road ends here. The elder mutters that the rumors about the Dark Guild infiltrating the academy were true, while one of the guild members mocks him, saying he realized it too late. The man then declares that soon the Dark Guild will take control of the entire academy, and no one will be able to stop them. As the old man immediately clashes with 4 of them, another figure arrives. It's Ray, announcing that it will now be 2 against 4. Keeping his identity hidden, he steps into danger with his sword drawn. The elder recognizes him as a student and apologizes for dragging him into this fight. The guild members are startled to see where the boy came from, but one dismisses it, saying it doesn't matter because they're both going to die anyway. Preparing his own magic, the elder tells Ray to keep the 2 occupied while he handles the rest. As Ray engages them, he notes that the old man's Kai has a unique quality. He also realizes that the shadow beasts seem to retain their consciousness. He ducks under an attack and plans to strike from behind with his sword, but another guild member blocks his path. As one of them casts magic, Ray leans back, and they quickly figure out that he doesn't know how to use Kai, branding him an amateur. Realizing they've seen through him, Ray grips his sword with his mouth. The guild members look confused at the bizarre sight, then decide to kill him and leap at him, but he slips away again and again, his evasive moves leaving the shadows muttering that this brat's movements are strange. They lose track of him entirely, unable to catch up. Frustrated, they search around for the red-haired boy, but instead, they witness two of their comrades cut down by the elder's overwhelming power. The elder then tells the remaining two to keep fighting, saying he wants to see what this child is capable of. Trapped, the guild members hesitate. They think about unleashing their secret power, but before that, they decide to deal with the red-haired kid first. Meanwhile, from above, Ray watches it all and realizes the old man never really needed his help in the first place. Still, he believes this is his chance to fight. He jumps straight at the shadows from behind. Meanwhile, Ray keeps giving them trouble, slipping away every time they try to catch him. Eventually, they manage to trap him, and our boy finds himself cornered with seemingly no way out. The elder calls out to him, ordering Ray to grab the enemy's hand and pull it toward him. The old man then instructs Ray to spin around and use that momentum to throw him over. Following the command, the red-haired boy flips the man and hurls him in the elder's direction. The elder responds by unleashing a devastating chi punch, and the shadow figure is sent flying as a violent explosion bursts out. Watching that blast, Ray can't help but wonder just how powerful the elder really is. Right then, the knights show up. While one last guild member tries to flee, our guy chases after him, but the elder holds him back, saying not to pursue someone already at the end of their rope. Around the same time, the knights arrive fully, and Ray unlocks a new ability after all these years. The knights quickly check if the elder is unharmed, and the old man reassures them, telling them not to worry. He also informs them that one guild member slipped away, suggesting they go after him if they wish. Meanwhile, as the knights take off to chase the runaway, the elder thanks Ray for his assistance and calls him a gifted student. Curious, Ray asks why the guild members targeted him, but the elder sidesteps the question. Instead, he pats Ray on the shoulder and asks if he still doesn't know how to use Kai, advising him to join the martial arts club once he enters his second year. With that, the old man vanishes, disappearing into the wind with his chi. Our guy stands there in shock, thinking to himself what a peculiar old man he is. The next scene takes us into the head elder's office, where Winford seems to be waiting for Ray. As Ray arrives, Winford informs him that the head elder has summoned him, leaving our boy to worry if he's been caught this time. Much faster than expected, it turns out Winford has summoned all the red-haired students, including Ian, Kyle, Sloth, Badger, and Ray. While gathered, the kids grow restless and speculate that the elder must have a special mission for them. The head elder wastes no time and reveals that the reason for calling them is tied to a prophecy. The old man explains that 10 years ago, the heavens revealed a prophecy that foretold their land would be saved from ruin by a red-haired boy. On hearing this, Kyle quickly assumes that one of them must be the chosen one, but the elder reveals that 10 red-haired children were discovered, who all fit the prophecy's description, leaving Ray more stunned than ever. When he asks about the other 5 children, the elder explains that they have magical aptitude and are currently studying at Roland Academy. Hearing that, Ray remembers Amy, who also attends Roland, and thinks she must already know about those other kids. While Kyle and the rest of the redheads get hyped about being saviors, the head elder continues reciting the prophecy. He recounts how, long ago, 5 dragon knights saved the land, defeated the shadows, and founded Avrianan Knight Academy. Passing down that priceless legacy, the head elder entrusts them with the heavy duty of protecting it, telling them they will undergo more training beyond the basic and special courses. The 5 red-haired kids are expected to become the Academy's next generation of dragon knights. As they leave the office, Kyle and one of the twins are ecstatic about being destined saviors, while Ray casually asks Ian if his hair has always been red. Ian replies that it has, and he had plenty of struggles growing up because of it. Our guy assumes everyone's hair has always been red, except his. Ray's had actually turned from black to red. He starts to wonder if he should even count as one of the Dragon Knights, suspecting the head elder might be hiding something from them. The story then cuts back to the elder's office, where Winford questions him about withholding parts of the prophecy from the children. The head elder insists the kids already carry enough weight, and that they'll learn more only when the time is right. Winford reluctantly agrees with him. The scene shifts again to Ray, who begins searching for more about the Dragon Knights. He narrates that some people still see dragons as evil symbols, while others don't believe they ever existed. Yet a small group still believes dragons were the true protectors of the land, back before shadows plagued the world. As he digs deeper, one particular book stands out, mentioning divine guidance. Since texts about God are forbidden to humans, Ray finds nothing useful there and decides to ask a priest instead. It is then revealed that, along with their special lessons from Sir Kay, they also undergo extra training with Winford to prepare as Dragon Knights. During these sessions, our boy thinks that if not for knight training, he'd have already gone to confront God directly to ask why he turned him into a human. He narrates that a full year passes with this training, during which he also makes time for hunting. Tomorrow will mark the beginning of their second year. Returning to the present, Ray is shown dozing off. He hears a sound and sees Gary trembling, caught in a nightmare. When Gary wakes, he panics at the sight of Ray standing there, and tells him to go back to sleep since they have a ceremony in the morning. Though Gary assures him he's fine, our boy grows curious, wondering just what kind of nightmare scared him so badly. The next day, Gary looks exhausted from a sleepless night, leaving Ray worried. That's when Sylvia greets them, asking if they've chosen a club to join. Seeing our guy clueless about the whole thing, Sylvia irritably explains that all second years must choose a club for their training. She then mentions she's joining the medic club, while Gary has already picked swordsmanship. Our boy feels a bit left out, but then remembers someone's advice about clubs. He recalls how the old man suggested he join the martial arts club. With no better options, Ray decides to try it, planning to use the time for beast hunting if the club turns out boring. It's revealed that after Ray awakened his new ability, he discovered he had no mana, which explained why he failed the assessment years ago. Our boy hopes things will change once he starts absorbing intermediate beast crystals. But ever since his victory over Sebastian, he hasn't had much freedom, with many eyes watching him. Knowing he's ranked 10, he considers forfeiting a few fights. Eventually, Ray finds his way to the martial arts club, and is shocked to see it located in such a far-off, isolated place. Noticing no one at the entrance, he walks inside, doubting whether this shabby place could really house a martial arts club. He calls out, looking for someone, and spots a figure sitting quietly. Approaching closer, he realizes the man shows no reaction, and he can't sense any presence at all, leading him to assume he might be dead. But the moment Ray taps his shoulder, the old man seizes his hand and slams him hard to the ground. The elder bursts out angrily, demanding how dare he trespass. Ray quickly explains that he came here to join the martial arts club, saying it was the old man himself who told him to come. Hearing this, the elder calms down, recognizing him as the red-haired student who once helped him. It turns out to be the same elder who now pats Ray on the back. Our poor boy complains, asking why he attacked him without hearing him out. He nearly died from that slam. The old man apologizes, saying many suspicious people have been lurking around lately, so he's been on guard. Delighted that Ray followed his advice and joined the club, he declares that Ray will now be his student. As our boy hears this, he can't believe it, realizing the old man tricked him into joining. Feeling cornered, Ray wonders how he'll escape if it ends up one-on-one. The elder tells him to start from scratch, since back when they met, Ray didn't even know how to use chi. As he continues explaining Kai techniques, our boy notices how empty the place is and assumes the club is a lost cause. But the elder assures him that others simply don't understand martial arts. Once he finishes teaching Ray, he says, the boy will realize his own hands are his greatest weapons. At that moment, Ray asks about the people who attacked him earlier. The elder answers that they were from the Dark Guild, promising Ray will learn more about them in his second year. He goes on to explain that the Dark Guild is an organization bent on toppling the Allure Kingdom. Their leader was once a high-ranking figure at Avrian Knight Academy, but after being expelled, he formed this group. Remembering how their aura resembled the Shadow Plague, Ray asks if they are truly dangerous. The old man decides to tell the truth, since he owes Ray, and admits those guild members wanted him dead because he is one of the Academy's 6 elders. Elder Vaughn then strips off his shirt, revealing his muscular frame, declaring that he may be old but he still trusts in his strength. He even hints that he knows about Ray's prophecy. Our boy steels himself, ready to show his full strength when Vaughn orders him to. He launches a punch with everything he has, slamming it against the old man's solid body. Ray quickly realizes it's like striking a slab of iron. His own hand nearly crumbles from the impact, and Vaughn asks if he used chi in that blow. Shaking his aching hand, Ray admits he didn't. The elder lights up with excitement, saying Ray's already stronger than a bull, and once he masters chi, he'll soar like never before. Hearing all this praise, our boy quietly doubts if the man is even reliable. Vaughn pats his shoulder proudly, declaring that their training should begin. Ray, panicking, protests that he never agreed to join, but at this point, there's no turning back. The next scene shifts to their actual training, where Vaughn explains Kai, saying it can be generated simply through breathing, before transferring some into Ray's body. The elder channels that energy into him, instructing Ray to sense it flowing inside. Our boy feels the warmth spreading, and is astonished to witness Kai like this. But then Vaughn suddenly collapses unconscious, and our boy panics, realizing his own mana has been triggered. He tries shaking Vaughn awake, fearing the elder might be dead. But then he hears a heartbeat. Relieved, Ray sighs, concluding that Vaughn just passed out. Thinking it through, he realizes his mana activated because his system absorbed energy from the old man while Kai was being transferred. Seeing that his mana is nearly restored, Ray gives Vaughn a smack for not waking up, then scoffs that the elder isn't all that strong. After about 10 minutes, he gives up waiting, figuring the man won't die anyway, and decides to use the time for training. Our boy activates the dragon eye, watching the flow of Kai within his body. He attempts to concentrate chi into his solar plexus, and pulls it off successfully, making it circulate throughout his body. But as he tries to manipulate it further, the Kai disperses and fades away. Ray tries again and again to pull Kai into his body, but it just keeps slipping away. Figuring the flow must be unstable, he decides to pour in even more energy. But the moment he forces in extra Kai, his body starts to ache. The energy spins out of control. That's when the old man wakes up and sees Ray surrounded by a massive surge of power, on the verge of losing himself. Elder Vaughn quickly shouts for him not to move, and yanks the energy straight out. As he pulls it free, the blast wrecks the whole place. The elder then reveals that Ray nearly killed himself, judging by the destructive force he had just pulled from him. Before Ray can even process what's happening, he collapses to the floor. The next thing he knows, he's waking up in a hospital room, hearing voices. Turns out it's Sylvia and Kyle, guessing maybe a lack of mana is what knocked him out. Sylvia explains that an old man carried him here in a panic, and only calmed down once the dean promised Ray was safe and healing fast. Kyle, on the other hand, looks suspicious. Who was that guy, and how did he get the dean personally involved? Ray just feels embarrassed by Kyle's shrill voice and wonders if the elder really had to be that flashy. To clear things up, Ray admits the old man is actually the martial arts club instructor. Then Ray turns to Kyle and asks why he's hanging around the hospital. Kyle says he joined the medic club too, since he's always liked medicine. Right at that moment, Gary pokes his head through the curtain like some creepy ghost. He grumbles that he's glad Ray finally woke up, because the noise was driving him crazy. Seeing Gary half dead by his bedside, Ray jokes in his head that they must have moved their dorm here. Looking worn out, Gary mutters that he hasn't been sleeping at all lately, so he collapsed during training and came here to crash. Kyle nags him to rest properly, and the two start bickering. Meanwhile, Ray quietly wonders what kind of nightmare has been haunting Gary. Once he's discharged, Ray heads back to the martial arts club. Elder Vaughn immediately yells at him for showing his face again, calling him an idiot. The old man growls that if he hadn't been there last time, Ray would be dead, and at best, crippled with no Kai left. Even so, he reluctantly admits that pulling in that much Kai on his first try is impressive. Ray can't help but think he might be a little gifted, but the elder cuts him down, warning him not to get cocky. From now on, he has to limit his Kai to the size of his fist. Ray explains in narration that after grinding the basics like the elder said, within 5 days, he could use Kai to reinforce any part of his body. For the following days, he kept training, pushing himself to move Kai faster to wherever he needed it. It wasn't easy, but he learned a ton. The story then shifts to the southern gates of Avrian City, where Lancey announces this will be their first official hunt as second years. He orders everyone to pay attention, saying there are 3 safe hunting grounds for beast crystals, and warns them not to stray if they value their lives. Each team will head to a different ground, so they'll get familiar with all kinds of magical beasts. Martha's squad heads for the insect forest. Kyle's face instantly says he's not a fan of bugs. Ray, meanwhile, notices Gary looks way off. Suddenly, as the first bugs crawl out, Sylvia shouts for everyone to stay alert. Dan tries to reassure them they're just normal bugs, nothing scary. But the moment he and Kyle spot one the size of a human head, both nearly lose it. Martha immediately looses arrows, slicing through the swarm. Sylvia warns that even weak bugs are dangerous when they come in numbers. Sure enough, a swarm of bees rushes them, forcing everyone into action. Kyle fights through with disgust written all over his face, while Dan realizes these bugs are faster than they look. Sylvia suddenly yells for Ray to watch out. That's when he channels Kai and unleashes his usual moves, tearing through the bugs barehanded. Kyle beams, proud that Ray has finally learned Kai, while Ray takes the chance to test his training results. Dan groans, telling him to quit showing off and just grab a weapon. Then both Ray and Monk hear a sharp cry. A bug has sunk its fangs into Gary's arm, drawing blood. Ian quickly kills it and checks if Gary's okay. Sylvia inspects the wound and says it isn't deep. She asks Ian to help remove Gary's armor so she can patch him up. Watching all this, Ray can't shake his worry. Gary's been acting strange, and now he even got hurt by such a weak beast. He decides to ask him directly later. Sylvia channels Kai into Gary's arm. Dan is impressed at how much the wound heals, asking if she picked it up from the medic club. Kyle nods, explaining that Kai can accelerate cell recovery, so it's perfect for first aid. Ray realizes he's not the only one who's been improving and vows to step it up. Later, Dan picks up a beast crystal but sighs that today's haul won't be enough to hit the tax quota. When Ray asks what he means, Dan explains the academy requires them to hand over 1/10 of their crystals, only if they collect more than 10. That's just how the system works. Ray, however, thinks to himself that he needs to outsmart Lancey, and sure enough, he has more than 10 crystals already. He secretly peeks at his dragon system. At the gate, Lancey starts collecting the crystals. Ray casually hands over only 5. Lancey snaps, accusing him of trying to cheat, and demands he strip off his gear. Ray complies with a smirk, removing everything without a care. Finding nothing, Lancey loses his cool, muttering it's impossible and accusing Ray of stashing the rest on the mountain. But Ray just twists the knife, cockily daring him to keep looking. He won't find a thing. Walking away, Monk asks how Ray pulled it off, knowing full well he had more than 5. Ray only grins and says it's a secret. Narration reveals the truth. Once Ray saves beast crystals in his system, they turn into useless rocks in reality. Everyone else has to dig them out from the beasts, but the dragon system gives them to Ray directly. To avoid suspicion, he even told the system not to auto-extract for him, and once stored inside, they can't be pulled back out, which means Ray still has 5 safe crystals to himself. He figures he's cracked the tax scam, but if Lancey ever finds out, he'll be in serious trouble. As they head back, Ray calls out to Gary, thinking he forgot something, but the moment he taps Gary's shoulder, Gary mutters about opening the red door. His body shakes with fear. Then he screams, clutching his ears. Ray tries to calm him down. Monk notices the commotion behind him and grows concerned. He runs off to alert Sylvia and Dan before heading back to check on them. Monk finds Ray struggling with Gary and reminds them the group is already far ahead. Ray explains Gary's not well and keeps rambling about a red door. Gary, pale and trembling, insists he has to open it. The voice won't stop calling him. Monk guesses he might mean the Avrian prison. Suddenly, Ray hears the voice himself, saying it has been waiting for him. It whispers forgotten history and secrets of this world. The sound seems to come from the red door itself. Then it vanishes, the door slamming shut. Ray shouts for it to wait, but jolts awake, shocked at how real the dream felt. Seeing Gary mumbling about the red door in his sleep, Ray wonders if they saw the same thing. Flashback to the hunting grounds, where Ray asks Gary about his nightmares. Panicked, Gary admits he once passed Avrian prison and glanced at the Crimson Gates. Since then, he's had nightmares every night, waking with no memory of the details. All he knows is endless terror, and something behind those doors keeps calling him. He swears he has to go there, but Monk panics, warning that stepping inside could get them expelled. Gary insists he has no choice. If he doesn't face it, the voices will torture him to death. Ray agrees to go with him, then turns to Monk, asking if he's in. Monk hesitates, warning they could actually die. Ray stays firm, saying their skills will work best under the cover of night, so this is their chance. Gary feels guilty dragging Monk into this and tells Ray not to pressure him. But Ray insists Monk's better at stealth, they'll need him. With no way out, Monk finally agrees, saying it's payback for the duel. That night, Ray wonders if those prison gates really are the source of Gary's nightmares. Even he saw them in his dream. Maybe the Academy's prison is hiding the real secrets of this world. The scene shifts to Avrian prison, guarded heavily by knights. The three sneak close and hide in the bushes. Monk double-checks they won't get caught. Gary assures him, explaining he studied this place, and the black-armored knights swap shifts with white belts every Tuesday. When asked why, Gary guesses it might be for some weekly gathering. Meanwhile, Ray activates his dragon eye to scan the place. The prison looks pitch black inside, built deep underground, which makes him suspicious. Soon enough, the black-armored guards head out for their shift change. Ray signals that it's time to move, but suddenly someone grabs Gary's hand, asking what they're doing. It's Molly, a third-year black belt. She says she was training nearby when she spotted them sneaking around. Guessing they're about to sneak into the prison, she presses them. Gary panics and blurts out the plan, only for her to show up at the worst moment. Just then, barrels scatter everywhere, drawing the guards away. Ray realizes Monk already kicked off their plan and urges the others to hurry. The moment Molly hears Monk is in on it, she freaks and warns they're breaking serious rules. She won't stop nagging, and Gary quietly asks Ray how they should handle her. Thinking they're about to kill her, Molly frantically reminds them they're all loving fellow students. That's when Gary strikes her on the neck, knocking her unconscious. Meanwhile, Gary simply couldn't hold back anymore since she just wouldn't stop talking. Ray decides to take Molly along with them, thinking that if she talks, their entire plan could be ruined. At that moment, they dash toward the red door as Monk appears to be opening the gate, while the guards remain distracted. They manage to slip inside the prison, while the guards continue bickering about how the barrels should be tied properly. However, it seems that someone inside the prison has been watching them closely. That figure turns out to be the same man who killed the Stage 4 proctor. With a smirk, he looks pleased, as though he deliberately drew them in, and mutters that Elder Gibby will be satisfied. Meanwhile, the three manage to get inside, and are taken aback when they notice there are no windows anywhere. As Gary lights up the place with his glowstone, Monk panics when he sees Molly. Gary explains that she found them, so they had no choice but to bring her along. Eventually, Molly regains consciousness, and Monk immediately asks if she's all right. But Molly is clearly furious, scolding them for daring to do such a thing to a senior and threatening to report them. While she vents her anger, Gary tries to explain his reasons. Ray, however, shows no hesitation and tells Molly to go ahead and report them, even urging her to scream as loudly as she wants so they'll all be expelled together. Enraging her even more, Monk steps in to calm things down and asks Molly to ignore him. After that, Ray walks away, while Gary suggests in a composed tone that, since they're already here, they might as well look around. The girl, however, is visibly annoyed with Ray. She makes it crystal clear that she won't be taking responsibility if they get in trouble. Snatching the glowstone from Gary's hand, Molly takes the lead, insisting she's the senior. As they continue down, Monk realizes that there are prisoners here. Gary also appears clueless, pointing out that this place has always been restricted, and he's never once heard of criminals being transferred here. At that moment, Molly clears her throat and reveals that some believe the Academy is using this prison to conceal something far more important. She goes on to add that once those things are revealed, chaos will surely follow. Hearing this, our guy concludes that even she doesn't actually know what is being hidden. Molly admits they're only rumors, calling him a brat. At the same time, she reveals that apart from the 3 knights and the 6 elders, nobody else has ever entered this place. Just then, the wind suddenly grows stronger, and a foul stench begins to spread throughout the area. Ray hears something unsettling. Monk advises everyone to head back, and Molly, who is clearly frightened, agrees with him. But Gary refuses, determined to uncover whatever has been haunting his dreams. In the end, they all agree to go further together and finally arrive at the bottom. To their surprise, what stands before them is yet another door. As they gaze at the enormous door, Molly wonders aloud what it's made of, since it looks incredibly ancient. But Gary, more fixated on what lies beyond, tries to force it open using his kai. Struggling without success, as the massive door doesn't budge, Gary calls Monk over for help. On the other hand, Ray activates his dragon eye, but even then he can't see through the door, guessing it's sealed with a powerful spell or some special enchantment. Molly, meanwhile, scoffs, saying Gary made such a fuss that she thought he could handle it on his own. Thinking the door is firmly locked, Monk admits he senses something far stronger behind it and suggests they head back. But Gary insists he won't retreat and urges Ray to assist him. The moment our guy places his hand on the gate, the dragon system appears and asks if he wishes to open it. Baffled, Ray taps to accept. In an instant, the door swings open. Shocked, Monk demands to know how he managed it, and Ray explains that he simply touched it. It is revealed that while the gear sound rumbled deep within, the magic crystal only displayed a small portion of what lay ahead. As they move forward, a sense of dread steadily creeps into the hearts of the young adventurers. Walking deeper, a chilling sound echoes when Gary accidentally steps on something. Monk trembles in fear, asking what it was, while Molly, just as terrified, clings to Ray. Flustered, Ray tells her to back off. Gary lifts the glowstone to check and realizes he stepped on bones. He speculates it might belong to a beast or even a dragon. Wondering how such a powerful creature could die here, Ray comments that dragons don't die so easily, while Molly suggests the knights may have slain it. As they keep advancing, Ray notices they are nearing the end. Molly sighs with relief, saying they can finally leave. When they reach the end, Gary points out that it opens into a vast underground chamber. Molly remarks that it looks like a series of prison cells, and Monk observes there are many of them. Noticing the cells are empty, Monk grows worried and predicts the monsters once held here have already escaped. He suggests they leave now that they've seen enough, and Molly agrees, warning that if such monsters were indeed kept here, they must be immensely strong, and if they've escaped, the danger is severe. Hearing this, Ray tells Gary that since they've already come this far, if they turn back now, they might still escape before the night guards change shifts. But Gary grows restless, muttering that if they press on just a little further, they'll uncover the truth. As the blonde boy continues forward, Ray warns him not to go any further. Yet Gary, seemingly losing his senses, keeps walking deeper into the cell block, following the eerie voices calling out to him. Watching him head toward the dead end, Ray tries to stop him. Just then, a fierce wind sweeps through the place, and Gary plummets into some kind of pit. Our boy quickly realizes that the presence here is overwhelmingly dangerous. Bracing himself, he grips his sword and watches as a massive horned beast emerges from the prison. Seeing the creature charge at them, Molly trembles uncontrollably. It turns out to be a monocrank magical beast, the Minotaurus. The Minotaur lets out a deafening roar. The blast sends everyone crashing violently to the ground. In the chaos, Molly twists her ankle and can't run. The beast seizes her in its claw, but Monk rushes in, slicing the beast's arm with his sword, causing Molly to crash back down to the floor. After landing a light strike on the monster, Monk hurries to Molly's side and asks if she can stand. Helping her up hastily, Monk sees the Minotaur is preparing its next attack. This time, however, it's a devastating magical strike. Monk panics, shouting that if Molly doesn't move, they'll all die here. A heartbeat later, the beast unleashes the magical attack, terror surging through Monk as he glances back. The scene cuts to Gary, who comes crashing down into the pit below. Worried for Monk and the others, he wonders if what he saw really was a monster. Meanwhile, Ray blocks the beast's attack with his sword, and his tamed wolf joins the fray, shielding Monk and Molly. Seeing the wolf protect them, Monk is stunned, asking why a magical beast is helping. While struggling to hold the Minotaur back and lacking time to explain, Ray assures Monk that the wolf is on their side, so there's nothing to fear. Ray then orders his wolf, Noir, to take Molly to safety, leaving Monk stunned that the wolf actually obeys. As Noir carries Molly away, Ray instructs Monk to conceal himself and strike the Minotaurus with a killing blow once he restrains it. But the dark-haired boy protests that it's far too dangerous. The beast is simply too strong for a single strike. Undeterred, our guy insists he should trust him and begins channeling Kai. While Monk hides, Ray draws the beast's attention toward himself. Somehow, the monster manages to disarm him. Weaponless, our boy grabs the Minotaur by its horn, desperately trying to hold it down. Realizing its strength is overwhelming, the beast slams and drags him against the wall. Yet Ray refuses to let go, clutching the horn with all his might. That's when he commands Monk to strike. Without delay, Monk lunges from behind, brandishing two swords. He thrusts both blades with all his strength. To his shock, the weapons barely pierce, as the beast's skin is as tough as iron plating. At that moment, Gary arrives and shouts for Monk to dodge. He swings his sword at the magical beast, but to his horror, the weapon shatters. Gary is hurled away as the beast counters with a magical strike, while Ray, fueled by chi, does everything he can to restrain it. Refusing to release it, Ray activates his new mana ability. He finally lets go of the horn. Harnessing the mana, he gathers all his Kai and launches a full-force attack. With his bare hands, he manages to slash the Minotaur across its back. Relieved, he thinks to himself that the old man's training really did pay off. Gary shouts for him to be careful, but before Ray can react, the beast smashes him aside, sending him crashing into the ground. Coughing, our guy realizes he absorbed too much mana, leaving his body unable to recover instantly, and he admits to himself that he's still too weak. As the Minotaur closes in, Ray desperately tries to think of a counter. Then he notices someone. It's their instructor, Sir Kay, casually puffing on his cigarette as always, remarking that they really managed to piss off something dangerous. He tells the kids to get out of his way. Monk beams with relief at his arrival, convinced they're safe. Sir Kay warns them not to sweet-talk him, saying he'll deal with them later, before charging straight for the beast, aiming at its horn. With a single powerful strike, he snaps one of the Minotaur's horns clean off. As he goes in for another blow, the beast seizes his leg, but he counters instantly, slicing through the monster's fingers. The Minotaurus lets out a furious roar. Enraged, it charges straight at him, but then it halts abruptly, glancing around as Sir Kay suddenly vanishes from sight. Like a shadow, he reappears on the Minotaur's back and, in a swift motion, he slices straight through its head, ending the Minotaurus instantly. As Monk carries Gary away, he marvels at just how powerful Sir Kay is, handling such a terrifying beast as if it were nothing. Meanwhile, Ray calls Noir back to his side. As the wolf obediently nods, our guy suddenly gains a new skill and wonders if it came from absorbing that lightning strike earlier. Soon after, the instructor lifts the unconscious Molly into his arms, commenting that the monarch beast had already run low on mana. Otherwise, escaping alive would have been nearly impossible. He then orders the group to follow him before something even worse shows up. As they walk, Sir Kay demands an explanation, while Molly pretends to still be unconscious, avoiding the blame. Nervous, Monk asks if they're about to get expelled, but Kay dryly remarks that they should be grateful they even have the chance of expulsion after sneaking into a place like this. Feeling that it's a miracle they survived, both Monk and Gary apologize, but Sir Kay turns to them with a playful wink, muttering that it would be a waste to expel students who actually fought a monarch beast and lived to talk about it. He says he'll overlook this as long as they swear to keep it secret, that he never saw them here at all. A wave of relief and joy hits the three of them after hearing these reassuring words from their instructor. When they arrive at the massive door, Sir Kay curiously asks how they even managed to open it. Ray lies, saying the door was already open when they got there, and Gary quickly backs him up. The instructor finds it suspicious that such a gate would simply be left unlocked. All of a sudden, Ray hears a voice telling him it will wait here until he grows stronger, and that he should return when the time comes. Alarmed, our guy realizes it's the same voice from his dreams, and then the giant door slowly closes shut. Later that night, inside the Academy's infirmary, Sir Kay is being treated for his wounds, while the dean is shocked to see him so badly injured, assuming he must have overworked himself training 4 students at once. While the dean scolds him, the 3 students rest nearby. Ray reflects on how intimidating Sir Kay can be when he acts so laid back. Getting up from his bed, he turns to Gary and demands to know why he kept pushing further inside the cave even when they tried to stop him. Gary admits that he felt an overwhelming urge to keep going and couldn't control his body or his thoughts. Hearing this, Monk explains that after reading a book, he discovered that besides controlling lightning, the Minotaurus also had a hidden ability called the Labyrinth of the Heart. According to legend, this beast was born from a queen and a sacred white bull that was meant for sacrifice. But when the king discovered this, his fury knew no bounds. He had a massive labyrinth built at the world's edge and placed the creature under strict watch. The monster was imprisoned there, yet blessed with divine strength. As it grew, its desperation to escape transformed into an ability that bewitched the hearts of others. Those influenced would lose control of their thoughts and fall prey to powerful emotions. Ray scoffs at the story, thinking it absurd that a queen and a bull could produce a child. Gary asks what happened at the end, but Monk explains the book never gave one and concludes the monster must have escaped. Otherwise, they wouldn't have seen it locked in that prison. Connecting the dots, the blonde-haired boy believes this explains his nightmares, thinking the beast must have left behind offspring. Meanwhile, Ray wonders about the voice he heard in the prison, and whether it's really tied to Gary's dreams. At that moment, Sir Kay walks into the room and tells them to stay put and rest for a few days. Thinking he was about to be scolded, Ray calls him out, and the instructor realizes they're worried about him, so he brushes it off, saying it's nothing, just a couple of broken ribs. But Ray's concern is short-lived when he bluntly asks if Sir Kay got a monarch beast crystal, and if they'll all get a share. Losing his composure, Sir Kay snaps that they won't get a thing, since the crystal counts as his payment, and he didn't nearly die just to split it with them. Our guy can only sigh at the ranting. Before leaving, Sir Kay tells them a full checkup will be done in the morning. Curious, Ray speaks up again. He asks how the instructor even knew they were inside the prison. Gary points out that only they knew about it, and though Molly wanted to report them, she never got the chance. Calling them nosy brats, Sir Kay mutters that they want to dig into too many secrets, revealing that the lurkers were the ones who informed him. Hearing this, our boy realizes they've been under surveillance the entire time. Monk then mentions a rumor. Some people within the academy live disguised among the students and civilians, protecting them from danger. Gary sums it up as those same people leaking secrets, but the instructor makes it clear he won't reveal who they are and tells them to focus on the problems right in front of them. As he leaves, Ray sinks into thought, realizing that the more truths surface, the less simple this academy really is. Lying down, our boy reflects on his ability to absorb magic from enemies and boost spells of the same element, thinking it's not that useful to him personally. He glances at Gary asleep and recalls how he asked them to keep Noir a secret, guessing that Sir Kay never found out either. He also notes that Gary no longer seems haunted by nightmares, and he wonders if it truly was the beast's doing. The next scene shifts to the martial arts club. Ray is seen training with Elder Vaughn. Vaughn praises his combat form, watching as Ray even fights with a sword clenched in his mouth. Looking uncertain, our guy admits it feels like the sword is more defensive, and his fists alone lack striking power. Vaughn agrees that his point makes sense. Then, with a grin, the old man says he has something special for him. He rummages through a closet, while Ray wonders what could possibly be hidden in such a place. At last he pulls it out, a pair of dragon turtle gauntlets, a name that immediately grabs Ray's attention. He marvels at the heavy arm guards as he tries them on, only to be surprised when Vaughn explains they resize themselves to fit the wearer. Right before his eyes, the gauntlets shrink to perfectly match Ray's arms. Curious, our guy asks if they're forged from beast crystals. Vaughn reveals they were crafted using the crystal of only an intermediate dragon turtle. If it had been advanced, the power would be far greater. Vaughn admits he'd prefer to gift him stronger equipment, but doing so would be unfair to the other competitors. Hearing this, Ray looks puzzled, so Vaughn asks if Ray hasn't been attending class. He then explains that all second years and above participate in the Academy's annual tournament. Through one-on-one battles, the 5 strongest students are chosen. Those 5 become the Academy's representatives in the World Combat Tournament, where they'll fight powerful rivals from around the globe. With pride, Vaughn hands the gauntlets to Ray and asks him to at least secure 10th place, promising he can keep them if he does. Excited, our guy accepts gratefully. Now that he has weapons, Vaughn advises him to also get defensive gear like breastplates or shields for missions. Afterward, Ray heads to a weapons shop for armor, but nearly faints at the outrageous prices. The vendor explains the rates are fixed. Crafting defense gear with an intermediate beast crystal costs either 10 beginner crystals or 1,000 gold. Then slyly, the man demands 10 more crystals on top. He says to treat it as hush money, claiming he doesn't care where Ray got the crystals from anyway. Furious, Ray thinks it over. If he hands them over, the Academy won't be able to prove he's been secretly hoarding crystals. If the Academy already suspects him, he'll lose the freedom to hunt alone. Begrudgingly, our guy agrees and tosses over the pouch of crystals. Smirking, the vendor assures him that his work is top quality as he takes the pouch. Annoyed, Ray stares at the man and mutters inwardly that humans are greedy no matter their trade. Just then, Sylvia shows up, delighted to see him. He asks if she's also here to buy gear, and she nods, explaining there are no classes today. Leaning in, our guy complains about the fraudulent vendor and how he scammed him out of extra crystals. Outraged, Sylvia storms to the counter and announces she's here to make a commission request. The vendor recognizes her immediately and greets her as a young lady of the Hart family. Sylvia then demands a price check for defensive gear on behalf of her friend. Hearing the man address her that way, Ray realizes she must come from a noble family. Moments later, Sylvia returns the extra crystals the owner had stolen and Ray thanks her. Still, he can't ignore the unfairness. People truly are treated differently depending on status. He recalls Sebastian Delbert's cruel words, "Knights, children become knights, and farmers' children stay farmers." For the first time, Ray wonders if that really is the world's truth. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ray decides to repay her kindness. He pulls out an intermediate Wallabear crystal. Sylvia quickly refuses, pointing out it's worth far more than 10 beginner crystals. But Ray insists she take it, saying it's useless to him now that he's secured weapons and armor. He waves goodbye and walks off. Blushing, Sylvia tenderly holds the crystal he gave her. Later, as Ray continues to shop, the same vendor apologizes profusely, claiming he had no idea Ray was close to the young lady of the Hart family. On the other hand, our boy is thrilled, noticing progress in his Kai training. With his new armor and Vaughn's gauntlets, he feels ready to hunt even stronger beasts. Meanwhile, Elder Gibby fumes after hearing the kids actually survived the prison ordeal. The man from earlier reports that the lurkers tipped off Sir Kay, who ended up saving the students. Since Gibby never expected Kay to be useful, The man adds that with the 3 knights protecting the students and Kay himself proving troublesome, it will be difficult to strike. He then suggests they test Knight Delbert instead. But Elder Gibby warns him not to rush, saying Delbert is indeed a good candidate but his loyalty still needs testing. As one of the knights, he must first be evaluated, so Gibby orders the man to release him. Instead, he assigns another target and tells the man to inform him that if he succeeds, the Pure Guild will grant him a new position. The next scene moves to the hunting grounds in the mountain forest, where the students are full of energy. Gary remarks that they need to earn more in order to afford equipment. Meanwhile, Monk thanks Ray, and Ian also expresses gratitude, promising to repay him with something even better. But our boy looks confused, asking if they're really talking to him. Dan slaps him on the back, saying he knows Ray is shy, but they truly appreciate him. At that moment, Ray asks Sylvia if she had something to do with this, and Martha quickly excuses herself to stop being the third wheel, leaving them alone. Sylvia explains that she sold the Wallabear crystal Ray gave her and distributed the gold to their teammates under his name. Since she already had a good shield, she didn't need it. She apologizes for not asking first, assuming he must be angry. But Ray simply smiles, pats her on the shoulder and praises her, saying she has the qualities of a good leader. Caught off guard, she blushes hard and shoves him away, asking why he suddenly got so serious. Meanwhile, Monk, Dan, and Martha secretly peek at the two. Later, Gary asks Ray if something happened between him and Sylvia, but the clueless boy has no idea what he's talking about. Gary sighs and makes him promise not to treat Amy in the same way. Not long after, at the hunting grounds, a swarm of insects swoops toward them. The group quickly braces for battle. Ray activates his dragon eye. He analyzes the creatures and concludes they're all beginner-rank monsters, so they should be fine. Dan slaughters them effortlessly, wondering if there's anything tougher to fight, while Gary concludes that Dan has simply grown stronger. Monk delivers an impressive slash that cuts through the beetles. At that moment, Ray warns him to be careful and explains that the creature is a Hercules beetle. Monk immediately dives away, stunned to find that an intermediate rank monster is attacking him, thinking that after all, it was just a bug. Dan steps forward confidently and strikes at the large beetle. However, he quickly realizes its defenses are remarkably strong, as Ray warns that more beetles are approaching. They find themselves surrounded by a swarm of them. Just then, Gary lunges at a beetle with his sword, but he too is taken aback at how tough its carapace is. While everyone struggles, Martha's arrows fail to pierce their shells, and Sylvia's shield does little to stop a beetle's charge as she is knocked back. Meanwhile, Monk, Ian, and Dan are hemmed in by the beetles and can't gain the upper hand. Suddenly, a giant beetle comes crashing down among them. It turns out Ray is fighting them off using his gauntlets together with Kai. He cuts through the Hercules beetles with practiced skill, and the teammates watch in astonishment as the protagonist slays them with remarkable ease. Seeing him so strong, Dan can't help but gape at the insanely powerful gauntlets. While Monk explains that his martial arts club advisor lent him the gear, poor Dan wails in regret, feeling like he chose the wrong club. In the meantime, the protagonist pummels the beetles and reminds himself not to make it look too effortless, or the teammates might become suspicious. He then calls the others to help, and they all spring into action. Martha begins firing arrows at the beetles, and Sylvia finishes several off with her sword and shield. Meanwhile, Monk, Dan, and Ian deliver heavy blows with their weapons, hitting the beetles hard. After they kill all the beetles, Dan excitedly proclaims they'll be rich since intermediate beasts drop intermediate rank crystals, and Monk even finds one, while Ray moves to absorb the beast crystals. Suddenly, birds start fleeing the forest. He activates his dragon eye and sees flames spreading through the woods. As the protagonist warns the teammates about the forest fire, Martha hops onto a branch and confirms Ray is right, because she can see the flames. Gary presses his ear to the ground and guesses that beasts are fleeing the forest. He can hear trampling, while Dan mutters that they shouldn't just stand there and that they should run too. Ray concludes they won't make it in time, since fear already seems to be closing in around them. Panicked, Martha asks Sylvia to send a signal with the rescue crystal, but Sylvia says the crystal isn't working. she already tried earlier, leaving Dan incredulous. They hear someone approaching them. He shouts to ask who it is, and sees 3 masked figures who resemble assassins. Meanwhile, Monk hopes they've come to rescue them, but the protagonist says that's unlikely, and Gary accuses them, shouting whether they started the fire. In that instant, one masked man signals the others to attack the kids, as 2 of them leap at Monk and Gary. Ray is also targeted by the red-armored attacker. However, the protagonist dodges the strike using his gauntlets and wonders who these people could be. Asking why they've launched an assault, Ray examines the masked man's sword with his usual scrutiny and realizes it's no ordinary weapon. On the other hand, Dan supports Monk, who's been hit by the assassins, while Ian rushes to help Ray and the others. But the surrounding fire halts him, and Ian calls out to Gary and Ray. As Ray scans the area, he immediately suspects the masked attackers intentionally separated them and wonders if they mean to fight him and Gary, assuming he'll have to face both at once, since Gary is already engaged. Ray orders Ian to go get help from the Knights. While Ian protests, Dan carries Monk and heads off with Sylvia and Martha to seek aid. In the meantime, Ray asks Gary if he can hold his ground, and the blonde-haired youth assures him he can handle one opponent. While the protagonist judges that these masked fighters are fast, he figures that as long as he defends well, they won't kill him. Gary keeps one attacker busy and buys time for Ray. At that moment, the 2 masked figures leap at Ray, striking him with a chained weapon. Anticipating the move, Ray grabs the chain and evades one of the attacks. However, when Ray looks around, another attacker slashes with a blazing sword. Finding it troublesome, the protagonist leaps backward, thinking that whenever he tries to focus on one, the other intervenes to disrupt him. At that moment, an assassin forcefully drives his weapon into Ray, catching him off guard. The protagonist crashes to the ground, but fortunately his armor absorbs the worst of the impact. Noting that the 2 assassins coordinate better than expected, Ray adjusts his battle plan. He then spots Gary, who appears to have injured his arm, and tells him not to worry about it anymore. However, the blonde-haired youth reassures him and says he'll handle one of the masked men. That's when an assassin readies an attack on Gary, vowing to kill him slowly and painfully. Given they intend to murder them, Ray sees no reason to hold back and absorbs 5 beginner beast crystals. Gathering the energy, the protagonist evolves into a dragon knight as horns sprout on his head, and he summons his wolf Noir, who also evolves into a horned wolf, growling that it's time to hunt. Seeing the protagonist cast magic, one assassin panics and exclaims that they never mentioned the kid could use magic. As the other commands them to continue the mission, they leap toward him. Noticing it's the same tactic as before, Ray is careful not to fall for it again, and grabs the sickle weapon. He then orders Noir to run, and traps 2 of the assassins with the chain. Thinking he can hold them, they effortlessly break out of the snare. While Ray doesn't seem too surprised, he tells the wolf to take care of the man with the sickle, and jumps in to confront the other attacker. As the protagonist fights one of them, another dashes at him, but Noir arrives just in time and strikes. Claiming he kills creatures like them for breakfast, the assassin dodges Noir's assault with his weapon. On the contrary, the protagonist continues to evade the strikes and is puzzled when he realizes the moves repeat. He inspects the sword and decides it must be restrained. Ray suspects the masked man avoids fighting when the chain isn't present and wonders why. To test his theory, he suddenly launches an attack on the assassin, leaving him reeling. And as Ray suspected, the masked man refuses to engage and leans back, revealing his weakness to the protagonist. He glances at Gary, who appears to be giving the masked man a hard time. Gary declares they're students of Avrian and pins the assassin with his sword, demanding why he attacked them. As the blonde-haired youth holds him down with the blade, Ray warns him to be careful, as the other assassin launches a fire attack at him. However, the blow strikes the assassin who was stabbed by Gary, engulfing him in flames as he screams for help, who had been pierced by Gary's sword and now burns, shrieking. Horrified by the scene, Gary reflects that they were willing to kill their allies, and he strides over to Ray to assist him. Meanwhile, Gary trembles in pain and collapses to the ground. The protagonist tells him to rest and promises that he will tear these bastards apart. Ray grips the sword in his mouth and declares that scum like them don't deserve to remain in this world. And to think they threw away the lives of their comrades, it's unforgivable. Immediately after, he lands a devastating blow on the masked man, though the attacker survives. Seeing the strike evaded, Ray concludes they came well prepared, outfitted with special gear and weapons. As one of his gauntlets begins to crack, he thinks about finding an opening, because if this continues, his equipment won't hold out much longer. To stall for some time, Ray summons his wolf Noir, and the beast immediately lunges at the masked assassin. The man initially assumes Noir would be formidable, but quickly realizes it's only at an intermediate rank. Smirking, he declares that the wolf will fall long before its master does. Even so, the wolf darts rapidly in circles, doing everything it can to throw him off balance. The assassin grips his chain tightly and growls that he's done being underestimated. With that, he lashes out and manages to snare the wolf in the chain. Seeing Noir caught, Gary can't just stand by and starts plotting a way to intervene. Without hesitation, the assassin swings the weapon down, aiming to finish the wolf off right there. But at the last moment, Gary rushes forward and blocks the strike. The masked man sneers, scoffing that Gary is willing to throw his life away for a mere beast. He slams Gary with a vicious blow, leaving him barely able to stay conscious. The blonde-haired boy is hurled to the ground, his sword slipping from his grip as he hits the dirt. Yet even while downed, Gary clamps onto the assassin's leg with all his strength, shouting to Noir to seize the sword and fight like Ray himself would. Just like that, the wolf clenches the weapon in its jaws. As the assassin raises his weapon to finish off Gary, who refuses to release his hold, Noir strikes with perfect timing. With a swift slash, the wolf slices clean through the man's head, severing it from his body. Out of the three masked assailants, only one remains, and he stares wide-eyed at the useless corpse of his ally. Ray immediately charges in, grabbing his sword and driving it forward with all his might. Yet even that blow fails to cause any serious harm. Instead, the assassin's mask cracks apart, revealing what lies beneath. To their shock, it turns out to be Knight Lancey. Slowly, Lancey tears away the remnants of his mask. Gary, stunned and furious, calls him a bastard, spitting out how he could do something like this when he's supposed to be their teacher. But Lancey shrugs off the outrage, coldly declaring that Gary will die regardless. He lunges at him with his sword blazing. Noir darts in front and takes the blow head-on, protecting Gary. Ray instantly orders the wolf to stop. Noir vanishes as Ray cancels the summoning, while Gary collapses helplessly on the ground. Lancey marches toward Ray with seething fury, muttering that he'll slaughter them one after another. With his blade shrouded in flames, Lancey advances and Ray reflects with disgust that trash like him, humans who revel in pain and cruelty, truly exist. Deciding he won't let this pass, Ray grips the burning sword directly with his gauntlets. Lancey mocks him, saying he's wasting his strength just to hold on, smirking wickedly as he tells Ray to savor the feeling of burning alive. But Ray snarls back that it's Lancey who will die here. The knight scoffs, waiting to see how long Ray can possibly endure. What he doesn't realize is that Ray is quietly absorbing the fire element from the sword, and Lancey soon notices as the flames begin to dim. Irritated, Lancey spits out that Ray is nothing but a clingy piece of trash. He then drives a vicious kick into Ray's stomach, roaring for him to die. The impact forces Ray to finally release the blade. The sheer force sends both of them flying in opposite directions, their bodies crashing hard against the ground. With several ribs broken, Ray grimaces and decides it's time to unleash the fire element he absorbed. It's the only magic he can draw on right now. He plans to fuse his chi with the fire element, forging it into a unique weapon as he gathers every last drop of energy. Flames blaze forth as Ray takes on his dragon knight form once again. The sight leaves Lancey stunned, and he mutters in horror that Ray must be a demon, adding bitterly that they should have eliminated him long ago. Ray, looking straight at him, can only think how pitiful humans are. Lancey charges with his sword raised, but in a flash, Ray cleaves off his arm. The blade drops as the severed limb arcs through the air. Blood spurts violently from the wound, and Lancey screams in agony at the sight of his own arm gone. Ray seizes his chance, grabbing Lancey's face and pressing his blazing gauntlet directly against it. Burning him alive, Ray kills him mercilessly, declaring that he finally got exactly what he deserved. Right then, Sir Kay and the other knights arrive on the scene. They identify the masked attackers as members of the Pure Blood Guild and state that Winford must be notified at once. Sir Kay calls out to Ray to hold on, but by then, Ray collapses, his body shredded with wounds. He passes out only after assuring himself that everyone is safe. The scene shifts to the hospital where Ray lies covered in bandages. He slowly wakes, realizing where he is. Sylvia is relieved to see him awake, and Ray asks how long he has been out. She tells him he was unconscious for 3 whole days. Helping him sit up, she reassures him that he received timely treatment and is recovering well. Ray remembers the searing pain in his mouth but notes that he feels fine now. Meanwhile, Sylvia calls for the others, saying Ray is finally awake. Soon, all their teammates enter the room, including Sir Kay. The instructor immediately casts a barrier spell to ensure no one outside can overhear. Confused, Ray asks what he's doing. He's surprised further when he notices all of his classmates gathered. Sir Kay then reveals that this time, both Ray and Gary were specifically targeted, and they came dangerously close to being killed. He says there's something he must share after consulting with Winford. But first, he questions Ray about the attackers. Ray explains that they were masked assailants, and though he couldn't identify 2 of them, one turned out to be Master Knight Lancey. The students are stunned at this revelation. Kyle admits he always suspected Lancey wasn't to be trusted. Sylvia asks if they were part of the Dark Guild, but Sir Kay shakes his head, saying things would be simpler if that were the case. He reveals instead that their attackers were from the Pure Guild, a group unlike the Dark Guild, with numerous supporters within the academy, and rumors even suggest they are backed by one of the elders. The students are horrified to hear an elder might be involved, reeling at the thought that such a high authority could sanction outright murder. Their instructor calms them, assuring them the matter isn't as straightforward as it seems. Ray asks about their true objective. Sir Kay, believing Ray already suspects, explains that he has summoned the red-haired students along with those who were attacked. Ray then states bluntly that the guild's intent is to eliminate them. Hearing this, the twins remain oddly calm, but Ian panics. Kyle, stricken with fear, insists it makes no sense. According to prophecy, one of them is supposed to save the world. Killing them would only sabotage that. The instructor reminds them of the second half of the prophecy. He recounts how, 11 years ago, the prophecy declared the red-haired child could either become the savior of the world or its destroyer. The contradiction has always remained. He adds that some knights value bloodline and heritage above all else. They refuse to accept that the power their line guarded for generations could fall to ordinary children, and many still cling to that belief. Sir Kay continues, describing the war raging on the borders of Allure, where they must fight both the shadow threat and other nations while maintaining the Academy's stability. Under such pressure, the higher-ups can't risk exposing the Pure Blood Guild. If the kingdom fractures internally, peace itself will collapse. Kyle then asks if they're supposed to just endure the attacks. Dan, somewhat relieved, mutters that at least this doesn't involve everyone, since they are the ones destined to save the world. Sylvia snaps at him, furious he would say such a thing about their friends. Sir Kay cuts in, clarifying that they are all caught in this mess together. He warns them to stay vigilant. As the guild grows increasingly brazen, he assures them that knights and lurkers will be stationed nearby to keep watch. But he cautions that only a few people can truly be trusted, urging them to rely on their own strength. Gary murmurs that they have no choice but to train harder and grow stronger. Sir Kay pats Gary's broken arm, attempting to lighten the mood, saying those who depend on others for protection are usually the first to die. Though the students think he's trying to comfort them, he quickly ends the discussion and dismisses them, saying he needs to speak with Ray privately. A week later, Ray finally leaves the infirmary, relieved to be out before he lost his sanity in there. He reflects on what's happened. His gauntlets from the old man are damaged and must be repaired. He also remembers Noir being badly hurt, and how he had to use intermediate beast crystals to heal the wolf, realizing he needs to hunt again soon. Yet he can't relax, haunted by Sir Kay's warnings. Flashing back to the hospital, Ray recalls panicking when he learned he might be the very one the prophecy referred to. Sir Kay explained that Ray possessed qualities unlike anyone else. His body was capable of recovering, even when he was close to death. The teacher, suspecting more, guessed that Ray had even managed to use magic. Embarrassed, Ray wondered how to respond, considering whether he should confess about his past life as a dragon, the black hair he had as a child, and the remnants of dragon traits he still carried. At the same time, he was troubled by thoughts of that strange dragon system tied to him. Sir Kay made it clear that the Pure Blood Guild believed Ray could wield magic, warning him to stay cautious, as they seemed to have singled him out as their main target. Snapping out of the memory, Ray recalls how formidable Lancey had been, and predicts someone even stronger will come next. Meanwhile, Elder Gibby seethes over their failure. He curses Lancey's incompetence, lamenting that even with top-grade equipment, he couldn't handle a single kid. Still, Gibby is relieved Lancey died cleanly, ensuring he couldn't expose them. His assistant reports that Kay and Winford already understand their motives, and for now, Ray cannot be touched. Gibby accepts they'll give the boy some time, but orders his subordinate to summon Delbert, saying they've neglected him for too long. He plans to test Delbert's loyalty with a brutal task before departing. Later, Ray returns to the academy, greeted by Monk and Gary. They ask why he's hurt again, and Ray casually replies that he was fighting the old man at the martial arts club. Dan mutters about how terrifying that club must be. Just then, Martha and Sylvia walk into the dorm, bringing Gary a letter. Sylvia beams with joy at Ray's recovery, while Martha teases that he should probably take care of his messy hair. Dan suggests he shave half his head like him, but Ray grimaces, refusing to look like Dan. Then Kyle barges in, recommending he just go bald like himself. Surprised to see Kyle there, Ray asks why he's in their dorm. Monk explains Kyle always wanted to join and that Sir Kay agreed, thinking it best if they all look out for one another. Ray grumbles, complaining that Kyle is way too noisy. Then his eyes fall on Gary and he senses something is wrong. Without warning, Gary storms out of the room. Sylvia guesses it might have something to do with the letter. Meanwhile, Dan tries to lighten the mood by joking that maybe he just got dumped, but Ray anxiously chases after him. He calls upon his dragon and discovers that Gary is heading toward the rooftop. The protagonist rushes up and finds Gary already sitting there. He immediately asks what's wrong. At that moment, Gary reveals that the letter he just received was about his sister, Amy. Worried, Ray quickly asks what happened to her, and that's when Gary says it straight. She's dead. The scene cuts to Ray's memories of Amy, and he realizes he never had the chance to thank her. Now it sinks in that she's truly gone. Overcome with grief, the boy breaks down as tears stream down his face. Just then, Gary admits that he's never been able to escape the nightmare haunting his mind. He explains that in the dream, Amy was torn apart by monsters at Roland Magic Academy, and he adds that she lay there helpless, unable to do anything, while countless aristocrats stood by and watched. Finally, Gary bursts into tears, confessing it wasn't just a nightmare, it was his intuition. His anger flares as he recalls that his parents also wrote in the letter, saying the nobles at the academy paid their family a large sum of money as compensation. Enraged, Gary pushes past his limits and mutters bitterly that to them, his sister was nothing more than a trivial countryside girl. Ray falls silent, simply listening. Then the blonde-haired boy shouts that he'll never forgive them, and he'll hunt down whoever killed his sister. With tears still pouring down his face, he swears he will kill them. Hearing this, Ray tells him to count him in. Overwhelmed, Gary grabs him and says he knows that Ray has awakened magic power, can summon a beast, and even control flames. He urges him to show that magic to the elders, so they can transfer him to the Magic Academy. But Ray shakes his head, explaining that his powers are nothing special. If he told the elders, they'd only keep him under close watch. The boy pats Gary on the shoulder and says he doesn't want to leave him behind. Instead, he suggests they find a way to leave Avrian together. But Gary insists it's nearly impossible, since students can't leave the academy, and even after graduation must serve for 2 years. That's when Ray points out the academy tournament coming up soon, and if they manage to reach the top ranks, they'll earn a chance to represent the academy in the World Combat Tournament, which means they'd be able to meet people from Roland. Stubborn as ever, Gary agrees. The next scene shifts to the third-year dorms, where blonde-haired Harry asks about the other roommates. A boy sitting alone explains they're all busy training for the academy tournament. Assuming it's that season again, Harry asks if there are any promising contenders, but the boy shakes his head and hopes that at least some interesting second years show up. The scene then jumps to tournament practice. Kyle watches Gary, who's been training relentlessly, and looks worried. Monk quietly asks Ray what's going on with him, but the protagonist says to give him some space for now. Meanwhile, Gary, who's been pushing himself to the limit, thinks he's still too weak and slams his sword against the ground in frustration. Just then, Sir Kay appears and tells them to follow him, saying he has something good to show them. The teacher leads them to a set of equipment that was recently repaired, telling them to each choose one. The students are stunned to see these weapons, taken directly from the hunting grounds. They begin making their picks, while Monk gets excited over a breastplate. Kyle asks if he's allowed to take one as well, admitting they were useless during the last attack. Sir Kay lets him pick, and points out that the tournament is a great opportunity since all second years can join. He also explains that according to tradition, many wealthy families come to watch, and if they perform well, there's a good chance to get noticed, maybe even land a position as a noble family's guard after graduation. Hearing this, Gary is left stunned, realizing that excelling here could land him a spot as a noble's guard, and a smirk slowly spreads across his face. Later, Ray picks up Lancey's sword, but Sir Kay tells him that while the blade isn't badly damaged, it lost its ability to channel flame magic and is basically just a beginner's weapon now. He suggests choosing something else. That's when Ray recalls absorbing all the fire elements from the sword, realizing this ability to absorb elements is more useful than he imagined. He heads out to a hunting forest and comes across a spot completely covered in ice. Venturing inside, he finds monsters guarding the frozen area. Channeling Kai along with flame magic, he cuts them down. Spotting numerous ice elemental golems inside, Ray feels thrilled, thinking it's worth the effort, and commands Noir to handle the ones on the left. The scene jumps ahead 3 weeks, to the day of the Avrian and Knight Academy tournaments, with academies from all over gathering in a lively atmosphere. Inside the waiting hall, students chatter nonstop. Martha rushes to her classmates, telling them the tournament rules have changed this year. Dan looks confused, thinking it's supposed to be one-on-one duels. Just as Martha is about to explain, the knights march into the hall, exciting the students even more. One knight calls out the top 5 students from the second and third years. As Monk, Ian, Dan, Sylvia, and Gary step forward, whispers ripple through the crowd since they're all from the same dorm. Meanwhile, Dan mutters that he wouldn't even be here if Ray hadn't given up his spot. Then the head knight begins calling the third-year students. One of the girls ranked 3rd, Cherry, answers that Jira is away on a mission. Next, she calls for Jay, and a towering, muscular guy steps forward. He introduces himself as Jay Gree and grins widely, declaring that he's waiting for challengers. Nye, the 5th-ranked girl, sneaks a glance at him and mutters that he's an idiot. Watching the strongest, Jay Gree, the students buzz with surprise. He's ranked number 1 in the academy, and nobody expected him to join the tournament. Monk grows uneasy, whispering to Gary if they'll really have to fight third years, while Dan despairs, convinced they can't win. As the top 5 from each year gather, the head knight announces that these 10 students will skip the first round of preliminaries. The students gasp in shock at the news. Kyle, who had been worried about his teammates facing third years, realizes instead they'll be clashing with their own roommates. Then the knight reveals the first round will be a battle royale between second and third years, with only 5 from each match advancing. She calls Ian forward, noting his large build, and explains that each student will fight using the wooden weapons supplied in the arena, starting with 100 health points. She demonstrates by firing a wooden arrow at Ian, showing that attacks reduce the health points. The knight clarifies that using chi to defend will lessen the damage, and once the health bar hits 0, the student is immediately disqualified and teleported out. She then orders the second years to gear up and pick suitable weapons from the storage room. Meanwhile, Sebastian leans over to whisper to Eric, who warns him not to let Ray have a chance later on. Ray quietly picks a wooden sword, finding it most comfortable, while Kyle selects a metal chain. Soon after, the first round of the Avrian Academy tournament kicks off, and the participants are introduced. Looking around, they see the stadium packed with spectators. Kyle and Martha are struck with awe, while the knights and elders take their seats of honor. Eldervin's eyes find Ray, and he feels proud, knowing it's finally time for him to prove his strength. And with that, the very first match begins. As the fight kicks off to a burst of excitement, every second year charges straight at Ray. Suddenly, Sebastian strikes from behind with his wooden sword, catching him off guard, and Ray instantly realizes they've teamed up against him. Eric, Sebastian's lackey, orders his teammates to make sure Ray gets knocked out of the match. Still bitter from being humiliated earlier, Sebastian is determined to make this red-haired freak pay. Fed up with his trash talk, Ray snaps at him to shut it, and then he smacks the blonde boy's hand, knocking the sword clean out of his grip. He seizes Sebastian by the collar, but in that instant, 3 third years ambush him, charging with their weapons. Ray quickly pulls a clever move, dragging Sebastian in front as a shield. The blades land squarely on Sebastian instead. Realizing they accidentally struck their own boss, Eric panics and shouts at them. Still held in Ray's grip, Sebastian gasps that he's nothing short of a monster. Hearing that, Ray lets go and flings him aside, saying he should be grateful all he gets is disqualification. With that, Ray drives a painful kick into his stomach, sending the blonde boy flying. Sebastian tumbles and crashes across the ground, while his teammates stare in shock. He checks his health bar and sees it has already dropped to 0. Crushed, Sebastian is announced as the first disqualified contestant. Furious, Delbert slams his hand on the table, watching his son humiliated as the first to fall. Meanwhile, Ray's overwhelming power spreads fear through the rest of the fighters. He taunts them to come at him all together now, because he's finally in the mood. Enraged, Eric screams at his teammates to stop hesitating and orders them to attack Ray. Fear begins to settle inside Eric himself, as he hesitates to even make the first move against the red-haired boy. However, Ray doesn't wait around and leaps straight toward him, intent on finishing this fight. Terrified, Eric screams at him to stay away, tears streaming down his face as he breaks down in panic. But our guy twists his arm, making his sword clatter to the ground, and crushes his feet beneath the force. Watching Ray unleash his fury on the players, third-year student Jay Gree finds himself impressed by the red-haired kid's strength, while Nye judges him as overly ruthless. Nye goes on to remark that this competition was meant to evaluate the students' techniques, yet it has turned into Ray's chance to act mercilessly. What they fail to realize is that it was the second years who schemed to gang up on him, but now he's simply fighting back on equal terms and dismantling them one by one. Nye observes closely, noticing that each time the red-haired boy strikes, it only reduces about 20 health points from his opponents, worrying that if this continues someone might end up dead. On the other hand, Sylvia and Ian share concern seeing the players writhing in pain, but Gary, arms crossed, coldly mutters that they got exactly what they deserved. Believing they could swarm Ray, Gary fixes his sharp gaze on the field, convinced there was no chance they could ever win against him with such a pitiful plan. Meanwhile, Ray continues battering the players, cracking bones and reducing their health by 20 with each blow. As it becomes obvious that no one can stop him, Dan stares in disbelief, wondering if none of the players even know how to use chi. Sylvia answers that they are using chi, but Ray's raw power is simply overwhelming enough to break through it. In the stands, murmurs spread as people criticize Ray, saying he's far too brutal, uncultured, and doesn't even resemble a knight. Some whisper that he should never have been allowed to participate at all. The moment those words reach his ears, the red-haired kid fixes his glare on them, his eyes sharp enough to devour them whole. That killing intent pouring from his gaze makes the onlookers freeze in horror, realizing he actually heard their insults. To them, it feels like staring into the eyes of a monster. On the other hand, one elder suggests stopping the red-haired boy immediately. But Elder Vaughn interrupts, pointing out there's no valid reason to interfere, reminding them that no one stopped the others when they ganged up on him first. At least someone finally makes a rational argument. Even so, another elder worries that Ray could end up killing the other students. But Elder Vaughn remains confident, stating that in his opinion the boy is making a calculated choice, ensuring that no one dares to surround him again. Declaring that Ray is his student, Vaughn even claims he'll take full responsibility if something happens. Hearing this, the other elders are left speechless. Yet deep inside, Vaughn himself feels uneasy, afraid that Ray might be slipping out of control. Among the third-year spectators, Cherry, ranked third, remarks that the top 5 seem practically decided already. She then mocks Harry Delberry, pointing out how unfortunate it is that his brother was the very first to be eliminated. Laughing it off, Harry brushes it aside, saying it's fine since his father spoils his younger brother too much anyway. Meanwhile, the group of roommates, Martha, Kyle, the twins, and Ray, appear to be dominating the competition. They work together, smoothly disarming the opponents. As the defeated players scream in agony, Eric, still clinging on, hurls insults, calling Ray a filthy mongrel and swearing that he'll kill him sooner or later. Enraged, he warns the red-haired boy that if he gets the chance, he'll target both him and his parents. The instant he drags Ray's parents into it, Eric realizes he's crossed a line he should never have. Ray snaps, nerves burning as he storms toward him. Helpless with broken limbs, Eric begs him to stop, unable to run or defend himself. But our guy seizes his head in a crushing grip. From the elder's view, it now seems certain that Ray intends to kill the silver-haired boy. With eyes sharp as daggers, Ray growls that someone like him should never even dream of becoming a knight. And with that, he unleashes his mana. Shockingly, Ray starts siphoning Eric's mana, draining his energy away. Eric thrashes in panic, as his mana is completely stripped from him. And then, Ray delivers a brutal punch that drops Eric's health points to 0. The boy collapses, lying motionless on the ground after the savage beating. The elders, however, conclude that Vaughn was correct. Ray didn't go so far as to continue injuring others after defeat. At that moment, Vaughn finally exhales a heavy sigh, relieved the boy held back from breaking more limbs. Still, he laughs it off, reassured that at least his student stopped there. In the blink of an eye, an arrow whistles through the air toward Ray. He dodges without the slightest flinch. It turns out to be a girl knight, warning him to release the boy he's holding. Instead, he slams the boy down to the ground. The girl fires a rapid stream of arrows at him, but Ray slips through every shot like it's nothing, unfazed. Panic creeps into her face as she realizes this red-haired kid can dodge everything she throws. Soon enough, her quiver runs empty, and that's when our guy seizes his chance. He lunges forward and clamps her by the neck. Then he starts draining her mana as well. A man in the crowd cries out for him to stop, shouting that Ray is a monster. The man begs him to release his daughter, while others urge him to accept the reality that Sarah is about to be disqualified anyway. Realizing that the man is her father, Ray's mind flashes back to his own dad. He wonders what became of him. His father had given everything for the country, saving countless lives. Yet the cruelest fate still fell upon him. Painful memories flood back. How his father's last wish was for his mother to end his life once the plague of shadows overtook him. Snapping out of it, Ray grits his teeth, rage burning, and tightens his chokehold on Sarah. Suddenly, a chain lashes out and halts him. It's Kyle, restraining Ray's arm with his metal chain. With a menacing glare, Ray demands to know why Kyle and Martha are stopping him. Despite their health points dropping, Kyle pleads that Sarah is innocent and doesn't deserve such harshness, while Martha insists she never harmed anyone. Just then, the twins Sloth and Badger step in as well, telling Ray he's gone too far, and reminding him that those who tried to gang up on him have already paid for it. The other twin urges him to act like a gentleman, and at that moment, our guy finally takes a step back. His mind races back to all the times his roommate stood by him at his lowest. Clutching his head, he wonders why it always ends up this way. Pain carved deep inside him gnaws at his heart. He screams out in anguish, demanding what they could possibly understand about him. His cry stirs the air into a whirl as suddenly Ray starts losing control, rage consuming him as he challenges them to stop him if they dare. Driven mad, Ray yanks Kyle's chain toward himself, dragging him close with brute force. Without hesitation, our boy drives a fist straight into Kyle's gut, smashing him to the ground and draining his health points. Not even thinking clearly, he sneers that Kyle should focus on mastering his chi if he ever hopes to stand a chance. Just then, Martha launches 3 arrows, each wrapped in chi. Yet Ray evades them effortlessly, as if strolling in the park. He even snatches the arrows midair. Watching this, Martha is dumbstruck that he can catch arrows with his bare hands. In a flash, Ray hurls the flaming arrows back at her, their speed astonishing. She barely manages to dodge them in time. Then he strikes her with a blow, warning her never to hesitate if she truly wants to defeat him. It seems our main character even finds the time to lecture his friends while thrashing them senseless. Poor Martha crashes down, and he coldly advises her to learn to predict his moves instead of staring where he stands. Soon after, Sloth and Badger have had enough and rush him from behind as flames erupt around him. Ray's unleashed power shatters the ground. The twins are blown backward by the explosive force. Though shaken, they appear unharmed, and Arjun tells them to rethink their approach. As they prepare another charge, he warns them not to waste time and presses them to strike together. But Ray cuts through them both, leaving them writhing on the ground in pain. Watching this, Sarah turns pale, utterly terrified, concluding that Ray's strength is monstrous. The crowd, too, is stunned, marveling at how unstoppable this red-haired kid seems, calling him a monster in human form. From another corner, Nye reflects that if Ray himself isn't in the top 5, then those above him must be on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, Ian and Dan Loki already feel defeated, hopeless against such overwhelming power. Now the only opponent left standing is Sarah, and Ray strides straight toward her. Shaking with fear, her legs barely holding her, she accepts her loss, knowing she stands no chance. His hand glows with energy. From the crowd, her father screams at the judges to stop him, terrified that Ray is about to kill his daughter. To everyone's astonishment, Ray finally regains control, tapping Sarah lightly on the head to reduce her health, even apologizing to her. Sarah, utterly bewildered, leaves the field. Her father, along with the stunned crowd, can't believe their eyes. The fight ended with no harm done. Soon after, the results are announced. The 5 qualifiers are Martha, Ray, Sloth, Badger, and Kyle. Moments later, our boy exits the arena as the judges instruct everyone to rest before the 3rd year's battle royale in the afternoon. The elders, still reeling from his display, remark that if Ray were ever to go on a rampage, few could stop him. But Elder Vaughn defends him once more, confident that one day this red-haired boy will save countless lives. At this moment, Knight Gilbert quietly whispers to the Master Elder, explaining that after checking the students, they discovered it was a case of monodeficiency. It means the students won't be able to use chi for the time being, and there's no certainty whether they will ever fully recover. Hearing this, the Master Elder decides not to dwell on the matter any further, believing he already has plenty on his plate to worry about. His attention shifts to Ray. Inside the training hall, the steady clashing of swords rings out, while the students gossip about how the 2nd years are really pushing themselves during the afternoon training session. At the center of it all, Gary can be seen going all out against a puppet, striking relentlessly without holding back. After repeated blows, he finally manages to clear the 12th level, and with that, he successfully defeats the puppet, breathing heavily as he tries to recover his stamina. Still, Gary isn't satisfied with himself, because he knows he needs to reach a level strong enough to stand on par with Ray. He recalls the words of Sir Kay, who had told them that wealthy families often attend the tournament, and that a strong performance could catch their eye. Once the students graduate from the academy, they might even get hired as guards by those families, which would be a very lucrative opportunity. With that thought in mind, Gary decides he has to push even further, because what he has right now isn't nearly enough. Watching the blonde boy fight with such burning determination, Cherry identifies him as Gary, the top of the second years, and curiously asks Harry what he thinks of him. Harry simply remarks that the puppet seems more suitable for him. Cherry, however, can't help but gush over Gary, saying the boy's face is handsome, and he even reminds her of Harry. Still, she admits along with Harry that Gary could probably do better than what he just showed. Without saying much more, Harry calmly walks toward the puppet. With a bright, confident smile, he activates the 12th level, barely moving from where he stands. He engages the puppet while holding his ground in one spot. Then, with a single jerk of his sword, his strike carries such weight that the puppet staggers under the sheer force. In no time at all, Harry overpowers it and clears the 12th level with ease. Gary quickly realizes that Harry had copied every single one of his movements. Afterward, Harry casually remarks that it really didn't seem all that difficult, leaving Gary with the impression that he's challenging him to a fight. Cherry gets excited, thrilled at the prospect of a real showdown, while the other students are stunned at the idea of a cross-grade match about to unfold. Just then, Sylvia comes rushing in, looking for Gary. She grabs his hand and insists they find a good spot since the competition is about to begin, dragging him along as Gary helplessly protests and asks her to stop, while Harry just chuckles at the scene. Once outside, Gary demands to know why she pulled him away, but Sylvia calls him an idiot and knocks some sense into him. She explains that if he had gone through with fighting outside the ring, his right to participate could have been revoked. Gary quickly realizes she's absolutely correct. The girl then reassures him, saying she knows he has the talent to win, but what he needs most right now is to keep calm. As the afternoon round nears, Sylvia asks if he has seen Ray, but Gary shakes his head, explaining that Ray disappeared right after the first round. Suddenly, they overhear a conversation nearby and move closer to check it out. To their surprise, it turns out to be Ray speaking with Sir Winford. Watching them together, Gary wonders what business those two could have. At that very moment, Ray admits outright that he no longer wishes to compete, leaving his friends utterly stunned by his words. The story continues with Winford questioning Ray, asking if he's truly serious about dropping out, and Ray confirms that he is. But when pressed for a reason, Ray finds himself unable to explain. Winford sighs, deciding they'll have to revisit the matter later since he must oversee the competition. Still, he tells Ray that no matter what choice he makes, he'll respect him, which leaves the boy deeply moved. On his way down the stairs, Ray runs into Sylvia and Gary, who awkwardly admit they hadn't meant to eavesdrop. He asks if they heard everything, to which Sylvia tries to downplay it by saying only a little, but Gary blurts out the truth that they caught all of it. Accepting their honesty, Ray simply insists that it's nothing important. As he starts to walk away, Gary stops him and asks if he's going to break their promise, and whether his sister's death will just be brushed aside as if it never mattered. Hearing this, Sylvia finally understands the real reason Gary has been so on edge lately. Ray answers firmly that he could never forget her because she was human and his very first friend. He adds that deep down, he does want to avenge her. Sylvia gently acknowledges his pain, saying she knows he must feel terrified, that his heart is burning with rage at those who ganged up on him, and that he probably feels guilty for lashing out at their friends and even innocents. But she comforts him, insisting none of it was his fault. She and Gary just want him to know that nobody blames him. And then she recalls how Kyle, Martha, and the others still look up to him as someone strong, always talking about how they want to beat him next time. Gary agrees with her, reassuring Ray that he understands how unfairly he was treated before, but now, he's not alone anymore. He has them, and they'll always be his family. The blonde-haired boy vows that, as his friend, he won't ever abandon him to face things by himself. With that settled, they all head to the arena grounds, where Martha points out that the competitors are nearly here and remarks that they sure took their time. Watching Ray and Sylvia arrive together, Dan mutters that they clearly prefer being with each other rather than watching the competition. But then he notices Gary trailing behind like a third wheel, and the look on his face shows he's not thrilled about it either. Sylvia turns to Martha and asks if there are any notable fighters, and Martha replies that all the third years are tough, each with their own unique strengths. She mentions Harry, an elegant fighter who hasn't sustained a single injury throughout. Then there's Gio, a powerhouse with explosive strength, capable of matching even Jay in combat. She continues with Sumir and Mizuhiro, who specialize in fan techniques and display coordination so smooth that even Sloth and Badger can't match it. While they wait, the group begins searching for the final competitor. Meanwhile, Ray spots Molly practicing on her own. He can't help but be impressed, knowing she ranks among the top 5. Shortly after, the judges announce congratulations to the 5 winners of the third-year bracket, which means the main event is about to begin. Winford steps up to announce the results after 2 rounds, narrowing the pool to the final 20. As he praises the second years for performing beyond expectations, his eyes glance toward Ray, wondering silently if Ray will choose to take part. Ray gives a small nod, which makes Winford smile, and he proceeds to announce the new rules for the upcoming matches. On the large screen, the fresh matchups are displayed. Second years are now set against third years. Many grumble that it feels unfair, because no matter how skilled they are, the second years have 1 year less of training. It's revealed that Gary will be facing Harry, and he finds that matchup quite appealing. Sylvia, however, is paired with the Academy's strongest, Jay Gree, which makes her question whether she's up to the task. Jay himself complains that it's a shame he can't fight Ray, while Harry says he's been wanting to face Ray ever since he grew stronger, assuring Jay he'll definitely get his chance against the red-haired boy. Meanwhile, Sylvia's brothers watch from above, regretting that they won't get to see their youngest sister's match today. One of them points out that since they rarely come to Avrian, she should show them around. But Marsh, the eldest, says they'll do that later since he has a meeting with the elder. Winford then declares that the finals will be held the following day, and everyone should be fully prepared, with no restrictions on weapons or equipment. The second years realize this means they must compete with the third year's gear as well. Dan mutters that it clearly favors the seniors, but Ian argues they should just treat it as special training. Monk, however, is anxious since he'll have to face Molly, who outranks him with a black belt. Ray, on the other hand, is scheduled to fight Jira, who still hasn't shown up. He takes it lightly, thinking at least it will be less exhausting than facing another second year. As the sun begins to set, Ray asks Gary and the others if they're heading back, but Gary explains they'll stay for more training. Watching Gary train with such fierce energy, Ray knows this match against Harry is one his friend absolutely can't afford to lose, and he sincerely hopes Gary comes out on top. The narrative shifts to a flashback of Ray's earlier talk with Winford, who expressed relief that Ray had changed his mind. Ray brushed it off, saying it was only because his friends wouldn't stop nagging him. He then asked if there was anything else he needed to know, and Winford admitted he couldn't say much, but revealed that the top 10 winners would earn the right to represent Avrian in the World Combat Tournament. Ray is stunned, recalling that only 5 winners were announced. Winford, however, reveals his true concern, explaining that this involves the Pure Blood Guild and that the elders plan to announce it after the tournament. He urges Ray not to throw away this chance, and Ray understands the weight of it. Returning to the present, Ray reflects that he never imagined this competition would stir up so much trouble. He wonders what the Pure Blood Guild might be planning next. Then suddenly, he stumbles across a slip of paper. It reads, "Meet me at the arena at 9. Reading it, suspicion fills his mind, making him think it could be a trap. He recalls both Sir Kay and Winford warning him not to act alone. Yet he feels this is the only chance he'll have to freely use his abilities. Looking around, Ray admits to himself that he knows almost nothing about the Pure Blood Guild or the Dark Guild, which is why he needs information, hoping it might lead him to clues about his father. Activating his dragon eye, he resolves to catch whoever sent the note, even if it turns out to be a trap. That's when Jay Gree suddenly appears behind him. Jay greets him, saying it's a coincidence to run into Ray, and that he's glad for the chance to finally talk, since the people earlier in the day were irritating to even look at. It's revealed that this is none other than Jay Gree, the strongest of the third years. Ray bluntly asks him if he's a member of the Pure Blood Guild, but looking confused, Jay clarifies that he just wants to fight him, since the tournament doesn't give them a chance to cross blades. While Jay presses for a match right then and there, Ray politely refuses, saying he doesn't feel like fighting, which infuriates Jay disappointed. Ray thinks he might have had a lead, but instead he's stuck with a blowhard wasting his time. Suddenly, Jay lunges without warning, slamming his massive sword down with a heavy clang. But to his shock, Ray catches the weapon mid-swing using the power of his dragon turtle gauntlets. Caught off guard by the ambush, Ray snaps at Jay, asking if he's lost his mind and making it clear he doesn't want to fight. That's when Jay realizes his suspicions were right. Ray's strength is no joke. Jay bursts out with excitement, bragging that no one could possibly endure that strike of his so easily, while the protagonist doesn't even bother to care about it. But Jay swings his blade a second time, sending Ray flying back with brute force. The young man claws against the ground, his gauntlets scraping across the dirt as he steadies himself, stunned at the thought that Jay's strength might rival that of a Minotaurus. It becomes clear that Ray has no option left but to fight, since Jay has no intention of letting him go until he is defeated. Then, all of a sudden, his eyes catch sight of a figure standing just behind Jay. Meanwhile, Jay keeps pressing forward, refusing to let up. In that instant, Ray recognizes that the man in the mask is a member of the Pure Blood Guild. Realization hits him like a spark, and rage boils inside Ray as his gaze sharpens with deadly focus. Without warning, he channels his Kai and shoves Jay out of the way before driving a heavy punch straight at the masked figure. Ray immediately launches toward the masked man, delivering a blazing strike. But the moment his blow collides with the opponent's lance, his attack vanishes into nothing, watching his strike dissolve into thin air. Ray suspects that there is something unusual about that lance. Their clash is cut short by the arrival of the massive fighter, Jay. Furious, he demands to know where the masked man came from, scolding him for interrupting a sparring match, and muttering that this hulking figure is such a nuisance. Jay quickly proves the point by provoking the masked man to fight. Right then, the masked one raises his hand in a signal, and just like that, more masked henchmen appear, surrounding Ray on all sides. Jay, meanwhile, takes on the leader himself, complaining that it's unprofessional to bring backup into a fight, though he admits that he enjoys the chaos. Ray, on the other hand, feels he's had enough of Jay already, grumbling in his mind that the guy is even more irritating than flies. He draws his sword in response. Immediately, one of the masked henchmen lunges at the red-haired boy with his blade. Ray springs out of the way, dodging the attack, and in the blink of an eye, he disappears from sight. The henchmen are left unsettled, one of them shouting for caution, reminding the others that Ray is a black belt knight. That same henchman stiffens nervously only a few seconds later. Ray suddenly ambushes him, thrusting his sword. With a loud clang, his blade crashes against the man's headpiece, but another henchman counters swiftly, using Kai to knock Ray's sword clean out of his hands, leaving him disarmed. Seizing the moment, the group leaps forward together, blades raised, unleashing simultaneous strikes aimed directly at him. Yet Ray dodges their flurry, using the turtle gauntlet to guard himself. He stumbles back from the force of their attacks. That's when he realizes that these assassins aren't weaklings. Their weapons are strong as well. By sheer luck, if he hadn't used the ice golem's ice elemental protection, he would have had to repair his gauntlets again. Freezing his gauntlets to withstand the punishment, Ray concludes that ordinary close combat won't cut it anymore. Meanwhile, the masked leader battles fiercely with Jay, who mocks him by calling him a slippery eel. The leader hurls his lance forward, the weapon shrouded in powerful chi. But then something completely unexpected occurs. Jay catches the lance with his bare hands. Gripping the weapon, he taunts the masked man, asking if he really thought such a thing could harm him. Dust swirls wildly as the sheer force of his power shakes the field. Jay admits he's not good at controlling his strength, but out here, he doesn't need control. Drawing his sword, he brags that he possesses Kai many times greater than any normal person, and while others might find it poisonous, to him it's like fine wine. He sneers menacingly. Jay charges, sword blazing, his Kai bound tightly around it. Going berserk, he slams down his blade with monstrous power, and the masked man barely manages to resist with his own Kai. In that moment, Jay rips away the mask, with a fierce strike that sends shockwaves rippling. The masked man is hurled into the air, crashing down with bone-rattling force. And right then, the aftermath of that terrifying strike explodes into a massive blast. Even Ray can't hide his shock, wondering if such power is really something a human can possess. Jay, holding the torn mask, remarks that the weapon was impressive to have withstood his attack. Tossing the mask aside, he mocks the man for not being strong enough, but surprisingly, the beaten figure still manages to stand. To everyone's shock, the man is revealed as Jira. Jay laughs, not too surprised to discover that his classmate, a third year, had been hiding under the mask all along. He mocks Jira for concealing so much these past years, while Jira glares back, seething with anger now that he's been exposed. Fury boils over as Jira lunges at Jay with a vengeful strike, but Jay intercepts it with his sword, the clash echoing in a clang. Meanwhile, Ray struggles against the 5 henchmen, finding them irritating to deal with, though he's somewhat relieved that Jay is at least keeping the leader busy. He notes to himself that he owes Jay one for that. Freezing one opponent's arm, Ray suddenly faces another charging in, ready to attack. But Ray vanishes again. Concealed, he knows he must buy time to recover his mana so he can finish them off properly and climb to higher ground where he won't be spotted. The henchmen bark warnings, telling each other not to get ambushed. They shout that they know he's running out of strength, and that if he comes out now, they'll make it quick and painless. Meanwhile, Jay unleashes another devastating strike, but Jira narrowly evades it by leaning back. Jay demands to know how much longer he plans to hide. At that moment, Jira pulls something from his armor, a potion bottle. He pops it open. Jay watches in confusion, not sure what he's doing. From above, Ray observes the scene closely. He quickly realizes what it is. His eyes widen in shock. The bottle holds a plague of shadows. Jira gulps down the purple liquid, and at once a strange violet aura engulfs him. Jay senses that something is very wrong. The air turns tense as that dark aura erupts and Jira loses control. His body transforms into a monstrous abomination. Ray shouts down in alarm, warning Jay to watch out. Overwhelmed with unnatural strength, Jira, now a plague of shadows, launches himself at Jay, spear aimed to strike. Jay, startled by the sudden surge of power, panics and prepares to dodge. But before he can, Jira drives the lance straight into his chest, drawing blood. Jay stares in disbelief, realizing Jira's speed and power are at least tenfold what they were before. He knows that if he doesn't evade the next strike, the situation will spiral out of control. Watching tensely, Ray understands that if he doesn't finish off the henchmen soon, the battle below will be lost. Just then, one of the masked men spots him. The enemy leaps forward, aiming to kill him, but Ray makes it clear he no longer has time to waste on games. He pummels the attacker brutally, his blazing gauntlets landing crushing blows. Meanwhile, Jira continues to hammer away at Jay, sneering that he's not nearly as strong as everyone makes him out to be. Struggling, Jay plants his sword into the ground to halt his backward slide. Trembling, he admits he's not used to being pushed onto the defensive, but insists he still has strength left. Jira coldly declares that this is where Jay's story ends. He tells him to die. The shadow monster lunges with his spear, charging head-on. Jay freezes, his body stiff, unable to dodge or move. Just when it seems like his end has come, Jira drives the lance down with terrifying force. But Ray arrives at the critical moment, seizing the spear with his frozen gauntlets to stop it in its tracks. Jira stares in disbelief, wondering how this is possible. His eyes shift to his henchmen, only to find them all lying defeated, which leaves him stunned that the red-haired boy managed to take down 5 elites by himself. Ray seizes the chance, attempting to lock him in place with flash freeze, but Jira releases the lance and leaps back. Severely wounded and bleeding, Jay thanks Ray for saving him. Ray assures him to leave the rest to him, while Jay warns that Jira's weapon is crafted from a crab spider demon's carapace. It not only resists damage and reflects attacks, but it also carries a neurotoxin that can paralyze anyone it injures. Keeping this in mind, Rei decides he must finish Jira quickly. He unleashes his Kai, igniting himself in blazing energy. The fight rages on as Rei dodges Jira's relentless flurry of strikes. In the blink of an eye, Jira finally lands a hit. His weapon twists slightly, slicing through and smashing Rei away with brutal force. Hurled back, Rei realizes just how terrifying Jira's weapon truly is. It can even alter its form mid-combat. His chest plate shatters, his gauntlets worn down to their limit and barely holding. Panting, he knows that if he takes another hit, he'll be forced onto the defensive. He tells himself he needs to recover his sword quickly, and that's when Jay calls out to him, realizing exactly what Rei is searching for. He hurls his sword toward Rei, letting him use his baby, the weapon he treasures most. The moment our hero gets his hands on the massive blade, he quietly panics, realizing just how ridiculously heavy it is. He can't handle the weight at all. Rei breaks into a sweat as the sword tips over and slams onto the ground. While the young fighter is stunned by its heaviness, Jay admits it's no joke and tells him to try swinging it anyway. With no other option left, Rei channels his Kai. He has to swing it, or the two of them won't make it out alive. Flames burst forth as he grips the weapon again and drives it at Jira. The sword collides with the spear, and Jira smirks, saying it's useless, explaining that his weapon naturally outmatches something this heavy. In that instant, the air between them almost seems to crackle with pressure. That's when Rei channels ice power, and the sword itself starts to freeze. At the sight, Jira's confidence crumbles, terrified by the strange phenomenon as the tip of his spear begins to frost over. With ice spreading through it, Jira's spear freezes solid before shattering into countless shards. Panic boils in him as he watches his weapon break apart. But that isn't the worst part. Rei swings the blade one final time, stabbing him clean through, blood spraying as Jira meets his brutal end. Jay acknowledges Rei's move, impressed by the strike. The frozen blade crashes to pieces as Rei slams it against the ground. Gasping for breath, he realizes he poured nearly all his strength into that single blow. If it had failed, the fight would have been over for him. Afterward, Rei activates mana siphoning, trying to absorb Jira's mana, but the system blocks him, saying absorption is impossible since the target is infected. That's when it dawns on him. Jira is tainted with the plague of shadows, likely infecting himself intentionally by drinking from that vial, twisting his Kai into a purplish black. Suspicion grows as Rei notes the resemblance to Dark Guild behavior. Even though the Pure Blood Guild and Dark Guild are separate, the fact that Pure Blood had such a potion makes him wonder if there's a hidden link. Regardless, the dragon system notifies him that he has unlocked a new ability, Glamour. Reflecting on it, he notices he always seems to awaken new abilities only when cornered in life-or-death battles. For now, he decides to take care of the aftermath, searching Jira's body for evidence. He discovers a purple potion bottle, confirming his suspicions. It wasn't some random find. Someone is deliberately producing these in groups. Holding the vial, Rei senses danger everywhere within the academy. He may trust Winford and Sir Kay, but he knows he must tread carefully and place little trust in others. A chilling thought occurs. The potion might have even been made inside the academy itself. The shadows have clearly seeped into the academy, yet students remain completely unaware of the threat hanging over them. Burning Jira's body to erase evidence, Rei grows convinced that higher-ups are concealing the truth, whether it's the head knights or even the 6 elders. Once done, Rei approaches Jay, thanking him for lending the sword and asking how he's holding up, assuring him that he looks fine. Jay laughs, saying his baby suits Rei perfectly, then asks if he's actually a mage. Rei admits to knowing some magic while Jay Gree praises him, saying it's insane. He's never seen a mage who could fight like that. Rei insists on keeping his strength a secret for now, promising to explain later. Jay agrees without hesitation. After all, Rei just saved his life. With deep sincerity, the big man pledges his loyalty, vowing to follow Ray into hell itself if he ever calls on him. But Ray waves it off, telling him there's no need and advising him to get his wounds treated before the competition. Summoning his wolf Noir, he tells Jay the beast will carry him to the infirmary. Watching in shock, Grief nearly chokes, realizing Ray can summon beasts too. His earlier confidence about defeating him crumbles. Riding on Noir, Jay asks if Ray doesn't need treatment as well, but the redhead calmly says his constitution is unique and he'll recover by tomorrow. As they part ways, Ray orders Noir to take a hidden route and avoid attention. Jay is left speechless at how obedient the beast is. The next day, Ray heads to the weapon shop to have his armor repaired, to be ready by sundown. Passing through the streets, he notices people whispering about him. They recognize the red-haired boy who joined the tournament but keep their voices low, remembering how ruthless he was. Hearing them, Ray ignores it all, thinking how clueless humans can be. Later, he steps into a room and stands before a mirror. There, he decides to test his newly unlocked glamour skill. To his surprise, the skill transforms him into someone else entirely, with black hair and gray eyes. Nearby, a group of girls head toward the tournament grounds, debating whether to watch since their hunting mission isn't finished. They know the second years this year are strong, so the finals will be on another level. Plus, they want to study which knights the nobles favor, so they can aim for the same. As they chat, a black-haired young man walks past, catching their eyes. They are instantly charmed, unaware that it's actually Ray. He calculates that maintaining glamour costs 5 mana points per hour, giving him about 8 hours if he doesn't fight. People continue passing by. Many admire him, while he thinks about how simple things will be now that he's working alone. Then he recalls how someone offered him a healing potion at a discount since he looked like an adventurer, and another tried to sell him a room with a great view of the tournament. Experiencing this, he realizes it's absurd how different people treat him just because of his looks. To him, this world's mindset is pathetically shallow. Just then he spots Sylvia. He calls her name through the crowd, but she only gives him a puzzled stare. That's when he remembers. He doesn't look like the red-haired boy anymore. To smooth things over, he quickly tells her he knows she's a prelim competitor from the Hart family, and that he's glad to meet her, looking forward to her performance tomorrow. Curious, Sylvia politely asks for his name since he seems to know hers. At that moment, Ray's thoughts drift to his past as a red dragon, recalling how people cowered and fled before him. Back then, they called him Sin. Lost in memory, he snaps back when Sylvia waves her hand in front of him. He apologizes, introducing himself as Ness. Then he asks where she's headed, and she replies that she needs her single-handed sword adjusted at the blacksmith. Thinking it won't draw attention if he tags along, Ray asks to accompany her, mentioning he's also planning to buy a new breastplate. He asks if her sword is made with advanced beast crystals. Sylvia answers proudly that it's crafted from a fin tiger crystal her family sent for the tournament, admiring it as she speaks. Deep inside, Ray realizes how unfair it is. Noble children gain such weapons easily, while commoners would need years of grinding work to obtain one. Sylvia, knowing he's an adventurer, asks if he often takes on dangerous missions. Ness replies that he frequently goes near the border, which makes her wonder if her family would ever allow her to risk such danger. Knowing her chances are slim, Sylvia admits she'll have to return to her family after academy life, envying the freedom of adventurers. Her words drag Ray into a painful memory, recalling his father, an adventurer, lying lifeless after sacrificing himself. Bitterly, he says no one truly has freedom here. Suddenly, an explosion rocks the area. Alarmed, they see people rushing, shouting about a fire. They both sprint toward the scene. At the sight, the owner of the burning building collapses in despair as flames consume everything. Disguised as Ness, Ray and Sylvia push through the crowd, learning that a merchant's carriage loaded with beast crystals had stopped near the inn shortly before the blast. Ray asks about the merchant, and a bystander says he was taken to the infirmary. Nearby, a woman sobs uncontrollably. Her 2 children are trapped inside the blazing building. Horrified, Sylvia rushes to save them, but Ray grabs her arm, telling her she can't. With a sigh, he decides to go instead, though Sylvia pleads that he'll be burned alive. He reassures her, saying he can use ice magic. Casting Frostvine, he cools the flames, leaving Sylvia shocked to discover he's a mage. But the fire roars back even stronger. Shielding himself in ice, Ray pushes inside the inferno. Time slipping away, he knows he must hurry. Constant ice use is draining his mana, and soon his disguise will fail. Activating his dragon eye, he spots the children on the top floor, praying they don't panic and run. Outside, the flames spread wildly, rocks starting to collapse toward the crowd. One massive stone is seconds from crushing a man's head. A sudden water serpent surges forth, extinguishing the fire. Sylvia recognizes the caster instantly. It's her older brother in a soldier's uniform, and she beams with relief. Wielding water powers, he greets her, saying it's been a while. With the fire held at bay, Ray manages to lead the children safely out, handing them over to their weeping mother, who rushes to embrace them. Sylvia checks on Ray, calling him Ness, while he confirms no one else is inside. Her brother then calls out, scolding others for not helping. To Sylvia's surprise, 3 more brothers appear. One complains about the nagging as they all greet their sister warmly. Each of them shows mastery over water attributes as they work together to douse the remaining flames. Soon, a knight thanks Sylvia's brother for controlling the fire before worse damage occurred. But he humbly says the real gratitude belongs to the other mage who risked his life to save the kids. Yet, Ray has already vanished. Her brother asks where he went, baffled by his sudden disappearance. The truth is, Ray had to retreat instantly. His mana was nearly depleted and his disguise dropped. Gasping for air, he acknowledges how close it was, though he managed to slip away in time. Still, he confirms once again that by pushing himself to the edge of death, he keeps awakening new skills. The system proves it, showing him 2 new ones. The first, Endless Void, is a storage spell letting him place and retrieve items at will. Ray decides to use it only in his true form, keeping his gear safely hidden. The second is Mana Sharing. It reminds him of his dragon days, when he could pour endless mana into allies on the verge of death. But that was when he had limitless reserves. Now the spell's limits frustrate him, though he's certain it will be invaluable someday. Walking onward, Ray resolves that whatever fate the prophecy holds, he must raise an army of his own to reshape the world. The Mana Sharing spell will serve as the core, allowing his followers to grow stronger through his power. Still, after pulling those 2 kids from the blaze, Ray begins to grasp that the system doesn't reward him with powers for vanquishing strong foes, but instead whenever he rescues lives. Oddly, the fact that he gained 2 abilities at once makes him question if it's tied to saving 2 people. He recalls the fight with the Minotaurus when several were at risk, yet he earned only 1 skill. Puzzled, he racks his mind over what actually dictates how many spells get unlocked. Lost in speculation, he arrives at the Academy Hall. He wonders if perhaps saving those who are right at death's door is what counts, and he resolves to test this theory when an opportunity comes. Glancing around at the packed hall, our guy can't help but wonder why there's such a crowd. Turns out families have gathered to visit their children. At the same time, Ian quietly watches others reunite with loved ones. Kyle nudges him with an elbow, joking that they count as family too, trying to cheer him up. Sharing a laugh together, they spot Gary standing all alone in a corner, sadly overlooked with no family coming for him. Meanwhile, Sylvia greets her brothers, chiding them for not telling her that even Max had gotten so tall, while her eldest brother admits they wanted it to be a surprise. Embarrassed, Max thinks that since it has been 2 years since their last meeting, just a plain hello would have been dull. Suddenly, Sylvia's cheeks redden as her gaze fixes on someone, prompting her big brother to ask if she has spotted a friend. She then shyly calls out Ray, sneaking glances at the red-haired boy. Her older brother immediately recognizes him as the reckless kid from the first round. Max, on the other hand, lights up at seeing Ray and blurts out if this is the one his sister never stops mentioning. Poor Sylvia panics, mortified at being exposed for her crush, while Max, ever sociable, greets Ray warmly, thanking him for looking after his sister and insisting they spend some time bonding. Though our guy seems a little annoyed, Sylvia hastily apologizes on her brother's behalf, whispering that Max can be rough sometimes, and formally reveals they are her elder brothers. Inside, her big brother doesn't really like the way Ray acts, but he swallows that feeling since Ray is clearly the one his sister cares for, and decides he'd better remain courteous. He introduces himself as Marsh and requests that the red-haired boy continue looking after Sylvia. Flustered, Sylvia quickly cuts in, protesting that she can take care of herself. When Ray shakes Marsh's hand, he instantly senses the man's immense strength, his composure seemingly boundless. Ray compliments Sylvia as a natural leader who's often been the one guiding them, which earns a chuckle from her other two big brothers. That's when she introduces them properly as Johann and Jekyll, explaining both serve in the military just like Marsh. She then points out that Max studies at Roland Magic Academy, and Max, brimming with pride, tells Ray they could meet again at the World Combat Tournament if he makes it. But Ray reacts in an unexpectedly shaken way, questioning in disbelief if he truly attends Roland. Curious, Max asks if he has a friend there, and Ray impatiently demands if he knows a girl named Amy. Straining to recall, Max admits he's unsure since Roland is as vast as Avrian. Growing desperate, Ray clarifies her full name, Amy Blueblood, and adds she passed away recently in an accident, pressing if Max knows anything about her. But Max honestly can't remember anyone by that name and promises he'll ask around when he returns, letting Sylvia know if he learns anything. Hearing this, disappointment clouds Ray's face, but he thanks Max sincerely for the effort. Just then, a tense air settles over them. Marsh reminds his brothers that time is short and the head knight still requires their aid. He urges Ray and Sylvia to rest, while Sylvia waves them off, promising to give them a tour of the academy once the tournament ends. And with that, the brothers take their leave. Watching them go, Marsh fixes Max with a serious stare and asks if he just lied. Nervously, Max confesses that he did lie about Amy, admitting he doesn't know what to do regarding that girl, and seeks his brother's opinion. Marsh reassures him, insisting he made the right choice, pointing out that Ray is powerful, dangerous, and completely unafraid of them. On top of that, Marsh admits he can't read what goes on inside Ray's mind. Max then asks if they should avoid becoming entangled with Ray, and Marsh firmly advises they keep their distance for now and watch how things unfold. The focus then shifts to the finals, where contestants gather in the waiting room. Kyle and Monk look jittery, while Sylvia is outright terrified since her first match is against Jay. Her nerves on edge, she anxiously asks Ray if it shows on her face. Our guy steadies her, reminding her to fight the way she always does, telling her not to worry too much about the outcome. Sylvia then reveals her earnest dream of entering the World Combat Tournament. Born into a family of mages, she alone was not gifted with magic, unlike all her brothers. Because of that, she still remembers the sting of her parents' disappointment. With concern, Ray asks if she truly desires victory that badly. Without hesitation, she affirms it. She must prove her worth. Eyes burning with determination, she declares she wants to stand as equal to her brothers, even as a knight. At that moment, our guy takes her hand and leads her away, while Kyle calls after them that the match is starting and Dan teases that they're acting all lovey-dovey before the fight. In a secluded spot, Ray offers to lend her his strength temporarily. Flames flicker from his hand, catching Sylvia's gaze. Extending help to his friend, our guy hopes she'll return the favor when his time of need comes. Sylvia blushes deeply and affirms she wants to become his strength. Ray then channels his new ability, mana sharing, transferring his energy into her. He instructs her to draw on it when needed, but warns sternly not to exceed 10 minutes, or else her body will suffer damage. Immediately, fiery energy bursts from Sylvia, her eyes flying open in shock as she realizes Ray can channel another's strength. She recalls never having heard of such a spell before, much less seen it used. Filled with doubt, Sylvia wonders just how many hidden secrets Ray carries that keep revealing themselves one by one. Meanwhile, the grand finals are about to begin. The crowd roars with anticipation as Jay Gree steps into the spotlight. some speculating if he'll hold back since his opponent is only a second-year girl. The duel between Sylvia and Jay officially begins. All equipment is permitted, and 2 master knights will preside as judges. The announcer clarifies that if a fatal strike occurs, they will intervene immediately and declare the result. With that, both contenders enter the arena. Sir Winford takes Jay's side, while Sir Kay stands with Sylvia. As the match starts, Monk doubts Sylvia's chances, while Martha confidently insists she can win because everyone knows her strength. Dan admits she's strong, but bluntly reminds them her opponent is Jay Gree, a massive brute, strong as a bull. Half agreeing with Dan, Ray recalls Jay's serious injuries before, but now it seems he's fully healed. Even though Sylvia now wields Ray's power, she can only triumph if her own skill rises to meet Jay's. Then, unexpectedly, Ray locks eyes with the big man. Without hesitation, Jay bellows across the arena, swinging his sword, and calls out to his boss, demanding if he should throw the match against this girl. Our guy is left utterly flustered, wondering what nonsense the fool is spouting, while Jay keeps yelling for his boss. Though Ray tries to ignore it, Dan guesses that Jay must be pointing to him. The crowd is left bewildered, unsure who Jay is calling boss, until the truth bursts out when Jay shouts Ray's name. Mortified, our boy yells at him to shut up and fight already, while Dan realizes he was spot on. Jay vows to do his best for his boss. Pointing his sword at Sylvia, he admits he thought she was the boss's girlfriend, so he planned to go easy. Sylvia's jaw drops, her face flaring red as she protests that she is not Ray's girlfriend but just a friend, demanding Jay fight seriously because she doesn't need mercy. Without wasting time, Jay lunges forward, slashing his sword. Sylvia narrowly evades the deadly strike as the blade smashes into the ground, splitting it. Realizing the sheer force, she knows her shield could never have blocked it. One direct hit would surely shatter her arm. Jay immediately moves for another attack. Sylvia leaps away again, dodging in time. She admits he's incredibly strong, but notices countless openings in his form. Deciding to seize the chance, she darts behind him and plunges her sword toward his back. To her shock, her fin tiger blade fails to pierce his hide, proving his muscles are absurdly resilient. She can't even scratch him. Jay's sword clangs against her shield, her arms trembling as she barely withstands the force. At that point, she resolves to unleash Ray's power, but the next blow shatters her shield to pieces. Staggering, she digs her heels in and steadies herself. Then, with no time to spare, she channels Ray's energy, determined to end things before 10 minutes run out. Flames burst around her, and Jay is startled by her sudden aura, thrilled as the battle intensifies. Tossing aside the remains of her shield, Sylvia's strength skyrockets in an instant. She charges at Jay with astonishing speed, moving too quickly for him to track, yet he arrogantly assumes her speed won't be enough to land a blow. Suddenly, he falters as she vanishes from his view, his excitement short-lived. Sylvia appears behind him and plunges her blade into his abdomen, drawing blood. Wide-eyed and stunned, Jay mutters in disbelief, wondering what is happening these days. He grumbles about his luck, feeling like surprises keep piling up against him. Meanwhile, his classmate Cherry is equally shocked that Sylvia could wound him at all, while Harry Delbert admits he never expected her strength, believing only Ray was capable of such a feat. The crowd erupts into wild cheers, praising Sylvia's dazzling skills and even hailing her as a goddess. Her brothers watch proudly from the stands. Max, being his cheeky self, hollers for her to beat him down, while Johan and Jekyll caution him not to get ahead of himself since Jay hasn't gone all out. Marsh, however, quietly beams with pride, admitting she's far stronger than he thought, her graceful style perfectly fit for a knight. But none of them realize she's borrowing Ray's power. It isn't her own true strength, which is bittersweet. On the sidelines, Dan comments on her beautiful strike, though it barely scratched Jay, while Kyle nervously mutters that his body must be made of metal. Still channeling Ray's Kai, Sylvia assesses the situation and concludes that Jay's body is so tough she can hardly hurt him. Yet she also notices his over-reliance on natural durability, failing to focus his Kai on weak points, leaving exploitable openings. She decides to keep targeting his wound, betting it could tip the scales. Following through, Sylvia darts in and slashes the same spot again, deepening his pain. In response, Jay smashes his sword into the ground, but Sylvia nimbly leaps clear. Rushing him again, she lines up another strike on his abdomen, but suddenly, she feels her energy fading away. Her time runs out at the worst possible moment, and Ray realizes she's exhausted his power. Trembling, Sylvia strains to endure a little longer, her focus flickering. Jay capitalizes, knocking her sword from her grip. With savage force, he swings upward in a brutal slash, and her classmates cry out in horror, certain she'll be struck down. At that instant, Sir Winford calmly intercepts the sword, declaring the match over, while Sir Kay catches Sylvia in his arms. Jay apologizes, excusing himself by saying he got carried away since it had been ages since he faced a girl this skilled. The judges then announce the victor, Jay Gree, while the audience applauds him. Afterward, Monk is stunned by how powerful Sylvia had become in secret, lamenting that she still lost to Jay. Yet Martha insists she'll surpass him by their third year. Next, the bracket calls for the duel between Ray and Jira. His friends wish him luck as he walks forward, fully aware Jira won't appear, because he's already slain him, but knowing he must show up to keep suspicions at bay. Meeting Ray, Jay praises Sylvia's strength, still calling Ray his boss, while Ray silently agrees. As Ray takes his position, the commentators repeatedly call for Jira to step into the arena. The crowd buzzes with confusion, speculating if he overslept or chickened out, branding it an embarrassment. Cherry asks Harry if he has seen Jira recently, admitting she hasn't spotted him since the tournament began, but Harry shakes his head, saying he hasn't either. Truth is, Jira had vanished for good, silenced permanently by our protagonist. Meanwhile, the head knights whisper about his absence, while the crowd grows restless, questioning who Jira even was and why the delay matters. Finally, the announcer declares Jira disqualified for failing to appear, awarding Ray the win by default. The crowd groans in disappointment, suspecting the whole thing is fixed. Meanwhile, Marsh too finds his expectations crushed, realizing they won't get to witness Ray's duel, while Max, exhaling with frustration, feels utterly drained with boredom since he had been eager to see Ray fight, especially knowing they could end up facing each other later. Soon after, the next contenders, Badger and Samir, are summoned to the stage. Yet Badger lacks his usual confidence without his twin Sloth, as he's never fared well on his own. They've been inseparable their whole lives, and the fact that they even share the same toothbrush is proof of how inseparably close they are. While Dan, trying to console him, feels disgusted by the thought, Ray casually remarks that he'll go check on Sylvia. Misunderstanding his words, Martha asks him to pass along her regards, while Kyle, burning with jealousy, mutters that his bro is really living the dream and admits he wants to fall in love as well. On his way to the infirmary, our guy reflects that Sylvia's injuries shouldn't be severe, and he still needs to reclaim his Kai. When he asks if she's all right, Sylvia hides her face under the blanket. She apologizes to Ray for failing despite having his strength, but he reassures her that she did her best. Still, Sylvia, overcome with sorrow, declares herself useless as tears slide down her cheeks. Our guy gently tries to uplift her, insisting that Jay is nothing short of a muscly-bound monster. Bitterly, Sylvia acknowledges his attempt to comfort her, but refuses to accept it as an excuse for her defeat, warning that if they face a powerful beast in the wild, it will be meaningless if she can't protect them. Hearing those words, his thoughts drift inward. A memory surfaces. Ray recalls his existence as a dragon and how he failed to shield his own kin. Snapping back from the painful vision, his eyes shimmering with buried grief, he admits to himself that no matter how strong they become, it's impossible to safeguard everyone. Through sobs, Sylvia confesses her wish to protect their companions and protect Ray as well. Struck by this, Ray realizes that although Sylvia doesn't possess even half of his strength yet, she still yearns to shield others. He has been holding himself back from his friends, hoping they wouldn't rely on his protection, but the reality proves to be the opposite. Even so, he withdraws his power from her, reclaiming his Kai. The thought lingers bitterly, that he already failed once as a dragon, and he refuses to repeat that mistake. Afterward, he advises Sylvia to rest, telling her Martha and the others are worried. As he prepares to leave, with firm resolve, Ray assures her that she doesn't need to shoulder the duty of protecting everyone, because that responsibility is his. With those words, he departs and Sylvia flushes red, flustered and embarrassed. Back in the arena, the audience is buzzing with curiosity as they learn that a second year emerged victorious, calling it the first true win of the tournament. Wondering who it could be, Ray looks on. That's when he discovers Kyle defeated Nye, the third-year knightess. As Winford proclaims Kyle the victor, the cheeky fellow grins and reminds Nye not to forget their promised date. With chains still binding her, the mortified girl blushes, conceding while begging him to release her. Witnessing it all, Ray isn't shocked by Kyle's victory, but he is dumbfounded seeing that red-haired Baldy actually scored himself a date. Following that, the next bout is announced between Gary and Harry. As Gary steps forth into the arena, the crowd anticipates that if the redhead triumphed, this fight should be no problem, especially since Gary is the first rank. Someone speculates that Harry seems unremarkable, but another quickly reveals he is none other than Knightmaster Delbert's son, shocking them since they thought Delbert's only child was the arrogant Sebastian. Ray reunites with his group and reports to Martha that Sylvia is fine though downhearted, then asks about the ongoing matches. Monk informs him that Sloth and Badger lost, just as expected. They can't even stand straight apart from each other. Thankfully, Kyle pulled off a win and even secured a date with Nye. Hearing this, Dan loses his mind, baffled that even the Baldy managed to charm a girl, shouting if that's the so-called power of love. Monk then points out that Ray returned just in time, since Gary is up next, and everyone is eager to see it. Unsure, Monk asks Ray whether he believes Gary will triumph, but our guy remains silent, unable to give an answer. Deep down, our boy reflects on how he hasn't faced Harry again since losing to him back in his first year. He remembers Harry calling himself the 50th rank then, though Ray was convinced he hadn't shown his real ability. Quietly, Ray hopes Gary will win this fight for him. Gary, eyes blazing with determination, steels himself to claim victory. With that, the duel begins, and the two charge at lightning speed. Their blades crash violently, the clash ringing out while Harry chuckles. He mocks Gary, taunting whether he's even using his strength since he can't feel a thing. Furious, Gary swallows his rage and declares he won't hold back anymore. From then, he unleashes a furious onslaught of strikes, putting Harry under real pressure. Dan, amazed, thinks Gary is pushing the third year hard, but Monk remains unconvinced. Observing the battle, Ray mutters that Harry hasn't even started yet. And sure enough, his prediction comes true when Harry bats Gary's sword away with one decisive clash. Gary's eyes widen in disbelief as Harry sneers, calling the fight dull and asking if this is truly his best. Uneasy, Gary realizes that none of his blows seem to connect properly, even though they should have landed. He leaps forward for another assault, but in an instant, Harry parries the thrust with ease. Dodging aside, Harry provokes him further, mocking whether he's really the strongest of his year, adding that the silver-haired girl seems stronger. Gary doesn't even have a chance to get angry. Before Harry rebounds with a powerful thrust, Gary is sent flying, barely holding his stance by bracing his sword. At that moment, Harry remarks that if Gary can't even sense Sword Kai, then he's just wasting his time. Gary, utterly confused, has no idea what Harry is talking about. The scene shifts to Gary's memory, where Sir Kay explains that Sword Kai is a teaching tool to help people visualize the concept. It's more of an instinct than anything literal. The instructor demonstrates by testing their perception. Swinging his blade, he challenges them to guess which candle he targeted among several. Catching on, Ray reasons it's about predicting an opponent's move before it occurs. Sir Kay agrees, explaining that through persistent training and sharpening of the senses, plus natural talent, they might achieve it. Skeptical, Kyle asks if it's guaranteed. Sir Kay admits it is. Since they've never actually sensed it, many dismiss Sword Kai as fiction. As everyone experiences their sword differently, descriptions vary, making proof elusive. Kyle concludes it's probably just superstition. Gary then asks when people typically start sensing sword Kai, assuming there must be a common condition. Sir Kay answers it differs, but often happens when one is close to death. Snapping back to reality, Gary takes a brutal hit across the face, blood spilling from his mouth. It looks as though he's testing Sir Kay's lesson. Taking blow after blow from Harry, he pushes himself toward the brink. The crowd watches in shock as Gary endures without striking back. Elder Humphrey grows worried, saying this looks more like barbarism than a knight's duel. But another elder reassures him that senior knights are present to prevent excessive harm. Meanwhile, Dan panics as he sees his friend mercilessly battered, convinced Harry is forcing Gary to surrender. But Ray calmly insists Gary will never give up. Then Gary lifts his gaze, his piercing eyes carrying a dangerous glint, hinting he's scheming something. He admits he can withstand the hits. Harry asks if he intends to surrender, but Gary resolutely refuses. Without hesitation, Harry lunges forward, aiming to finish it. As he closes the gap, Gary doesn't budge. Instead, he shuts his eyes, concentrating intensely, trying to sense the sword Kai. The audience erupts in panic, thinking he's sealing his own death, assuming disqualification. The air grows thick with tension as all eyes lock on them. Everyone waits breathlessly to see what happens. Harry's blade inches from striking, when suddenly, Gary moves, astonishing everyone as he blocks the attack perfectly. Sir Kay exhales in relief. It was dangerously close, but there's no need to stop the match now. Feeling the rhythm of the fight, Gary can now anticipate and manifest counterattacks. He realizes this is sword Kai. With this newfound awareness, he slips past Harry's strikes effortlessly, and in the next moment, Gary's blade rests against Harry's neck. Looking unsettled, Harry admits he's starting to like Gary, but Gary coldly replies that he still despises him. At once, the judges declare Gary Blue Blood the victor, and his friends erupt in joy, while Ray beams with pride at his triumph. After toppling Harry, Gary questions whether Harry intentionally fought that way so he could awaken to sword Kai. Playing dumb, Harry acts as if he doesn't understand, but confesses he enjoys battling strong opponents and insists the more powerful rivals exist, the better. Gary muses how peculiar Harry is. Suddenly, his strength gives out. He collapses unconscious. Monk cries out and rushes to him, but Ray reassures him not to panic, explaining Gary likely overexerted his Kai, spreading it too widely to track Harry's movements. He adds that had Gary's last strike failed, he would have lost. Our guy then reminds them there are still more matches ahead, urging them to pay attention. The next duel is announced between Martha and Cherry, both trying to mask their nerves. Martha steadies her resolve, believing she can handle it, while Cherry, surprised her opponent is an archer, requests a bow and arrows, not wanting anyone to accuse her of bullying a junior. Monk anxiously warns Martha to be cautious since the third year looks formidable, but she calmly assures him not to worry. Watching this, Dan starts teasing Monk, joking that he smells the sickly sweetness of love, while Monk flusters, denying it furiously. In the arena, Cherry mentions she's heard about her opponent, recalling that Knight Rose spoke highly of her. But Martha, confused why Cherry is using a bow when she's a white belt, doesn't take it as praise. Instead, she shrugs it off, saying she feels nothing special, just ordinary. With the chatter over, the match begins. Martha fires the first arrow, testing the waters. Cherry, unimpressed, notices it's a simple tactic, then fires her own arrow with immense force. It collides with Martha's, shattering it instantly. Martha, though unsurprised, acknowledges it was expected from someone in the top 5 of the third years, given how effortlessly she handled it. The crowd marvels at Cherry's precision, striking an arrow mid-flight. They remark it's typical at that level, but question why Cherry, who isn't an archer nor a green belt, can do it. They speculate she might have gotten lucky. Undeterred, Martha launches 2 arrows simultaneously, but Cherry casually snatches them barehanded, scoffing that Martha truly isn't remarkable, and complains that Knight Rose raised her hopes for nothing. Infuriated by the towering woman, Martha unleashes a massive arrow, intent on bringing her down. Believing Martha is belittling her, Cherry counters with a fierce shot, her arrow blazing forward. The 2 projectiles collide, shattering Martha's attack once again. Stunned, Martha's eyes widen in disbelief, as she struggles to comprehend how her strike was pierced through. In that dazed moment, Cherry's arrow speeds toward her while the knight frantically yells at Martha to dodge. Snapping back to her senses, Martha leaps aside in haste, narrowly saving herself, and luckily, the arrow smashes into the wall with a thunderous crack, leaving deep fractures. Realizing how close death brushed past her, she knows she barely escaped a lethal blow just inches from her body. Meanwhile, Dan is trembling in fear at Cherry's overwhelming power, comparing it to a cannon rather than a mere arrow, convinced that taking a hit from something like that would surely mean instant death. He notes how nearly impossible it was to even follow its path due to its insane speed. The monk anxiously turns to Ray, asking if he believes the Master Knight could withstand such an arrow. Our guy hesitates, unable to give a certain answer, and instead remarks that Martha should concede before she suffers serious harm. Hearing that, the monk quietly accepts deep down that Martha won't surrender until the very end. On the battlefield, Martha struggles to compose herself. She tells herself she must clear her mind and stay focused. With that, Martha enacts her ultimate tactic, circling the arena nonstop while firing arrow after arrow. All the while, she twists and evades the projectiles Cherry hurls at her. Cherry, watching her nimble movements, notes that she's quick on her feet. Finding her opportunity, Martha lines up a shot from Cherry's blind spot and takes aim from behind. But Cherry anticipates her move and smirks, muttering that this is precisely the moment she had been waiting for. She then prepares her arrow, ignites it with flame, and decides to put an end to the games. With finality, Cherry releases her ultimate shot, the arrow tearing through the air at unrivaled velocity. Realizing Martha can't possibly stop it, Ray shouts at the monk to intervene, and in panic, the monk rushes into the arena. At the same time, Judges Sir Kay and Winford also hurry toward them. The arrow streaks forward, moving almost at the speed of light. Frozen in terror, Martha recognizes that the attack is too fast to evade. Despair grips her as she wonders if this is where her life ends. In the blink of an eye, the monk appears before Martha, intercepting the lethal strike with his blade. Dan, slack-jawed, is left bewildered at how the monk closed the distance so swiftly. Sergei urgently calls for medical aid, while a tearful Martha clutches the monk, demanding why he risked himself so recklessly. The arrow seems to have pierced his chest, and blood trickles from the monk's mouth as he silently wonders if this is the end for him. Sir Kay quickly reassures Martha that the wound avoided any vital organs, so he will survive. At that same moment, Knight Winford declares Cherry the victor of the match, though Cherry herself dismisses it all as tedious. The onlookers tremble at her terrifying strength, vowing never to face her. The monk is carried away to the infirmary with Martha by his side. Additionally, Winford announces that because of the monk's injuries, he can no longer compete, giving his opponent Molly a victory by default. The following bout is set between Ian and Gio. Dan warns Ian to be careful, stressing that his safety matters above all else, while Kyle offers him words of encouragement. As Ian steps forward, Kyle notices that his opponent Gio also wields dual axes, just like him. He speculates that the matchups have been arranged so fighters of the same type, swordsmen against swordsmen, archers against archers, end up clashing. Ray then explains that this setup was deliberate. Since the World Combat Tournament involves team battles, the organizers want to ensure teams are balanced enough to handle all situations. As the match is about to begin, Dan asks Ray if he thinks Ian has a chance at winning, but our boy replies to just watch, confident that Ian will surprise them. With that, the duel commences, and Ian lunges first with his twin axes. Gio thinks Ian has recklessly stepped right into his range. Gio retaliates with a double-axe whirlwind, generating a violent storm, but Ian narrowly evades at the last possible moment. Saved by a hair's breadth, Ian exhales in relief, aware of how close he came to being caught, and waits for Gio to tire. As soon as Gio slows down, Ian seizes the chance, driving his axes with immense force straight into his foe's chest plate. The strike hurls Gio backward with astonishing impact. Taking the brutal hit, Geo reels in shock, realizing his opponent is far more agile than expected, and considers that repeated strikes like this could seriously dent his armor. Yet, panic flickers in Geo's eyes as he sees not just dents but actual cracks forming on his chest plate. The crowd gasps in awe, stunned by Ian's monstrous might as the red-haired fighter fractures armor with a single blow. Geo sneers darkly, muttering that he cannot waste more time and must finish this swiftly. He then gulps down the same potion Jira once consumed, admitting there is no room for failure since the command comes directly from his master. The group stares in shock. Recognition flashes in Rei's eyes as he realizes it is that potion. Immediately, Geo's body surges with unnatural energy, transforming him into a beast-like force. Watching his comrade drink the potion, Jay's suspicion rises, but Harry interjects, insisting that since anything is allowed in these matches, Geo's action may be dishonorable but isn't against the rules. Still, Jay senses a hidden danger, recalling a similar dread he had faced before. Unease builds as his eyes drift to Rei and his companions, wondering how their leader plans to respond. Meanwhile, our guy wrestles with hesitation, knowing that stepping in now would reveal too much of his own strength. He chooses to wait for Winford and the others to act, yet when they do nothing, he realizes they don't grasp the danger. Geo, meanwhile, grins wickedly as his power skyrockets. Empowered, Geo launches a savage assault on Ian, hacking wildly with his axes while the red-haired youth scrambles to survive. Without delay, Rei vaults into the arena, prompting Dan to yell after him, asking what he's doing, while Kyle warns that interfering could disqualify Ian. But still, Sir Kay blocks his path, telling him he cannot intervene, but Rei pushes forward, declaring he has no time to explain and demanding Kay step aside. He then drives a punch straight into his teacher's gut. Kay staggers, coughing blood, shocked that the boy wields such raw strength. Winford, bewildered, demands an explanation and orders Rei to return to his seat. Held back by Sir Kay, our boy instead calls out to Jay, commanding him to take down Geo. Without hesitation, Jay draws his blade and charges into the arena. Just as the rampaging Geo leaps in for another blow, Jay intercepts, slashing his sword directly at Geo's head. The spectators are dumbfounded to see Jay step in, joining the red-haired youth in defying expectations. Winford, meanwhile, is utterly confounded by what the two of them are doing. In an instant, Winford's eyes widen in dread. Jay recoils in horror, realizing his attack failed to leave even a scratch on Geo. A sinister aura seeps from Geo, dark and menacing, as his twisted face calls Jay worthless. Purple energy swirls around him, the corrupted plague of shadows. He mocks Jay as nothing but garbage. Winford commands Geo to stop at once or face disqualification. Yet, Winford witnesses a terrifying change, as Geo's visage distorts into something monstrous. In that moment, he recognizes it as the plague of shadows. Suddenly, the corruption spreads among the third-year participants, throwing the arena into chaos as the audience panics. Sir Kay is left speechless, horrified to see so many infected at once. Rei, equally alarmed, suspects this was a carefully orchestrated scheme. Sir Kay urgently tells Winford to escort the elders to safety, stressing the need to protect them from the spreading plague. He vows to rely on his students here. The twins, Badger and Sloth, along with Dan and Kyle, steel themselves for battle. Meanwhile, Kay realizes the infected third-years are staging a coup. Ian, battered and exhausted, is hurled back again as his fight with Geo drags on. Clutching his wound from Rei's earlier punch, Kay is asked by Rei if he's all right, but Kay assures him it's nothing and insists their priority is saving lives. Just then, the infected swarm toward them. Our boy grows troubled seeing that their immediate foes are all third-years, making the battle even harder. The twins urge him to go help Ian defeat Geo, while Dan insists he'll take care of the three infected himself since he isn't fighting today and can go all out. Trusting his friends, Rei departs, when suddenly Asher, one of the infected, swings her sword at him. But Dan steps forward with his spear, rebuking her for ignoring the opponent standing right before her. On the opposite side, the infected twins sneer at Badger and Sloth, calling them losers. This time, however, the brothers are ready to fight, confident now that they stand united rather than apart. Meanwhile, Gio, fully consumed by shadow, vows to butcher all the red-haired wretches. Poor Ian collapses, drained of strength, barely dragging himself across the ground. The monstrous Gio raises his axe to deliver the killing blow on the helpless Ian. At the last moment, Ray intercepts, clashing his sword against Gio's armor and piercing through. Unexpectedly, Harry appears behind, stabbing his blade into Gio's back. Both attacks landing and blood spraying as Gio is struck from both sides. Harry smirks, complimenting Ray on his quick reflexes. Our guy shoots back, saying Harry isn't too bad himself. Ray then quickly checks on Ian, asking if he's still all right. Just then, Knight Winford makes a grave announcement. He declares that the Dark Guild has infiltrated, and they are under direct assault. The irony is bitter. While teachers and nobles watch idly, the second years are left to fight the kingdom's greatest threat. Explosions rumble, the arena crumbles, and the academy lies in ruins. Winford rallies every night, commanding them to shield their families, comrades, and the wounded. He proclaims that now is the time to fight with their lives on the line for honor. Meanwhile, Dan and the twins fight valiantly against the corrupted, aiding the gravely wounded Ian. Harry observes that the academy has fallen into disaster, while our guide takes solace knowing Harry isn't the cause of this chaos. As Gio lingers in the shadows, Ray asks Harry what's on his mind, and Harry answers that his only thought is protecting his allies. To their dismay, Gio still stands, barely harmed despite their combined strike. Gio lunges again, swinging his axe with murderous intent. They barely evade as Harry gasps in disbelief, convinced the foe cannot be killed. That's when Ray reveals that in his past encounters, the only way to defeat these creatures was to burn them completely, explaining that the plague forces them to fight until they collapse. Appalled, Harry curses such vile corruption and tells Ray to gather his friends while he handles Gio. Ian, too weak, leans against the wall for support. Trusting Harry to deal with Gio, Ray prepares to move on. Jay calls out, insisting on going with him, but our boy orders Jay to stay and assist Sir Kay, saying his help is needed more there. With that, Ray dashes off. Climbing to the highest point, he scans the battlefield to grasp the situation. Ray calls upon the power of his dragon eye. Through its vision, he sees the dire state unfolding, the townsfolk desperately fending off the Dark Guild's assault. He notices the infirmary encircled by enemies and realizes with alarm that countless plague-stricken victims are trapped inside. Bursting forward toward the infirmary, his heart pounds with the hope that Gary and Sylvia remain unharmed. Meanwhile, Sylvia's 4 brothers stand against the Dark Guild. Marsh, with a harsh tone, admits he never thought they would sink so low as to ally with purebloods. The intruding guild member shamelessly declares that the goal justifies any method. At that moment, Marsh commands his siblings to scatter, then launches a powerful slash of water. Yet the Dark Guild fighter sneers, claiming he's merely buying time before the inevitable. Martian quickly instructs Max to find Sylvia and ensure she does not get dragged into this battle. Elsewhere, Winford delivers blunt words to the Elder, reporting the full situation and adding that he has already alerted the entire city as ordered. The Elder, seemingly unmoved, simply tells Winford to take his leave, but Winford clearly has much left unsaid. Struggling with his words, the knight swallows his thoughts, chooses silence and departs. Gary, meanwhile, lies on a bed within Furman's medical station. A man dressed oddly like a train conductor enters. In his hand glints a syringe. As Gary questions him, the man calmly claims the injection will ease his pain. He raises the syringe, ready to pierce Gary's hand. Just then, Sylvia and Martha rush in, stopping him. Martha strikes, but the man slips aside and reveals his true form, an individual consumed by shadows. Sylvia hurries to the young boy already injected, frantically asking if he's all right, but her efforts are in vain. It's far too late. At once a swarm of infected rise, one of them offering a grim choice: join them or perish. Gary refuses, choosing instead a third path to fight. Sylvia pleads with him not to kill, insisting these people might still be saved. Yet Gary delivers a sharp kick to one infected's leg. The shadows twist at his emotions, whispering that these are his comrades, and he cannot slay them. One infected steps forward, inviting him to become one of them, when suddenly, Martha's arrow pierces that speaker. She coldly states that while some may still be comrades, this one was not. Sylvia, though, praises her resolve. They soon realize the infected are losing control of themselves. Gary insists they stop holding back, but Sylvia orders restraint. Cripple them if necessary, break bones even, but do not kill. The battle becomes more difficult, each side straining. Gary questions what's happening, but Martha has no answer, only that the infected are turning berserk. Sylvia suspects someone is stirring chaos and urges retreat. Martha anxiously stresses they must also find Monk, who is still in the operating room. They hurry to the location. A window smeared with blood greets them. They rush inside. There they see Monk, gripping a blood-stained blade, trembling, admitting he has killed and taken lives. Martha consoles him gently, saying it isn't his fault, while Gary and Sylvia struggle to bar the doors against waves of infected bursting in. With panic rising, Gary cuts short Martha and Monk's moment, yelling for them to hurry. Outside, it becomes clear that countless others are infected. Nye suspects the third years deliberately unleashed this plague. Knowing their obsession with bloodlines, she never thought they would sink so far as to become Dark Guild pawns. It feels utterly wrong. Suddenly, a shadow lunges from behind, but Kyle saves her, slashing it down. He teases her, asking if she needs assistance, calling her a lovely lady. Yet another shadow attacks him, but this time Nye retaliates, smashing the zombie herself. Kyle is left stunned. Nye firmly tells him to look after himself first. Struck by her strength, Kyle feels an even stronger urge to protect her. A red-haired fighter mocks the third years for complicating matters, while Nye remarks she doesn't know if they were coerced or chose this path. But clearly this was a pre-planned strike. Cornered by their peers, a massive splash of water surges through, scattering the shadows. Kyle turns to thank Max, while Nye questions what an outside mage is doing here. Max explains he is searching for his sister, and asks if they know the infirmary's location. Kyle agrees to guide him, saying he also seeks his own friends. Meanwhile, Sylvia and her group fight desperately to escape the infirmary, surrounded by shadows. Martha wonders why their numbers swell, and Sylvia explains it's because they target the uninfected. As they near the exit, Kyle's voice rings out, and Sylvia hears her brother Max as well. The two groups call out, drawing close. Inside, Kyle is startled by the sheer crowd of patients, but Nye urges him forward, following the plan. Kyle and Nye hurl their chains and ropes toward Gary and Monk. They shout for them to grab hold, anchoring the ropes. Using the pole, they kick zombies aside. At the same time, Max unleashes Sylph's wall of water, carving a path. Everyone rushes through before his strength gives out. As they flee, Sylvia asks Max about the others. He replies that most are at the arena, battling the Dark Guild's forces, and he must return to aid them. Though Sylvia insists on going with him, Martha asks Kyle about the rest. Kyle assures that all were fine when he left, except Ian, the large one, who suffered a grave injury. Gary asks about Ray. Kyle replies that Ray was also on his way and should have arrived first. Gary worries something may have happened to him. Within the castle, Winfred pleads with the head elder to rescue the students immediately. The elder calmly replies that the arena attack may be a trap, and deploying troops risks the entire stronghold. Winfred begs for permission to go alone, noting that Sir Delbert and Bernard are present to guard, but the elder refuses, reminding him that his duty is to protect the palace. Winfred trembles, realizing how many will be sacrificed. The elder coldly asserts that, as a knight, he should know sometimes the few must be sacrificed to safeguard the many. Outside, Ray, who has overheard every word, reels in shock at the elder's willingness to abandon the students. The elder reaffirms his stance and Winfred reluctantly yields. But our protagonist, listening in, seethes with rage. His fury grows as he reflects. To them, the lives of students mean nothing compared to the Academy's secrets. He concludes their choice is foolish, made by blind, foolish humans. Our hero decides to act on his own, invoking his glamour and reshaping his appearance, preparing to carve his own path in this war. Elsewhere, Harry continues fighting, asking Jay Gree whether reinforcements have arrived. But the burly Jay, grinning ear to ear, declares they need no help. He rarely gets to unleash like this, and he's thrilled to pummel foes endlessly. Meanwhile, Sir Kay fights alongside Marsh. Recognizing his garb, Kay remarks Marsh must be a general of Allure's army. Marsh admits as much, curtly saying they must hurry, for once the plague reaches its second stage, the battle worsens. Kay slashes another enemy, his thoughts aligned with Marsh's. The perspective shifts to Asher, now consumed by the plague, jeering at Dan for his weakness while relentlessly attacking. Struggling, Dan roars that this is her limit, channeling borrowed strength to push back. Suddenly, an arrow strikes true, piercing Asher's neck. She shrieks in agony. The archer is revealed, Cherry, apologizing for having to kill a classmate. Dan praises her aim, but Cherry insists his distraction allowed her the shot. The scene then moves to the infected twin third years, who are swiftly defeated by Sloth and Badger. Both twins are stunned, recalling how weak those two once seemed in the tournament. The brothers protest that back then they were separated, but together they are unbeatable. Soon after, Sylvia and her group rush outside, finding her brother Marsh. Marsh beams with relief at seeing her safe, while Dan is equally glad to see Monk and Gary alive. Yet suddenly, another massive swarm of infected crashes into them. Dan panics, crying out that they had just finished fighting, only for more to appear. Marsh orders the wounded to fall back, while Sir Kay instructs students to form ranks and hold the line. Sylvia, nearly frantic, begs them not to kill, reminding all that these are still students who might yet be saved. Suspicion creeps into Kay's thoughts, wondering if this was the Dark Guild's trap all along, for with so many packed together, accidental deaths are inevitable. Regardless, Marsh takes command, telling his twin brothers to channel their water-pulsing abilities and grant him full control. Together, they focus their power into a mighty water pulse. The pulse surges out, striking every infected. The toxins within them begin to dissolve. It becomes clear. The potion they were injected with is being drawn out by Marsh's magic. Many infected collapse, freed from its grip. Marsh pushes further, straining to cleanse the rest. At last he stumbles, drained, and his siblings rush to catch him. Sir Kay, awed, admits Marsh's strength is terrifying, for vast mana alone could never achieve such delicate precision on so many at once. Sylvia clutches her brother, who reassures her he only exhausted himself, needing merely days of rest. Sir Kay then orders Kyle and Monk to gather the wounded, while assigning Gary to monitor the recovering infected. Inwardly, Kay gives thanks. Casualties are minimal thanks to these mages, and he resolves that the Academy will owe them a great debt. As calm finally begins to return, black clouds churn above, and a jagged bolt of lightning splits the sky, which terrifies everyone to the core, as their eyes fly open in alarm. Something immense slams into the ground with explosive force, sending a violent tremor echoing all around. All present stand frozen, staring in utter disbelief to grasp what just occurred. To their astonishment, a figure emerges from the swirling dust, making a destructive entrance clad head to toe in formidable armor. Wide-eyed, Gary turns to Kay, asking if he has any idea who this figure might be. That's when the armored powerhouse addresses Kay by his true name, Caden, saying it's been far too long since they last met, clearly amused. Boiling with rage, Kay snaps that he has no right to utter that name, while Marsh suddenly recognizes him as Mothraum, shocked that he would personally appear here himself. It becomes clear. He's none other than the former elder of the Avrianan Knight Academy, now the commanding leader of the Dark Guild, Mothraum. Without hesitation, Marsh signals his brother with a nod, ordering them to attack, and the group launches a combined water slice strike aimed straight at Mothraum. Sneering at such feeble attempts, Mothraum remains completely unbothered, the silver-haired mage's magic washing off him as though it were nothing. Marsh, aghast, can't believe his own powers were utterly ignored. Mothraum then growls a threat. If this is how they wish to fight, then their end is certain. With crackling magic, he summons lightning into his palms, condensing it into a searing orb. He then hurls the lightning sphere mercilessly at the silver-haired twins, Johann and Jekyll, their screams piercing as the surge consumes them. Horrified, Marsh watches his brothers collapse unconscious, realizing with dread that the armored elder wields lightning itself. A chilling thought cuts through Caden's mind. No human has ever been seen wielding lightning magic, for it belongs only to legendary beasts. Even back then, he never heard this man wield such a force, leaving Kay struggling to grasp the situation. Morthem casually apologizes for being late, mocking that no elder would dare appear, even if he slaughtered everyone here. Just then, Cherry bursts forward, loosing an arrow at the armored figure with unmatched strength, but Morthem scoffs at its slowness, snapping the arrow apart as though swatting a fly. Jay Grease seizes the moment to ambush from behind, sword raised to strike the armored man's face, but, scoffing at the pitiful attempt, Morthem ridicules him as a foolish child before blasting him with lightning. The bolt sends Jay crashing into the wall with brutal force. Afterward, Morthem turns his attention back to Caden, seemingly harboring personal resentment, asking if the students still call him Kay frustrated. Kay demands he get to the point and state his intentions. The armored menace responds that he will grant Kay a choice. Confused, Caden wonders what kind of choice he means. Then comes the cruel ultimatum. Morthem says he'll allow Kay to seek the elder's aid, but for every minute he's gone, one life will be taken. How many he saves depends entirely on him. Forced into an impossible situation, Caden presses for the other option while signaling Gary, Kyle, and Monk to prepare themselves. Morthem reveals it coldly. The other choice is simply to watch everyone here die one by one. Kyle and Monk quietly ready their ambush. In an instant, Kay, Monk, and Kyle all lunge together, weapons aimed at him. Realizing he is surrounded, Morthem deduces this is the choice Caden has made. As their combined strike closes in, Morthem vanishes in a flash like living lightning, leaving everyone bewildered about where he disappeared to. As the dust clears moments later, Kay spots him again. Morthem is gripping Cherry by the throat, her body writhing in agony as she struggles, while he reminds Kay that he'll kill them off one by one. Nye charges forward furiously, shouting at him to release Cherry, cursing him as a bastard. With a mocking smirk, Morthem flings Cherry aside, then snatches Nye's rope dart, sending lightning crackling down it and electrocuting her in a deafening crack. At the last moment, Caden intervenes, slicing the rope and sparing Nye from certain death. Monk rushes in to catch her, asking if she's all right, and though shaken, Nye insists she is. Seizing the distraction, Kyle entangles the armored foe with his steel chains. He jerks the bindings taut, wrapping them firmly around the giant's frame. With a mighty pull, Kyle slams the chain into the ground, calling out to Gary for the follow-up. Immediately, Gary and Harry surge in, driving their blades into the chains, pinning them into the earth and locking the armored figure in place. Furious, Morthem seethes, declaring he's had enough of these insolent brats who dare hinder him. The ground quakes as he channels an immense lightning strike, the rumble echoing ominously. But Sylvia leaps in, shoving Gary and Harry aside just as the lethal strike unleashes, shielding them. Witnessing her uncanny foresight, Morthem is momentarily rattled, realizing she anticipated his attack. Martha seizes the opportunity, raising her bow, hoping Cherry's earlier technique will be enough this time. She releases her arrow, sending it whistling toward Morthem, but once again he slips free, breaking the chains effortlessly and vanishing. Martha stumbles, terror striking her as she realizes they cannot contain him for even a second. Suddenly, Sylvia shouts her name, warning her of an incoming strike. Martha narrowly avoids it, saved by a hair's breadth. Morthem concedes that Sylvia can truly predict his attacks. It wasn't coincidence. Deciding to eliminate her first, he bolts toward her, but Martian Max intercepts, hurling a water slash to stall him. The clash of magic booms louder and louder. In that very instant, Dan charges desperately with his spear, launching himself at Morthem. His spear thrust drives directly at him, but when the dust clears, the armored foe stands unscathed, leaving Dan dumbfounded that his full power achieved nothing. Mothra sneers, muttering that this fight has become dull, and it's time someone dies. He conjures a massive orb of lightning, the sheer force cracking the very earth. The storm swells as lightning saturates the air, threatening to annihilate the entire academy. Amid the chaos, Gary lunges, slamming his sword into the armored man's shoulder with staggering force. Though unharmed, Mothram admits he's impressed Avrian and Academy still produces remarkable talents. Yet he laments, it's wasted potential since they'll perish here regardless. With that, he blasts Gary away and surrounds himself with a field of lightning, its shockwaves flinging back all who dare approach. Straining to stay upright, Kay forces himself forward, questioning how Mortham gained such terrifying power. He concludes grimly that only the 6 elders might stand a chance against him now. Step by step, Cadden pushes through, clutching his chest, barely able to move. Facing him, Mothram sneers, declaring his plan has succeeded. The elders would rather sacrifice them all than unearth what lies below. Cold sweat drips from Cadden as he realizes the man's true intent. He spits back that such madness will remain only in his dreams, branding Mothram insane. At once, the armored figure raises a lightning-charged finger at him, vowing he won't leave empty-handed today. Just as he prepares to give Kay his fatal farewell, a shriek splits the air from behind. A devastating strike nearly lands on Mortham, who barely dodges. It's Jay Gree, returning, slamming down his massive sword. Smirking, he taunts the armored foe, saying if he thought he was dead, he's gravely mistaken, while Kay calls out, asking if he's all right. The armored man reels in shock to see Jay still alive after that brutal blow. But Jay grits out that such wounds won't kill him so easily. Some of them still refuse to give up the fight. Mothram snatches up a spear, mocking their foolish belief that they can stand against him. Charging at terrifying speed, debris shatters as he warns Jay not to overestimate himself. The spear drives straight through Jay's body, blood spilling as the armored man ridicules him, saying he was the last one who could even move. Pinned and writhing, Jay can't strike back. With a cold glare, Mortham turns toward the injured Cadden, vowing to send them all to the afterlife, one by one. Suddenly, the armored man halts, sensing something amiss. Jay, trembling and bleeding, croaks that it's not over, that Mortham will never defeat them. He adds that their boss will be the one to crush him. Smirking, Mothram asks mockingly where this so-called boss is. And right then, a figure appears, kicking Mortham with brutal force, slamming him straight into the wall. At last, their comrade returns in explosive fashion. Sylvia instantly recognizes him. It's Ness, thanks to his unique glamour ability. Stepping up to Jay, Ray warns him it will hurt when pulling the spear out, telling him to brace for it. Jay, resolute, insists he can handle it and tells him to do it. Without hesitation, Ray rips the spear free, blood spraying violently. Jay exhales in relief, thanking him, but Arger calmly replies not to mention it. Since Jay already saved his life once, this only balances the debt. Eyes widen in utter shock. Jay finally realizes that the one standing before him is none other than his boss, Ray, while our guy quietly tells him to keep that fact a secret. Suddenly, massive boulders come hurtling their way, but Ray intercepts, stopping the incoming rocks before they can smash into Jay. It's clear that the wretched Mothram has returned, more furious than ever, as though every single one of them has been wasting his precious time. He snarls a threat at Ray, vowing he will pay for all of their mistakes. Yet our guy stands his ground, his tone sharp, declaring that he's already in a foul mood today, so this timing is perfect for a beating. With resolve burning, our boy activates his dragon eye, his gaze fierce and unyielding as he dares his enemy to come at him. And thus, Ness squares off against the armored foe. Sylvia urgently warns him to stay wary of the lightning strikes. Her shock deepens when she realizes even Jay, who is the strongest among them, couldn't hold out and was quickly defeated. But Ness stands completely fine. Our guy slips past another lightning strike with perfect timing. He silently thanks his foresight, glad he had prepared himself before entering this battle. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a knight rushes in to report to Winford that one of the squads posted near the Elder's mansion has been ambushed. Winford immediately questions him about the casualties. The report comes back. There are no deaths, but over 50 have collapsed unconscious, and those who awoke can't remember what occurred, nor did they ever glimpse the enemy. All they could confirm was that it was just a single attacker. Those affected remain alive and uninjured outwardly. Strangely, those who regained consciousness found their Kai gone, as though their mana had been drained completely. Winford reels, stunned, questioning inwardly if this could be Rei's doing. Back at the battlefield, Ness continues to clash with Mothram. He quietly breathes relief that he absorbed mana from the soldiers earlier, for without that boost this fight would have been an utter disaster. Calculating quickly, he decides he must convert 100 points of mana into Kai to endure the attacks, while reserving 20 points for his glamour ability, since his opponent is far too formidable. But as he's lost in calculation, his foe charges up a thunder attack of catastrophic power, one no ordinary human could withstand. Yet Ness narrowly evades the devastating strike. Kay's eyes widen at the movement, stunned, because what he just witnessed is a stealth maneuver reserved exclusively for black belt knights. Who is this young man? Mothram smirks arrogantly, wondering how long the boy can last by relying on tricks and evasion. Our guy knows the truth. He cannot withstand those attacks head-on. A few solid hits would spell disaster. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning lands against him. To defend, he immediately conjures an ice element to dampen the damage. Mothram pauses, realizing now that his opponent is a mage. He resolves to demonstrate the true gulf between mages. Meanwhile, our guy has already devised a strategy. He invokes the endless void. The armored foe is certain this boy cannot dodge forever, charging another deadly attack as Sylvia shouts desperately for Ness, but the strike reverses at the last instant, as Rei slips out from the spot unharmed. Seizing the moment, Rei lunges in with his spear for a counterattack. Yet again, the armored man narrowly avoids the blow. With lightning sparking around him, Mothram even compliments the spear, admiring its craftsmanship and claiming it deserves a place in his collection. Our boy struggles to land a hit, knowing if this dodging continues, he'll never touch him. Rei retorts mockingly, saying that the armored man's big-eyed armor is impressive. Maybe they should trade instead. And then, the armored figure vanishes, moving like living lightning so fast that even Rei can't follow. But in that moment, our guy realizes there must be some trick. No one can keep using such speed without consequence. While deep in thought, Sylvia urgently calls out to Rei to watch behind him, warning of a sudden lightning strike. Just in time, he dodges by a hair's breadth. He realizes then that his stealth technique mirrors that of black belt knights, melding with the environment and using refined footwork to vanish into blind spots. If Mothram uses magic, the principle must be the same. If he can pinpoint the enemy's blind spot, he might strike. And with Sylvia's sharp senses, perhaps she can warn him from where the armored man approaches. Thus, Rei locks in with his dragon eyes, searching for faint tells that could reveal his opponent's movements. Determined, he presses his counter while Mothram continues to hurl lightning. With perfect timing, Rei flips one of the armored man's attacks back at him. Finally, he lands a direct hit. Through this, he uncovers the truth. The man is using lightning to move his body, and while it's fast, it isn't entirely invisible. Just like animals can sense the charge before a storm strike, faint currents ripple each time he halts. Enraged, the armored man roars, demanding how dare this boy use his own skill against him. Tension rises as he declares he must eliminate both Rei and Sylvia before they become real threats. Our guy acknowledges inwardly, Mothram's magic is brutally complex. Even recognizing the signs doesn't make it easy. Perceiving the current and reacting in that tiny window is daunting. Then the armored enemy unleashes an enormous lightning torrent, sneering that just knowing the secret won't help. He's already identified Rei's weakness. Realization hits. His mana is completely drained, leaving him frail and staggering. Sylvia signals him, warning of imminent peril. But Rei cannot move. His legs buckle under him. Mothram seizes the opening. A brutal lightning strike slams into him, the foe declaring it checkmate. The blast is so overwhelming that the ground shatters as our poor boy is hurled violently, blood spilling from his body. Clutching his wound, Jay dashes over, catching him in desperation. Our guy admits he has nothing left. Even channeling 100 points of Kai wouldn't stop such attacks. Yet, astonishingly, Mothram thinks to himself that this boy is a monster, wondering who he could possibly be, for he's never heard of anyone like this in Avrianan. Afterward, Jay, stricken, tells Rei they've fought so long and haven't even scratched the armor. The difference is too vast, and if it drags on, they will all perish. That's when our guy turns to him. He pleads with Jay to lend him strength. Without hesitation, Jay agrees, even saying he'd gladly die for him. Ray draws on the big man's mana. Meanwhile, Mothram grows suspicious at the silence, wondering what they're scheming. He lashes an attack at them, but Ray, now revitalized through Jay's power, deflects with newfound strength, then tells Jay to rest as he collapses unconscious. Witnessing the surge of Kai, the armored man reels in disbelief. This boy's energy has multiplied in mere seconds. Something isn't right. Flames erupt around Ray, his body blazing with Kai as he charges forward at frightening speed. His strikes come rapid, an onslaught like lightning itself. Watching this relentless offense, awe sweeps across the field. Sylvia's face glows with pride. Marsh stands stunned, unable to believe he's still moving at all. And Caden gapes, concluding that with this strength, Ray could rival even an elder. Mothram himself admits, this boy is truly exceptional. Rage boils within him as the battle escalates. Our guy invokes the endless void again, shielding himself from the cascading lightning. The armored foe condenses a colossal lightning strike, potent enough to incinerate anyone to ash. But Ray endures, his Kai forming a barrier that holds against the violent torrent. Sylvia and Jay cry out in alarm, terrified whether he's still alive. As the smoke clears, Ray emerges, alive and standing. Mothram, surprised the boy could withstand so long, realizes the elders will not appear. Left with no choice, he resolves to unleash his final strike upon Ray. But the borrowed Kai weighs heavily, burdening Ray's body. He knows he must end this quickly. Just as the armored man readies his ultimate attack, he is interrupted. A message reaches him, announcing they've located the passage he ordered them to find. Mothram instructs them to rendezvous at their usual location, turning to leave. Before departing, he addresses Ray as Ness, promising to remember him. He announces that from this day, the Dark Guild will place a bounty on his head. Ray, half smirking, asks if he should take that as an honor. He adds mockingly, "Make sure the price tag is higher." With those parting words, Mothram bids him farewell, telling him to savor the fleeting peace he has left. Then he vanishes instantly, gone like a phantom. A collective wave of relief sweeps through everyone as Sylvia exhales, realizing he's finally gone. Ray, utterly exhausted, breathes out heavily, admitting he was at his limit. Grateful the man retreated, he asks Jay to help him leave, and the big man supports him. Yet Sylvia's eyes still flicker with doubt. Was it truly over? At the same time, Gary and Monk stir awake, stunned they survived. Marsh, drained of power, struggles upright and asks his sister where that mysterious young man went. But he is told to rest, as he can't move yet. With the wind brushing through her hair, Sylvia replies softly that Ness vanished just like before. Still, in her eyes lingers a quiet hope, a belief that she will cross paths with him again. A gentle smile spreads on her face. It is revealed then that the Dark Guild's insurgency collapsed immediately after Mothram's retreat. Later, the Knights arrived, wiping out the remaining stragglers and restoring control of Avrianen. The wounded were treated promptly, but the tragedy remained. Nearly 30 students lost their lives that day. Among them was Ian, the red-haired youth who succumbed to his grievous wounds. Among the students who survived, nearly half ended up with such severe injuries that they would never again have the chance to pursue knighthood. As sorrowful as it sounds, from that day onward, a heavy gloom weighed over the academy, where dread and unease lingered in everyone's hearts. Haunted by the thought that they might be the next target, their daily lives were plagued by fear. Remembering all the dreadful and heart-wrenching events, Ray couldn't help but feel remorse, thinking that if aid had arrived sooner, if Sir Kay and Winford hadn't restrained him from stepping forward, perhaps the outcome might have been different. And if Ian hadn't been marked by his red hair, none of it would have come to pass. Tormented by these what-ifs, he lingered on those thoughts. Yet in the end, he realized he couldn't have escaped what was fated. Pulling himself from the spiral, he acknowledged that Ian was not to blame. With anguish still flickering in his gaze, our boy hardened his resolve. If both the academy and the world itself were corrupted, then he would be the one to reshape them. At that instant, His dragon system rewarded him with 7 new abilities for staking his life against the armored foe, and among them he discovered a fresh skill known as the contract. Examining this contract, he understood it was finally time to gather comrades of his own. The very first to join his side was Jay Gree, as expected, brimming with excitement. Jay guessed that the boss was cooking up something incredible, but Ray calmly told him that 2 more would be coming aboard, asking the big guy to wait for them, and to guard the secret of his nest, since Jay was the only one entrusted with it. Jay swore he'd take that secret to his grave, which gave our guy peace of mind, knowing Jay was a man who'd obey without question. Recalling how Jay even handled Geo without a second thought, Ray believed that his loyalty would never falter. The other recruits turned out to be the twins, Sloth and Badger. One of them bristled over the academy, pinning the blame on them just for their red hair, insisting they were victims too, reminding that they saved many lives, and demanding why they were still being singled out. That was when Ray revealed his reason for inviting the twins. He said he despised discrimination himself, and that was why he was forming a team to change the world. He hoped the twins would join if they shared that vision. Ever enthusiastic, Jay immediately begged to be included, while Badger admitted he always thought Ray was a lone wolf and never imagined him working with others. Ray carefully concealed that he was the founder, instead claiming that the leader was Ness. He explained that he only joined because he agreed with Ness's ideals and believed the Dark Guild would inevitably return. If the twins joined Ness's group, they'd gain power and safeguard one another. That was when it dawned on Jay. It was the boss's team, and he thought it was awesome. Hearing the name, Badger concluded that Ness must be the one who clashed with Mothram and forced him to retreat. If that man was seeking allies and didn't judge them for their red hair, then it sounded worthwhile. Curious, Badger asked his brother's opinion, and Sloth coolly agreed. Ray then laid down the condition. They'd forfeit their lives if they ever betrayed the group. Jay, steadfast as ever, pledged his loyalty, while Badger vowed never to turn on his comrades. With both Ray and Jay united in agreement, there was no issue. After that, our guy sealed the pact with all of them, telling them to place their palms on the magic circle, an oath more than a contract. As soon as their hands touched the circle, a tingling heat coursed through them, much to their astonishment. Then a dragon-shaped tattoo etched itself onto their arms. At that point, Ray declared this to be the insignia of their group, and named them Crimson Wings, a title that resounded with power. Content with the name, Badger curiously asked why Ray hadn't invited Kyle, another redhead. Ray brushed it off, saying Kyle was too much of a loudmouth, and that subtlety was crucial for now, so he'd wait. Accepting the point, Badger then pressed why Gary wasn't included since they trusted him, and Sloth also noted Gary could be relied upon. Thinking about Gary, Ray recalled how he had been sinking into despair ever since the tournament's postponement, since that meant losing the chance to investigate Amy's death. It wasn't that Ray doubted Gary's trustworthiness. It was that he feared how far Gary might go for vengeance if given such power, and that he might not be able to restrain him. This left Ray uneasy about Gary's true intentions. A week slipped by. Life at the academy seemed to regain a calm rhythm. During that time, Gary approached Ray, asking him to meet at the library after training. Entering the library, Ray found it strange for Gary to choose this place, teasing if he came to study. Gary instead confessed that he had been dreaming again, with voices echoing in his sleep. Shocked, Ray asked if he remembered what they said, but Gary, holding a book, admitted he couldn't recall clearly, only that he kept following them. He explained that every night he wandered endlessly through darkness, guided by those voices, until he reached a place of light that felt overwhelming, both gentle and powerful. There, he prayed for strength, and she promised it to him. Gary summarized it simply. He met a goddess in his dreams. Then he showed a book titled The Dragon Knight's Journey. He went on to say he'd heard legends of the 5 dragon knights of the academy, who encountered a goddess before their awakenings and received power from her. Smiling with exhilaration, Gary seemed to piece things together. He shared with Ray the recorded histories of how the Dragon Knights awakened, where nearly all of them went through similar experiences. One record described a knight who, night after night, heard voices from the void, followed them to their source, and met the goddess. She cleansed the malice from his heart, blessed him with power, and revealed his destiny and future. Reading this, Gary insisted the place they were talking about was none other than the dungeon behind the red door. He added that rumors spoke of a goddess at Roland, and she might be sealed beneath Avrion itself. Hearing this, Ray was staggered, remembering how the elder spoke of protecting something. Meanwhile, Gary eagerly grabbed him, saying this might be the hope they needed to meet the goddess and be granted strength. Ray, however, found it suspicious. From what the elder implied, something crucial was hidden under the academy, something worth sacrificing students for. He began to question if it was truly divine, or if Gary's assumption was misguided. Afterward, our boy warned him that surveillance around the dungeon had grown tighter, so getting in would be no simple feat. Yet Gary remembered something else, and revealed that Molly had come to him days ago, saying she too had strange dreams eerily similar to his. The difference, however, was that Molly remembered a path, and when she tried retracing it, she stumbled onto a trail outside the city that descended underground. Curious, Ray asked if Molly met the goddess, but Gary replied no. It was like what happened back at the prison. He added that Molly hadn't gotten far before she was stopped by gates she couldn't breach. With fierce conviction, the blond boy gripped Ray's shoulders and declared that was why he needed him, since Ray was the one who opened the gates last time. Practically pleading, Gary demanded his help. Deep down, Ray wrestled with unease. While they might now be strong enough to escape a monarch-crank monster, they knew nothing of this dungeon, and the dangers could be far beyond their expectations. Uneasy, our guy figured that if a goddess truly resided beneath Avrion, he had countless questions for her, about his reincarnation, the prophecy, the dark nights, his father and Amy. Agreeing to accompany Gary, Ray stressed that they needed to be fully prepared, but before he could finish his thought, the blonde immediately thanked him and seized his hand, pulling him to meet Molly. Soon they arrived at the dorm. Gary lashed out at Molly, insisting they only agreed to tell Monk. He demanded to know why there were so many people gathered. Molly defended herself, saying she only told Monk and Gary. Furious, Gary grabbed Monk, accusing him of running his mouth like Kyle. Kyle protested for him to stop the friendly fire, while Monk nervously confessed that Martha told him couples shouldn't keep secrets. Hearing that, Ray and Gary both froze in shock at the sudden revelation that Monk and Martha were dating, while Dan nearly fell over from disbelief. Still stunned, they didn't expect Monk to blurt it out, but then Sylvia stepped in, softly saying they already knew and promising to keep it quiet. She insisted that they take her along. She added that strange things had been happening in the academy, and with pain flashing across her face, admitted she couldn't bear losing more friends. Abruptly, Ray hushed everyone. He sensed a presence outside. Quietly approaching the door, he suspected they had been followed, perhaps by agents of the Dark Guild still prowling the city. Throwing the door open, he found no one. Thinking it was a mistake, Monk saw nothing either, guessing maybe it was just an animal. Ray warned them all that with the tense atmosphere in the academy, they needed caution, and urged them to listen to Molly so they could form a proper plan. The scene shifted to the academy as heavy rain poured down. The city was drenched, while night cloaked the great gates. Out of nowhere, a red-haired youth badger came sprinting up, crying for aid. In a panic, the boy shouted desperately, pleading for them to save his brother from a monster. He pointed to the distance, where his brother was seemingly under attack by a wolf beast, none other than Noir, Ray's summoned creature. The knights saw Noir tearing into his brother and recoiled in alarm. One knight reassured Badger not to worry, claiming the beast couldn't get far while burdened with someone, and ordered others to alert the sentries to prepare for an interception. Their plan was to flank and corner the monster. While the knights dashed off to hunt the wolf, Ray and his group hid in the brush, waiting until the coast was clear. Seizing the moment, Ray and Jay hauled the bridge chains, lowering the gate. One by one, they slipped stealthily through the entrance. Our guy then told Jay to pull the bridge back up and close the gate, instructing him to signal immediately if anything went wrong. Jay nodded, ready to obey his boss's command. Rejoining the others, Ray noticed Gary finally grasped why the twins were recruited. The distraction had gone off flawlessly. With that, Ray turned to Molly and told her to lead the way. As they marched, Molly explained that the entrance lay at the foot of the mountain, meaning it was still a distance off, and urged them to keep pace. The rain continued to pour. Monk felt the chill deepen and asked Martha if she was all right, and she reassured him. Dan, however, groaned that he was not okay, fed up with being the third wheel between the two of them. Suddenly, their path was blocked by what looked like a wall of snow, but Martha immediately raised her bow, warning that snow didn't move. Sure enough, a horde of ice golems lumbered toward them. Sylvia shouted in alarm that they'd drawn unwanted visitors. To their shock, rabid rabbits burst from the forest as well, disgusting Sylvia. Battling the ice golems, Ray mused at the sheer number of monsters lurking in these woods. Yet the fact that Molly traversed them alone made him suspicious that she was hiding something. Meanwhile, Dan gleefully harvested an intermediate crystal from the rabbits, while Kyle, empty-handed after killing 2 monsters, cursed his rotten luck. On the other side, our guy proudly checked his dragon system and noted he had collected 79 intermediate crystals, just shy of leveling up. Soon after, Molly pressed them to move on, reminding that they had to return before dawn. Moments later, they reached the cave entrance, which radiated an eerie energy. From inside, Ray picked up a sound. Without hesitation, Gary stepped forward into the darkness. As they move deeper, their footsteps echo through the chamber, and Molly remarks that they've finally arrived, admitting this is as far as she had reached the last time. Their path is suddenly blocked by a massive towering gate, leaving Dan stunned as he questions when such a thing was constructed and whether they can even manage to open it. Casting a look toward Ray, Gary expects him to do the same as before and unlock the way forward. Our boy then presses his palm onto the monumental gate when the dragon system manifests, asking if he intends to unseal the door. With his confirmation, the giant doors creak open as if by sorcery, astonishing the group. Dan, baffled, wonders aloud how Ray is able to open something like this with nothing but a touch. Kyle, ever the loudmouth, blurts out that Ray might actually be the child of the prophecy. Sylvia, intrigued, immediately presses Kyle on what prophecy he means, and the red-headed fool almost spills everything, until Ray cuts him off at just the right moment, firmly telling him that's enough. While Kyle sheepishly clamps his mouth shut, our guy dismisses his words, warning the others not to listen since Kyle has a hero syndrome. Meanwhile, Ray silently regrets bringing this chatterbox along in the first place. With that, our boy resumes pushing the doors wide open. Deep inside, Sylvia quietly feels a growing distance between herself and Ray. Not long after, they are met with an endless staircase stretching downward, signaling that their journey is far from over. As they descend step by step, Monk confesses he's clueless about the path and wonders if it might even take them beneath the school grounds. Molly cautiously agrees that such a thing could be possible. Out of curiosity, Kyle breaks the silence by asking what the goddess looks like, and what everyone intends to ask her once they finally stand before her. Martha dreams aloud that she imagines the goddess to be graceful and beautiful, wishing she herself could be like that. Dan scoffs sarcastically, questioning whether she even knows for certain it's the goddess. He justifies his mockery by recalling that God once safeguarded the continent, wiped out the mages, and bestowed power upon knights, leading him to doubt how such an all-powerful being could be a woman. Martha, refusing to back down, fires back with a cutting remark that crushes his fragile pride. She points out that despite all his supposed strength, Dan has never once beaten Sylvia in combat. Dan fumes in anger, but Sylvia interjects, telling them to stop since they are nearly at the end of the staircase. At last, trudging down the final steps, they reach a palace-like structure hidden below, leaving them awestruck at the revelation that something of this scale existed underground all along. Forcing open another grand doorway, they are struck by countless questions about the eerie place, and speculate that it may be a cathedral. Ray's gaze fixes on a mage statue standing in the center, and he can't shake the feeling that he has seen this figure before. Searching for another exit, Molly and Dan find nothing while Monk worries it's a dead end. Sylvia notices Ray's eyes locked on the statue and teases him, joking that though it's beautiful, it's still only a statue. Ray asks Sylvia if she knows who the figure represents, and she guesses it must be the goddess. Lost in deep thought, Ray admits it's strange. He's certain he has seen this person before but cannot remember where. Moments later, Martha points out that the ground beneath the statue sounds hollow, and Gary suspects it hides a secret passage. Dan boldly attempts to shove the statue aside, but its sheer weight overwhelms him, so he calls for assistance. Kyle and Gary step in to help, pushing with all their strength, but the statue refuses to budge even slightly. Suddenly, Ray places his hand upon the statue, and is stunned when the dragon system once again asks him if he wishes to open the gate. As if anticipating it, our guy chooses to proceed, and the hidden passageway splits open before their eyes. He leads them into the passage. The group marvels at the breathtaking beauty within, while Monk grows excited that they might truly be on their way to meeting the goddess. Enveloped by walls glittering like starlight, Sylvia wonders aloud if the sparkling formations are actually magic crystals. Gary looks upward and spots an enormous, radiant crystal glowing brilliantly ahead. In that instant, realization strikes them all. They come to the chilling understanding that what lies before them is none other than God. A blinding brilliance erupts from the colossal crystal. The group falls to their knees in belief that it is God, while Dan, unable to identify whether it is male or female, feels unexpectedly let down. Martha scolds him furiously for daring to show such disrespect, while Monk becomes convinced the divine truly resided beneath Avrian all along. Gary can only gape in shock, finally accepting the truth he had doubted. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently beneath them, shaking the entire chamber. They stagger and tumble in fear, assuming they have angered the god. Kyle instantly blames Dan for his careless words, and a terrified Dan blurts out apologies. Only Ray plants his feet firmly and endures the violent force, but he feels his very Kai being drained away by the divine presence. Realization dawns on him as his life force is drawn out, that the entity is attempting to reveal something, dragging him into another dimension. Perhaps it is another realm, or perhaps only the depths of his subconscious. Our boy steadies himself to witness what awaits, when his past self, the red dragon, materializes before him. Ray then envisions the world swallowed in darkness, believing this glimpse to be of the future. He sees countless people consumed by the plague of shadows. The entire world crumbles into ruin. Suddenly, he beholds Molly within the vision, also infected by the shadows, and shockingly, he sees her plunging a blade into his back. The vision shatters as Ray collapses to the ground, stabbed in reality as well, while Gary rushes to his side, panicked, asking if he's all right. Our guy writhes in agony, consumed by unbearable pain. It is revealed that Molly, possessed by the shadows, has actually struck Ray, and with a cruel grin she whispers that her plan has finally succeeded. She declares that her reward will be great. With murderous intent, Molly raises her weapon to strike Ray again, but Gary intervenes just in time, knocking her unconscious with his sword. Later, Ray awakens to the sound of multiple voices surrounding him. His vitals appear stable and his body is recovering. The doctor marvels, admitting he has never seen anyone survive this type of neurotoxin before. He concedes it was not due to his own skill. This red-haired boy is as resilient as a beast. The doctor concludes that Ray will awaken soon, and moments later, Ray opens his eyes anxiously, immediately asking how long he had been out and whether everyone is safe. The hospital director informs him he was unconscious for several days, but assures him all his companions are fine, except Molly. Realization crashes down on Ray that it wasn't a hallucination at all. Molly truly did stab him. The doctor then warns him that he and his friends are now in grave danger, reminding him he should have known better than to trespass in forbidden territory. Our boy can only sit there, troubled with heavy worries. The doctor goes on to reveal that the head elder has summoned an emergency council to decide Ray's punishment. Curious, Ray asks what judgment the elders have made, but the doctor admits he doesn't yet know. He advises Ray to rest, since whatever comes will happen only after he recovers. Leaving the room, Ray reflects bitterly on how close he had come to the truth, certain now that God truly had something to tell him, and regret gnaws at him, knowing the chance won't return. The scene shifts to the gathering of the elders. They debate the matter heatedly, agreeing they should have been more vigilant and monitored every red-haired student from the start. Winford erupts in frustration, insisting the mounting signs prove the prophecy is real, and if they continue ignoring it, catastrophe will follow. Gibby scoffs, telling him to stop exaggerating, arguing that the students trespassed past the guards into restricted grounds, so the guards deserve punishment as well. Knight Delbert partly sides with Gibby, but admits Winford has a valid concern. He clarifies what he truly means, muttering that those red-haired children might bring destruction. He proposes that they should be executed to prevent disaster, glaring coldly at Winford. Outraged, Winford explodes, accusing him of twisting words, shouting that they should safeguard the children of prophecy instead of condemning them. The head elder intervenes, urging them to control their tempers and warning none of them to act rashly. He reminds them all that Ray might be the child of prophecy. That is why this council has been summoned. The elder stresses that the fate of the world hangs in the balance, and they must tread carefully. Another elder scoffs, questioning when they ever needed a child to save them, only to be cut off by one who reminds him how these very children risked their lives fighting Mortham, while the elders hid behind secrets. One elder emphasizes that Ray is their most crucial child of all, insisting he must stay at the academy. Winford interjects, asking what is to become of the other students. The head elder declares firmly that the rules must be upheld, and thus the others will be expelled from the academy for good. Soon, within the academy's judgment hall, all students involved are summoned. An elder addresses the assembly, announcing that after discussion of their rule-breaking for entering forbidden grounds, a verdict has been reached. Ray Talon is called forth and sentenced to probation as punishment. But for the rest of them, the elder declares their expulsion from Avrian. The students are stunned and immediately protest, reminding the elders that they risked their lives to defend the academy, making this judgment grossly unfair. Sylvia steps forward in defiance, warning that the Hart family will not stand by if the academy insists on enforcing this decision. Elder Vaughn unexpectedly sides with her, reminding the head that the Hart family holds immense influence. Moreover, these students were the ones who fought against insurgents, though his words carry a hint of sarcasm. Elder Gibby slams the table, snapping that the area they trespassed is utterly forbidden. He emphasizes that only elders have the right to enter, regardless of a student's family name or status. With malicious eyes, Gibby singles out Ray, mocking him while muttering that perhaps certain individuals might receive special treatment, considering not everyone can be the prophesied redhead. Ray is exposed in front of his companions. Hearing this, his eyes flare with fury as his whole body trembles in rage, fists clenched tightly as though he might lash out at Gibby, until the moment is cut short. Elder Vaughn intervenes, stating that rules must be honored no matter what, effectively supporting Gibby's stance. He steps down from his place. Elder Vaughn approaches the students, pointing out that according to Gibby's own words, only elders may step foot in the forbidden grounds unless granted permission. With that, Vaughn delivers an unexpected twist, declaring he will relinquish his title as elder and bestow it upon the young man, Gary Blueblood. Delbert and several others are left dumbfounded, loudly opposing the decision, while fate seems to smile on the blonde youth, now to be known as Elder Gary. Gibby sneers that Vaughn has lost his mind, just to save a handful of children. The rest of the elders murmur agreement, deeming the move reckless. One remarks that elders safeguard the academy's deepest secrets, so this is not a title to be handed out so lightly. But the head elder supports Vaughn's choice, standing firmly by him. He reminds them that by law, an elder can transfer his seat to anyone within the academy if approved by the Master Knights. Vaughn turns to Gary, declaring he shall inherit the mantle of elder, and asks the Master Knights for their judgment. Delbert, seething, calls the notion absurd and insists no one would ever approve, but Winford suddenly voices his agreement with Vaughn. Delbert barks at Winford in disbelief for siding with him, but Sir Kay adds his approval as well, escalating the conflict further. Delbert glares with murderous eyes, unable to stomach the decision. Then the woman head knight refuses to consent, explaining that becoming an elder cannot be treated so lightly, apologizing to Vaughn as she rejects his request. Delbert immediately turns to Bernard, the last master knight, certain he'll object, but Winford steps in again, reminding Bernard that these children once saved them when their world was collapsing, while many of their comrades perished and the elders stood helpless. His voice quivers with emotion as he declares that what they owe must now be repaid. A heavy silence hangs in the room as everyone waits for Bernard to break it with his words. At last, the man speaks, voicing his support for Vaughn's decision. Delbert jerks his head in annoyance, grumbling that this is nothing short of madness. Soon after, the head elder declares that since Vaughn has transferred his authority to Gary Blueblood, he will not be penalized, while the others will. At that very moment, Gary raises his hand. He then passes his elder's seat over to Dan, asking the Master Knights for their consent. Without any hesitation, the three Master Knights, Cadden, Winford, and Bernard, grant their approval. Their decision makes Delbert and the female knight clench their jaws in rage. Because Gary has now handed his place to Dan, the head elder announces that Gary too will face no punishment. Just like that, Dan yields his seat to Monk, and this chain continues until it lands on Sylvia. Meanwhile, suspicion stirs in Ray's heart as he glances toward Elder Gibby, questioning why that old fox stays quiet after Vaughn relinquishes his position without sparking any resistance, which naturally leads Ray to wonder what schemes might be forming inside the man's mind. Once Martha Woodwork transfers her seat to Sylvia Hart, the result is that no one ends up being punished. And since the situation resolves itself this way, the head elder finds himself with no other option, admitting that the outcome follows the rules, and therefore he brings an end to this wildly dramatic matter. In a rush, Sylvia prepares to hand the elder's seat back to Gary. Elder Vaughn stops her, explaining that once an elder's seat is passed to someone new, it cannot return to the same person again. Thus, the elder announces Sylvia as one of the 6 elders of Avrian Academy. The girl flushes red in disbelief, shaken by the sudden and overwhelming twist of fate. Back in the dorms, noise stirs among everyone about what unfolded earlier, as if Elder Vob had decided the outcome far too lightly. Martha argues with Dan, pressing him to admit that Sylvia is more suitable as an elder, and insisting that she will manage the role just fine. But Dan shoots back that those old fogies look decades older than Sylvia, and their bickering escalates until Sylvia steps in to break it up. Martha, however, stands firm, pointing out that they had all avoided expulsion, and with Sylvia now an elder, things may finally move in a brighter direction. Cutting in, Gary voices his objection, remarking that a single elder's seat won't alter much. Yet he concedes that without Elder Vaughn's intervention, they all would have been expelled from the academy. Gary then reminds them of how Molly was infected with the plague, suspecting that something sinister is happening inside the academy, and even going so far as to believe that spies from the Pure Blood Guild or the Dark Blood Guild could be hiding among the elders. Monk chimes in, warning them that they are under constant watch, urging caution. If Gary's fears are correct, then Sylvia, more than anyone, is in grave danger. Lying in bed, Ray murmurs that with old man Vaughn out of the way, no elder seems openly hostile toward students anymore. At most, they appear neutral, which convinces him that as an outsider, Sylvia will certainly become a target. Meanwhile, Dan and Martha stew in their own worries over the situation. Turning on his side, our boy makes it clear there's nothing more they can do today, and it's best to save their concerns for tomorrow. While Kyle had been thinking of a plan, Gary interrupts, telling everyone that Ray already carries enough weight on his shoulders and that they all need rest for now. In his thoughts, Ray realizes why Gibby went quiet after Vaughn's handover, reasoning that he must believe Sylvia would be easier to manipulate. Even so, Argia reflects that the day wasn't a complete waste, They at least uncovered that the elders and master knights are not fully united in their stances, which sparks the thought that this division might be the opening he needs to extend influence for the Crimson Wings. Deep in the night, something begins to pulse with a sinister rhythm. It slithers its way into the Ray's dormitory. What emerges is a dark shadow creeping toward Ray as he sleeps. The eerie shape presses its hands against his face, while a chilling voice whispers that it has finally found him. Suddenly, the shadow coils around his body, and our boy thrashes helplessly in his sleep. Oddly enough, a figure already swallowed by the shadow pleads with Ray to run away. And in that instant, Ray snaps his eyes open in horror, screaming as he beholds the shadow right before him. His cry jolts everyone in the dorm awake, leaving them confused and alarmed. Their eyes fix on Ray, who bolts upright, trembling with fear. He has been struck by the plague of shadow, and as he struggles against it, his companions rush in to help him resist. Just as Gary is about to strike, Ray tries to stop him and ends up taking the blow himself. Thankfully, Kyle steps in just in time to save him. Sylvia launches her own attack, and in that clash, she catches sight of a human form hidden within the shadow before. It slips out of the dorm, eluding the students' efforts to contain it. Hearing the commotion, Winford arrives with Sir Kay, demanding to know what has happened and if everyone is unharmed. Sylvia informs him that Ray was assaulted, but thanks to his quick reaction, he escaped injury. Kay questions Ray about the identity of his attacker, but Ray admits he couldn't make out who it was. Winford orders an immediate report to the elders and commands 2 search teams to track the culprit, while another team must patrol outside the dorms to safeguard the students. Yet within himself, Ray reflects that he never saw the face but from the voice. He knows it belonged to his father. Outside, Winford senses this situation could spiral far worse than imagined. Based on the student's account, the intruder didn't resemble a typical infected, but instead was a shadow warrior. With the front lines also deteriorating, Winford grows more troubled, recalling reports of platoons surrounded by swarms of shadow beasts. When Kay asks for his perspective, Winford concludes the academy is falling into disarray and trust is scarce. For now, they decide to hold their ground and wait for the next move. Later that night, Ray summons Jay onto the roof, who wonders why he was called so late. Ray tells him to inform the twins that from now on, they may recruit anyone trustworthy into the Crimson Wings. He also grants him the authority to seal contracts under his oversight, aiming to accelerate the growth of their faction. Our boy declares that what he seeks is enough power to ignite a revolution. The next morning, in former Elder Vaughn's office, Sylvia meets with him to discuss the Shadow Warrior, confessing that she has no knowledge of such beings. Vaughn reassures her that it's natural, as even he has rarely encountered them. He explains that shadow warriors are weapons forged and controlled by the plague of shadows, unlike those merely infected through elixirs. If someone is unusually strong and survives more than a year after infection, their consciousness will be consumed by the plague, turning them into its puppet. Moving like phantoms, they are nearly impossible to trace, functioning as natural assassins. Their bodies are sheathed in shadows, shielding them from most threats. Sylvia reasons that if that's true, they must be rare and won't waste effort on trivial aims. Vaughn agrees, adding that Ray is almost certainly one of their targets, for it is clear they know of the prophecy. They then speculate on the true stakes, believing the Shadow Warrior is after gods. The silver-haired girl grows flustered, forgetting for a moment that she herself is now an elder, while Vaughn calms her, assuring her that the other elders are already aware of the attack and may have even guessed the Shadow Warrior's objective. Still, no one has yet taken decisive action. This makes Sylvia suspect that the elders harbor secret plans of their own. Vaughn, however, avoids steering her thoughts, advising instead that she gather allies she trusts, for collective strength outweighs solitude. No matter her choices, she will need loyal supporters. Just then, a deliberate knock interrupts their talk. It is Ray, arriving to see them. Upon noticing him, Vaughn excuses himself, explaining that he must meet the head elder. As he departs, he tells Ray to visit him at the martial arts club when possible, since there is still much to learn. After he leaves, our boy approaches Sylvia, who asks why he came. He tells her he needs her help to leave the city. She protests, reminding him he was just attacked yesterday and is still under surveillance. Sylvia insists it's reckless, but he presses harder, declaring that he must hunt more beasts to grow stronger. Remaining here, he argues, will only put his life at greater risk. Playing on her feelings for him, he uses a desperate plea, which leaves her flustered until she finally agrees, but only on the condition that he return before sunset. He thanks her, though guilt gnaws at him, for he knows he is deceiving her. His true goal is to find his father before anyone else does. The truth is revealed. Ray's original intent was to invite Sylvia into the Crimson Wings, but by overhearing her conversation with Vaughn, he discovered that his father had come here seeking a god. With that, he slips out of the city, aware that the underground routes will be heavily guarded. The only alternative path is through a cave outside the city. Left behind in the office, Sylvia worries deeply when Elder Vaughn returns and learns that Ray has already gone. She immediately asks him for aid. She requests a reassignment of guards from the prison, revealing her intent. If the Shadow Warrior is hunting for God, she plans to use this as bait and lure it in. Yet she hesitates, questioning whether they could actually slay it if they succeed. The Elder admits it's not impossible, though it will be arduous. With that assurance, she sets out to assemble her team, also asking Vaughn to train them in methods to defeat a Shadow Warrior. She reminds herself that she cannot forever rely on Ray's protection. As an elder now, it is her responsibility to safeguard everyone. Meanwhile, Ray prepares to slip away, covertly watching the tightened security. He notices that the checks have become far stricter, examining every temporary pass, along with trade certifications from merchants, and even interrogating details about their goods and their exact times of entry and exit. Realizing this, our boy knows that even with a glamour spell, escape would be impossible. Just then, a man arrives on a cart, asking if he is Ray Talon. The man instructs him to climb aboard, explaining that Lady Sylvia ordered him to escort Ray out of the city. At the same time, Sylvia rallies her team for the mission, cautioning them to remain vigilant and confirming if they are all willing to participate. Jerry affirms his resolve, declaring he has his own reasons. He must find the god and bring down the Shadow Warrior who tried to kill his friend, and such a threat cannot be left unchecked. Monk then suggests they trap the creature underground to prevent its escape, and Dan asks whether it's wise to keep this hidden from Ray. Martha argues it's better not to tell him, since facing the Shadow Warrior again would only endanger him. Kyle, however, dismisses their worries, claiming Ray is the strongest among them. That's why Sylvia reminds them they must unite, just as Vaughn advised. Even Shadow Warriors have weaknesses, and if their plan succeeds, they can bring it down. Elder Vaughn counsels them to fall back on their backup strategy if their attacks fail, assuring them that he will be waiting outside the Red Gates. Once they leave the underground, their safety will be guaranteed. Ray, meanwhile, steps out from his hiding place when the man on the cart informs him that he'll be waiting outside the forest before sunset. Calculating the time until sundown, the young man reckons it's even less than expected. Yet soon after, he begins searching for the Shadow Warrior through the vision of his dragon's eye. What he catches instead are several people out hunting within the woods. Frightened, a girl screams at her brother for wandering this deep into the forest, while the brother tells her to back away slowly as he keeps watch. Out of nowhere, a serpent-like monster strikes, whipping them with its tail, hurling them aside. Just then, Ray comes forth from behind and catches hold of them mid-fall. Grateful for the timely rescue, the blonde boy hurriedly advises Ray, now in the guise of Ness, that they should escape, for the snake is of intermediate rank and doesn't need to be fought. But Ray tells him to quiet down. Then, taking the monster head-on, the young man grips the serpent, squeezing with crushing strength, sending it into a frenzy. At once, the snake coils its tail around Ray, binding him tightly. Watching this, the blonde boy screams, convinced Ray is about to perish. A moment passes as Ray wonders if this is truly the extent of the beast's strength. With a decisive move, the young man strangles the serpent with unyielding force. Crushing the life from it, the creature collapses lifeless to the earth. The children, wide-eyed in awe, assume he must be a powerful, high-ranking adventurer. Ray, however, simply asks for their names. The boy introduces himself as Taffy and his younger sister as Candy, revealing that they too are adventurers. He goes on to explain they live in a village not far from Avrian, and that they had come to hunt in the forest. Hearing this, Ray is taken aback to see children adventuring at such an age. From their appearance, he guesses their family must not be well off, and he wonders briefly if Amy would grow up to be like this. Calling forth weapons from his magical pocket, he produces an assortment. The young man hands them over, warning the siblings not to venture so far again. The children are overjoyed yet overwhelmed, declaring such weapons far too valuable. But Ray assures them they're nothing special. He has no use for them, so they may keep them. Overcome with gratitude, Taffy asks for his savior's name, to which the young man replies they should call him Ness, then takes his leave, stating he has urgent business ahead. As he departs, Candy calls out to Mr. Ness, warning that the forest beasts have been unusually aggressive lately, advising him not to go deeper. Ray in turn asks if this behavior only started today. Candy replies that adventurers often roam this area, and in the past, they'd only encounter packs of beginner-ranked beasts, but today has been completely different. Thanking them for the warning, the young man leaves, while the children call out that if he ever can, he should visit their village to the west. Shortly after, Ray darts deeper into the woods, quickly suspecting the abnormal beast activity is caused by someone intruding, and concludes it must be his father. The scene then cuts to Avrian's prison. There, the night guards grumble about the confusing decisions of their superiors, tightening security one day, loosening it the next. At that moment, the shadow warrior is seen creeping silently across the prison walls. Meanwhile, the knight resolves to follow orders regardless, as the shadow slips through a crack in the door. Just then, the guards spot Elder Vaughn approaching, only for one to remind the other that he is no longer an elder. The guards inform Vaughn that everyone has already been asked to leave, but Vaughn urges them to rest. When they protest, Vaughn dramatically removes his cloak and insists they follow orders, adding that he still has some measure of usefulness left. He further notes that if anything happens, their presence would only weigh him down. Once the guards are gone, Vaughn signals to Sylvia and the rest of the group when someone suddenly sneaks up behind them. It turns out to be Jay, who declares that it's just as the boss predicted, with Sloth and Badger arriving alongside him. Jay explains their leader ordered them to follow, thinking they might be needed. Martha guesses correctly that Ray must have sensed something, while Sylvia quietly feels touched, knowing he's still looking out for them. Badger then complains they shouldn't act like strangers, and should inform them next time before doing something like this. Dan welcomes them happily, while Kyle considers them true comrades, and Sylvia feels reassured by their presence. With the group strengthened, Sylvia redistributes roles and responsibilities. Together, they move into the prison. Sylvia instructs everyone to keep hold of the communication and light-giving gems, reminding them to retreat immediately if they get lost. Vaughn, meanwhile, will remain waiting at the staircase's top. As they descend, Vaughn predicts that the Shadow Warrior is nearing its god. Yet he cautions them not to rush, explaining the barriers left by ancient mages make infiltration slow. He leaves them with final instructions. Shadow Warriors thrive in darkness, so follow the plan carefully and don't act in haste. Descending further, Jay is astonished. He's been in Avrian for 3 years, yet never knew about this underground. At the same time, the twins sense something unusual. Dan wonders aloud if the elders will punish them again, but Martha insists Sylvia gave permission this time. Monk, however, grows worried about opening the gate without Ray, but Sylvia reassures him that Vaughn has taught her how. Impressed, Monk admits it makes sense. She's an elder now. During their descent, Gary asks Sylvia why a god is sealed beneath Avrian. She cannot answer, saying Vaughn has given her much information, but she'll confirm it later. Then something strange occurs. The gate is already open. Alarmed, Monk assumes Ray did it, but Sylvia knows that's impossible since he left the city. It must be someone else. Troubled, Sylvia recalls Vaughn said only elders know how to open the gate. Puzzled who it could be, she's interrupted when Gary urges everyone to ready their weapons as they step inside. The place looks exactly like their last visit, and they hope not to run into another Minotaurus. Gary reminds them it's possible, pointing out the countless cells they saw before, doubting whether these were ever meant for humans. Sloth wonders aloud what exactly was imprisoned here. Suddenly, something slams violently into Dan. They see monsters with glowing eyes emerging from the darkness. Gary answers Sloth that perhaps this prison was indeed for such creatures. Jay rushes in, landing a devastating blow on a beast's head, only to realize it's an advanced rank monster. Alarmed, Sylvia warns everyone to be cautious, noting the dragon-like creature looks infected and in its early stages. Meanwhile, Martha continues firing arrows relentlessly. Jay keeps clashing with the clawed beast. With a crushing final strike, he smashes it down with his sword, killing it. Witnessing his overwhelming might, Dan wonders just how high Jay's limits could reach. But the battle is far from over. Things are only growing worse. Sylvia grimly announces that there are far too many beasts for them to handle. Elsewhere at the cave outside the city that leads underground, Ray is shown entering. Suddenly, he notices his team's status shifting within his dragon system. Seeing Jay's Kai being drained rapidly, he immediately suspects they're in danger. The scene shifts back to Jay, who unleashes incredible power, obliterating the beasts in a single, stunning strike. Laughing with joy, Jay finds fighting so many advanced beasts exhilarating, but Gary sternly reminds him this is no hunting trip. Monk agrees, warning they can't exhaust themselves here, but Dan retorts that it's easy for him to say, asking what other option they have. Side by side, Martha and Sylvia press their assault against the clawed monsters. As Sylvia's blade locks against a creature's claw, she notices all the beasts are shackled. Martha concludes they must have been captured and confined here deliberately. Badger wonders why, and Sloth answers it's to prevent chaos. Just then, Crimson Wings receive a message from Ray through the screen, asking if they're in trouble. Badger is amazed that Ness can monitor their status, while Sloth admits they are indeed struggling. Without hesitation, Ness channels his power into them, flooding their bodies with boundless Kai. Jay in particular is ecstatic, realizing it's Ray's doing, and thanks him for watching over them. But Ray states he's not finished yet. Activating Dragon Roar, he fills Monk with the sense that something far stronger is approaching. At the same time, Gary slashes down another beast. His gaze falls on Jay, leaving him stunned at what he sees. Bursting with more strength, Jay revels in the rush, thinking it's unbelievably thrilling as his power surges further in. Fur sprouts along his back as he soars forward, sword raised to strike. Empowered beyond measure, Jay savagely cuts through the beasts, his sword clanging in fierce clashes while Sylvia and Martha can only gape in shock, watching him fight like a true beast himself. Kyle suddenly realizes the monsters feel weaker, and Badger agrees. It's become much easier to fight them. After cutting down most of the clawed beasts, they remark there will be plenty of advanced cores to collect, though they remind themselves this is not their actual goal. Out of nowhere, the Shadow Warrior emerges from within a beast, gliding toward them. It hurtles at incredible speed toward Jay. Crashing into him, it sends Jay staggering to the ground. Taking Jay's form, the Shadow wears a twisted grin and sneers that this young body is just what it desires. Sylvia quickly orders everyone to proceed with the plan while the Shadow presents Jay with a grotesque gift. Badger yells at the creature, declaring they want nothing to do with its vile offerings. Smirking malevolently, the Shadow dares them to try and kill it. Kyle and Monk leap forward, aiming to trap it, while Gary attempts a sneak strike from behind, but the effort fails, the Shadow slipping free of their grasp. Sloth and Badger charge next, and they attempt to cut it down with their sharp weapons. Yet their attacks have no effect either. Sylvia realizes aloud that it's exactly as they suspected. She then signals Dan, who steps forward for his turn, readying his spear topped with a crystal. At this moment, we are shown Elder Vaughn secretly explaining to Sylvia and the others the truth about killing a Shadow Warrior. To destroy one, they must strike down the human being possessed. The warrior's shadow armor makes it impervious to normal weapons, and even if pierced, it heals quickly. Therefore, Vaughn explains, they require heaven's light known as the blue crystal. It is revealed that heaven's light, natural nemesis of the plague of shadows, can briefly shatter a shadow warrior's defenses, providing a rare chance to strike. Vaughn instructs them to launch an all-out assault, forcing the shadow to defend constantly, keeping it distracted and on edge. In the present, the group bombards it with relentless blows, denying it any chance to recover. Just as the old man predicted, while under constant attack, the shadow warrior relies on its defenses. When its guard weakens at any point, the team recognizes that as their moment to strike, maintaining the pressure. Finally, Dan appears from behind and drives heaven's light deep into the shadow's body with his spear. For a brief moment, the shrouded man's face becomes visible as he screeches in agony. All of a sudden, he snaps into madness, forcing Dan to hurl him away with a spear thrust. It dawns on him that the divine radiance failed to pierce its body. Remembering Elder Vaughn's warning, that if heaven's light cannot defeat the shadow warrior, someone must strike immediately afterward, he realizes that's their one last shot. At that instant, Sylvia takes action and her comrades place their hopes on her, their eyes glued to her next move. Plunging down from above, Sylvia channels immense strength. She drives her blade into the darkness. Kyle, desperate, shouts out if her strike landed. Sylvia's terrified gaze reveals her attack was a complete failure. The shadow warrior only grows more unhinged and dreadful. Staggered, the group immediately resorts to the fallback plan. Gary yells for everyone to retreat now, recalling Elder Vaughn's counsel that if all else fails, escape. They must rely on him to finish the rest. At that moment, the shadow warrior snarls, asking where they think they're fleeing. It unleashes a force that paralyzes their movements, toppling them to the ground. Crushed by overwhelming pressure, they struggle helplessly as Monk deduces the shadow is seizing control of their bodies. With that oppressive grip, the shadow warrior taunts them, saying they've yet to receive its gift. Racked with guilt, Sylvia silently apologizes to Ray, believing this is all she can do for him. She squeezes her eyes shut, trembling as the shadow prepares to strike her down. But everything flips when our boy storms into the scene, charging straight for the shadow warrior. Sylvia, dumbstruck, cries out in disbelief, asking why he's here after leaving the city. Yet Ray ignores her completely. Instead, Ray brandishes his sword, clashing against the enemy. The shadow warrior seems to anticipate his arrival. The intense clash rages on. Gary frantically warns Ray not to face it head-on. But unfazed, Ray sidesteps effortlessly, discovering the creature's weak spot lies on its back. Without hesitation, he moves to strike from behind, but the beast's claws wait in ambush. The shadow warrior makes it clear, if Ray refuses to join them, he'll die. With that, it seizes Ray's sword, leaving him exposed. Gary, horrified, cries out his name as panic spreads through the group. The creature then redirects the weapon toward Ray, just as the fatal blow is about to fall. The blade freezes. The shadow is caught unprepared, as strange markings begin to glow across its body. Ray appears oddly different, a blue pendant around his neck. A radiant light bursts from it, searing through the shadow. The brilliance fades, and suddenly the shadow warrior coughs up black blood. In a shocking twist, Ness materializes behind the foe, driving his hand through the shadow's chest to grasp the heart. Sylvia gasps as she recognizes Ness. Dan and Kyle stare in disbelief, watching the shadow weaken as its heart is torn free. Jay cheers with excitement at the sight of his leader. The shadow warrior reels in shock at Ness's sudden appearance. With tears streaking his face, Ness sorrowfully apologizes to his father, believing he's ended his suffering by ripping out his heart. At that moment, the red-haired Ray decapitates the shadow, its head flying away. Still clutching the heart, Ness mourns for his father. With the shadow warrior eradicated, the ground begins to quake, walls fracture, and countless shadows surge back. The twins warn everyone to flee immediately, and chaos ensues as they rush out. Gary calls for Ray to retreat fast. Ray falls back with them, but Sylvia desperately urges Ness to come too. Ness, however, insists they go ahead, saying he has unfinished business, and orders Jay to escort them. Obeying, Jay grabs Sylvia's hand and pulls her away, reassuring her that Ness is stronger than them, so he'll manage. Meanwhile, with a heavy heart, Ray cremates his father's body to ash, breaking down in tears. Memories flash back to when his mother, Scarlet, gave him the blue pendant. Enduring unbearable grief, he always thought he could shield everyone, but now he realizes it's his friends who are shielding him. As tears stream uncontrollably, Gary, trailing behind, wonders where all the water is coming from. Our boy sobs like a child, collapsing beside his father's remains, begging forgiveness for failing to fulfill his mother's wish of bringing him back. With gratitude, he bids his father a final goodbye. The scene shifts to the group racing back toward Elder Vaughn, seizing their chance to rejoin the others. Gary quickly reports that the shadows are in pursuit. Vaughn tells them to push ahead. He'll handle the shadows himself. As the terrifying swarm closes in, Vaughn unleashes his might, striking with ferocity and driving them back. For the moment, he holds the shadows at bay. Meanwhile, Gary and the others escape through the red prison gates, spared from certain death. Catching their breath, Monk wonders how Ness got inside, while Kyle finally grasps just how devastating the shadow plague truly is. Suspicious, Dan assumes Elder Vaughn must have granted him entry. Quietly, Jay approaches Ray, offering to spirit him away first. Nervously, Jay notes Gary is coming, but Ray seems absent-minded. It becomes clear Ray used teleportation magic, explaining how he appeared in two places at once. As the spell fades, he returns to his true self. When Gary questions his sudden underground arrival, Jay diverts, insisting their boss needs rest. But then Ray finally speaks, telling Jay to let him talk privately with Gary. They withdraw to a secluded spot. Gary reassures him that Sylvia, Jay, and the others are safe, and Vaughn with the Master Knight are managing the battle. He then presses Ray to share his secret. Ray, in turn, asks how Gary endured the news of Amy's death. Gary admits he never truly coped. Though life outwardly continued, every day since her death he's been consumed by vengeance, his chest hollow. Clutching his heart, Gary confesses that even killing might not heal the emptiness. Hearing this, Ray concludes that perhaps vengeance is the only path to peace. Gary, puzzled, asks why he brings this up, but Ray deflects, saying he'll reveal everything in time. For now, he invites Gary to join the organization fighting against the shadows. Gary instantly realizes it's the same group Jay and the twins joined. Ray confirms, telling him Ness is their leader. But in a heartbeat, Gary calls his bluff, exposing him as Ness himself. Flustered, Ray bombards him with questions, but Gary explains he pieced it together. Ray's combat style is too rare, especially paired with magic. In all Averia in the whole Allure Kingdom, no one fights like Ray. With the truth laid bare, Gary embraces him, asking about his plans. At last, Ray relents, deciding to confide in his true friend who saw through everything. At least he has Gary. The scene shifts inside the council office. Cadden reels at the news of the Shadow Warrior's defeat. Winford asks if Ness did it alone, and Elder Vaughn confirms, adding Ray aided slightly. Having learned Ness first battled Mothram before slaying the Shadow Warrior, Cadden marvels at the youth's strength. Winford remarks he once ordered an inquiry into Ness's past but found nothing. Vaughn then reveals rumors. A young man named Ness founded a group called Crimson Wings and is recruiting actively. He notes several promising students, Ray, Jay, and others, have already joined, working together smoothly. Kay is stunned to hear Ray's involvement, while Winford worries his reputation in the academy could cause political turmoil. To address this, Vaughn plans to attend the Crimson Wings, next meeting to speak with Ness directly. Winford protests, reminding him he's no longer an elder, but Vaughn insists he's just a citizen now, and urges them to officially report the Shadow Warrior incident to the head elder before rumors twist the truth. The story then transitions to the outskirts, where Bernard, the Master Knight, walks toward a modest house. Pushing the door open, he asks why they summoned him so urgently and demands an explanation. Inside, he finds Master Knight Delbert with Knight Rose. Gravely concerned, Delbert tells Bernard they're in trouble, asking if his squad is guarding the Dragon Knight's tomb that night. Bernard presses for details. Rose reveals they received intelligence that the Dark Guild plans another assault on the city tonight. Delbert remarks that the Dragon Knight's tomb will be their very first strike point. Horrified, Bernard shouts out in panic, demanding to know what they're waiting for, and insists they must warn the entire city immediately. As he tries to rush out, Knight Rose steps in front of him, blocking his path and calmly telling Bernard to hold on, which instantly raises suspicion within him. At that moment, Delbert explains that their forces are scattered along the front lines, villages, and mountain passes. Moreover, they lack the manpower to face the Dark Guild directly, and on top of that, they are still bound to follow the Elder's commands, stressing that after the last attack, they are simply incapable of defending the Academy in its entirety. It's then that Delbert shows his true colors, revealing that he has struck a deal with the Dark Guild. He goes further, mumbling that he intends to allow them entry into the city in exchange for 2 seats on the Council of Elders, promising that as long as they merge with Avrian, they will refrain from harming anyone else. Disgusted by this betrayal, Bernard erupts with fury, accusing him of madness for ever considering such an arrangement with those monsters. Burning with rage, he predicts the inevitable slaughter, warning that once the gates open, blood will flood the city streets. He roars at Delbert, demanding whether he is too blind to see the obvious truth. The Elder Knight has clearly had enough of this nonsense, and as he turns toward the door, Delbert suddenly drives his blade mercilessly into Bernard's back, blood splattering across the room. As Bernard collapses at death's edge, he realizes with bitter clarity that he has been deceived by a traitor, while Delbert's malicious grin seals the betrayal. With a chilling declaration, Delbert proclaims that war is meant for bloodshed, but none of it will be his. The female knight had assumed he might show hesitation, but Delbert, with no trace of guilt etched on his face, rationalizes that while he takes no joy in killing an old friend, Bernard left him no choice. As the lifeless body lies sprawled across the ground, the blonde knight coldly states that Bernard should at least take solace knowing his men did not die for nothing. She then announces to Ross that Bernard's troops now fall under her command, before Delbert turns to make his way back to deliver a report to Elder Gibby. Meanwhile, Harry Delbert, his son, happens to witness the horrifying scene, staring in shock at Lord Bernard's corpse while questioning inwardly what sinister game his father is playing. The focus then shifts to Ray and Gary as they make their way back to the Academy. Gary wonders aloud if Ray hadn't encountered the god this time when returning from outside the city, and Ray agrees, remarking that it feels strange unless the god had already moved ahead. Based on the timing of Gary's battle, Ray concludes that his father, the infected one, must have slipped in through the prison side. Yet when he entered the cave, the protagonist noticed that both the iron gate and the church's entryway had already been thrown open. Finding this deeply unsettling, Gary becomes agitated when Ray tells him that the entrance on the prison side was also wide open, and he had assumed it was the work of the Shadow Warrior. Ray then discloses that before descending into the cave, he encountered 2 adventurers who claimed that beasts in the forest were unusually restless, as if intruders had disturbed them. Just as Ray begins piecing the clues together, Gary presses him about what exactly he saw beneath the church this time. Ray explains that the chamber where the god was once sealed now stood empty, leading him further inward until he stumbled upon countless cave entrances, speculating that the god may have been relocated deeper into another passage. He likens the underground to an enormous ant nest, nearly impossible to traverse without a map, and reveals that countless interconnected tunnels lie hidden within, all safeguarded by magical barriers. Their destinations remain completely unknown. Hearing this, Gary marvels at Ray's feat of finding them under such circumstances. But Ray admits it was mere fortune, as he could sense Jay's presence. Otherwise, they could have wandered for 3 whole days without ever crossing paths. Suddenly, they catch sight of a surge of knights rushing frantically somewhere, wondering why so many are out this late. Meanwhile, Ray silently prays that nothing disastrous is about to occur. Detecting a presence, he sharply demands that the hidden figure reveal themselves. To their shock, the figure turns out to be Harry Delbert. Gary instantly draws his sword, demanding to know why Harry is there, but Harry insists he wasn't following them, only trailing the knights. Yet Gary refuses to believe such flimsy words. Stepping forward, Ray himself questions Harry directly about his true intentions in tailing them. Harry then reveals that something far worse is on its way. The scene cuts to the Dragon Knight's tomb, where Master Knight Rose proclaims that Lord Bernard has ordered them to guard the tomb for the night and return to camp afterward. The knights, however, doubt these orders, recalling that Lord Bernard had stated explicitly that without his personal word, no one was to abandon their posts. They suggest waiting for Bernard to confirm in person. Lord Rose counters sharply, asking whether they dare to defy a military command. The knight replies that unless Lord Bernard himself issues the order, he cannot obey. Declaring that Bernard's goodwill is being wasted, Rose drives her blade into the knight's chest, killing him instantly. Horrified at their comrade's death, the other knights cry out that Bernard will never forgive this. But at that moment, Rose's followers unleash a volley of arrows upon them. One by one, all of Bernard's loyal men are wiped out. When asked what should be done with the bodies, Rose dismisses it coldly, saying there's no need to concern themselves, as the result will be the same by morning, before commanding them to proceed. The knights then slide open the massive tomb, unveiling a hidden corridor and descending staircase. It becomes clear that Rose has deliberately opened the way for the Dark Guild to infiltrate the city, and as their members emerge from the shadows, they express their gratitude. Yet it is revealed that they have not come alone. Something far more dreadful accompanies them. They boast about the effort it took to drag these creatures through the dark underground, assuring Rose that Lord Mothram will richly reward her for her service. 2 chained minotaurs and 2 clawed beasts infected with the plague of shadows are then hauled forth, with the Dark Guild promising they'll soon be set free. The narrative then jumps to Gary, who bursts a door open with a fierce kick, startling his companions who had been resting peacefully. Dan and Monk nearly lose their souls from fright, while Sylvia panics and demands to know if something has happened to Ray. But Ray steps forward, thanking her for the concern. Gary, still shaken, confesses that danger is coming, and Ray backs him, revealing that Lord Bernard has been slain and ordering everyone to arm themselves at once. With grim resolve, Arjun declares that the Dark Guild has returned, sending a wave of dread through the group as fear spreads like wildfire in their hearts. At dawn, 2 knights stationed to guard the academy are ambushed by shadowed figures and are slaughtered instantly, their blood splashing against the walls. Dark Guild members storm their way into the academy. Inside the head elder's chamber, a knight attempts to deliver a warning, but the elder already senses what is coming. Moments later, Dark Guild warriors crash into the room, one sneering that he never expected the old man to be such a light sleeper. Teasingly, he asks what keeps him awake at such an hour. The elder chuckles, replying that once they reach his age, they'll see sleep escapes more often than it arrives, slipping away like life itself, advising them to savor their youth and rest whenever they can. Setting aside his parchment, the elder calmly asks what business brings them before him so early in the morning. One guild member retorts that the elder already knows their purpose. Cutting straight to the point, he demands to know where the goddess has been relocated, fully convinced the elder holds the answer. The elder admits without hesitation that of course they've come for the god. Putting on an act, the old man pretends to strain his memory as to where she had been sent, muttering that the burdens of age are truly troublesome. He then apologizes, claiming he cannot assist them. But as one of the intruders raises his weapon menacingly, he warns that if that's the case, they'll just have to force him to remember. The knight protecting the elder draws his sword in readiness, and the elder remarks grimly that the Dark Guild has come thoroughly prepared this time. Just then, more enemies crash through the windows, pouring into the chamber. The elder glares with chilling composure, remarking that these young men have taken on quite a formidable mission. The narrative then shifts underground, where Winfred burns a map, declaring that now no one can trace the goddess's location. Sir Cadden, beside him, agrees that unless they personally escort the elders, the truth cannot be found. Yet they remind themselves to at least remember their way back. As they walk, Kay asks Winfred what he thinks will unfold, and Winfred mutters that it's difficult to predict. Mothram's invasion of the academy guarantees he won't retreat without achieving his objective. He recalls that Mothram had the chance to wipe everyone out but refrained, distracted by something seemingly more important. Kay, however, is convinced he will return. Suddenly, a green mass begins forming behind them. Alarmed, Kay warns Winfred to look out. They are ambushed by a monstrous slime serpent, whose touch dissolves everything in its path. At the same time, the clanking of armored footsteps echoes behind them. When Winfred turns, he is stunned, gasping in disbelief and demanding why this man is here. It's none other than Elder Gibby's subordinate, accompanied by a squad of knights, clearly lying in wait. In shock, Winfred cries out that the Black Knights were supposed to be protecting the elders. Shouting, he demands answers from the black armored knight, who coldly responds that the elders have no need of them right now. Trapped between foes on both sides, Cadden exclaims that they've dishonored the name of knights, but the traitor unsheathes his sword, retorting that what they fight for now is true honor. The scene then jumps to Avrian City, now under merciless bombardment. The knights are overwhelmed with fear as beasts run rampant within the city walls, wreaking havoc. The Dark Guild has unleashed the monsters, and a terrifying minotaur is seen, crushing a knight with such force that his body is driven into the earth. Meanwhile, Sylvia and the group watch the chaos unfold from a rooftop. Ready to leap into danger, Sylvia is stopped by Gary, who warns her against recklessness given the sheer number of enemies, though she struggles with the thought of simply watching. Gary then turns to Ray, asking for his assessment. Gazing over the battlefield through his dragon eyes, Ray confirms Harry's warning was true. The Dark Guild had entered through the tomb. When asked about his plan, Ray reveals that their only chance is to destroy the passage to halt further enemy reinforcements. He asks Gary and Jay to accompany him, and without hesitation, both agree. Sylvia insists she join as well, but Ray refuses, saying she must remain outside. He explains that they need someone to distract the enemies inside the tomb, preventing them from advancing too easily. Martha supports his reasoning, urging Sylvia to stay and lead the knights outside. Understanding, Sylvia accepts and pleads for Ray to be careful. Ray then assigns Dan to find Elder Vaughn and inform him of their plight, suspecting more underground entrances exist that only Vaughn could manage. He instructs Kyle to seek out Winfred and Sir Kay, emphasizing their trustworthiness and their need for a Knightmaster's aid. Both Dan and Kyle accept their missions. Ray then apologizes to his friends for not revealing this earlier. Using the binding contract, he confesses that he must now ask them to make an immediate decision. He asks if they wish to join the Crimson Wings. Shock ripples through Sylvia and the others, realizing this is a contract of magic. The perspective shifts back to the dragon's tomb, where a monster is being dragged halfway through the secret passage. The knights struggle, shouting not to let the beast get stuck. Suddenly, an arrow pierces its eye, sending it into a frenzy. The Dark Guild scrambles, shouting to control the beast before it goes wild. Soon, they spot the archer responsible. It is revealed to be Martha Woodworks, and they immediately give chase. She quickly fells 2 masked enemies with her arrows, prompting the rest to realize they've walked into an ambush. As Martha fires 3 more shots, she is suddenly caught off guard by Knight Rose, who draws her bow and takes aim directly at her. Recognizing that she stands as the most gifted student, Knight Rose feels regretful, thinking it a shame that she must end her life now. Out of nowhere, Sylvia appears from behind, and Rose instantly looses an arrow. The shot narrowly misses, grazing Sylvia's cheek. Swiftly evading the strike, Sylvia directs her blade right toward Rose's neck and delivers a remarkable slash, cutting across her throat as crimson begins to drip down. With a cold farewell, Sylvia bids Knight Rose goodbye. At least she managed to show some worth at the very end, eventually reuniting with Martha and Sylvia. The Dark Guild fails to track him down, only for Ray and Gary to appear suddenly, launching their attack on the guild members. Upon reaching the hidden passage, Gary proposes they should blow up the entry, but the red-haired youth points out that a king-class beast still remains and mere rubble won't hold them, insisting they must fully seal the route. Meanwhile, Ray reflects that their enemies cannot be allowed to succeed. Suddenly, more foes rush out from the tunnel. That's when Jay, fired up with energy, bursts in with a thunderous crash and lunges at the enemy, while Gary wonders aloud why this large fellow always gets so thrilled in combat. At the same time, Ray and Gary strike from opposite flanks to engage the intruders. As steel clashes, Gary admits they can't keep battling like this, since they have no idea how many still lurk behind. In that instant, the youth activates his dragon eye and observes, confirming that those in the rear haven't caught up yet. So this is the perfect chance to push forward through the corridor. Ray urges Jay to carve them a path and lend his raw strength. Hearing this, Jay's heart soars, feeling invigorated as his Kai surges higher and higher. Horrified, the Dark Guild underlings panic, unable to comprehend this beastly presence, concluding among themselves that it must be a werewolf. And indeed, it turns out the towering Jay has shifted into a werewolf form, his body sprouting fur, terrifying the enemies into dread. As they shudder in fear, the beastly Jay seizes one of them by the throat, striking terror into the rest. Branded a filthy creature, the captive begs for release, while his comrades fight against their terror, convincing themselves he's merely a man transformed. Another stammers that this can't be a werewolf, because his fur is thicker than steel. Overcome by fury, the werewolf smashes his P-ray down into the ground. Meanwhile, Gary asks how much farther, and Ray reassures them they're nearly there. As Jay hurls another foe from the bridge, they both finally arrive, and Gary's eyes widen in disbelief at the sight of the massive underground canyon. At once, the red-haired youth deduces that destroying the bridge will cut off their pursuers. Afterward, Ray commands Jay to halt his pursuit, and the big man growls back in beast tongue. While Ray commends him for his efforts, Gary, however, is baffled by the incomprehensible sounds coming from him. Just then, Jay reverts to his human form. He collapses, unconscious, to Gary's astonishment, as he refuses to believe the giant fainted so easily. Supporting him, Ray reasons it must be a side effect of transformation, instructing Gary to look after him, assuring he'll soon awaken. Through his dragon eyes, Ray manages to glimpse the pursuers trailing them. Yet his vision also reveals battles breaking out in the distance. The scene shifts to Cadden and Winford, currently clashing with the merchants. With blades colliding, Winford realizes grimly that the situation is dire. A drawn-out struggle against 3 black-armored knights will not favor them, and without a strategy, defeat is certain. To worsen matters, Kay informs Winford that they're now encircled as more Dark Guild soldiers emerge, blocking every path. Winford and Sir Kay are fully trapped. One of the guild sneers, declaring Winford's luck has run dry, ordering him to guide them to their god, promising their lives may be spared. While Sir Kay argues that the guild's true target must be the academy, Winford whispers that their end is near, as he'll never lead them to the god's location. Suddenly, one of the henchmen attempts to warn his leader about something, but is brushed off when a torrent of fire slams into the Dark Guild members. It is none other than the red-haired youth, aiding Winford and Kay, telling them to flee. Shock stirs at what Ray is doing in this place. Kay is stunned to witness that the fiery-haired boy can wield magic, while the guild commander roars for his knights to strike down Ray first. The youth then directs Winford and Kay to retreat toward the stone bridge, while he himself holds the knights at bay, conjuring fire magic to clash with them. Ray notes with unease that these black-armored warriors are far stronger than expected, and can't be fought evenly. Thus, he and the 2 knights race across the stone bridge and meet Gary, who clutches a crimson stone. Afterward, Ray charges back toward the bridge, taking on the armored foes alone. Winford protests, insisting they should aid him, but Gary restrains him, explaining that Ray already has a plan and they mustn't interfere. Meanwhile, the youth invokes his magic substitute, and multiple clones of him clash against the knights simultaneously. The instructors, observing, are stunned to see his mastery of substitute magic. The flame-haired boy then freezes one knight's blade with frost freeze. Using his ice magic strategically, he immobilizes the armored foes by freezing their legs. He shouts to Gary to unleash the next move. At once, Gary hurls the crimson stone he holds. The guild commander realizes it's an explosive stone, his legs shackled in frost. A tremendous detonation erupts. Even Ray is stunned by the sheer destructive force, his clones blown away. Abruptly, the youth is caught off guard by a sudden kick from a Dark Guild warrior, hurling Ray off the bridge into the abyss. The assailant, once a servant of Lord Gibby, sends his regards to Ray Talon, and with that, he drives his sword into the youth. Moments later, the bridge shatters apart, while the Dark Guild soldier torments Ray below, ensuring his demise as they plunge together. Smirking faintly, Ray mutters an apology, admitting he won't accompany him down there. In that split second, Ray activates his teleportation skill, turning his figure into a substitute as his true body vanishes away. Thus, the vile guild member meets his end, plummeting helplessly into the abyss. With the bridge crumbling from the blast, the knights tumble into the depths, screaming in terror. Luckily, Ray is rescued by Winford and Sir Kay, who immediately question his presence underground. The youth replies that he needs some time to regain his strength, while Gary explains that the Dark Guild has once again invaded the academy, declaring that their purpose here is to block advancement. Hearing this, Winford deduces that with the underground passage to the Dragon Knight's tomb targeted, Bernard must now be embroiled in a desperate battle. But unaware of the tragedy, Gary sorrowfully reveals that they received grim news of Lord Bernard's death at Delbert's hands. The revelation slams into Winford, leaving him staggered, his eyes widening in disbelief. The scene then shifts to the head elder's chamber, where Dark Guild corpses litter the ground. From the doorway, a figure creeps forth. The head elder notices an elder staggering forward, face drenched in blood, eyes filled with horror. He stammers out the news that Elder Zora has been slain. The bloodied figure is Elder Jin, stumbling toward the head in a dreadful state. When questioned who did this, Elder Jin confesses it was his own Black Knight under Gibby's command, adding that Zora was cut down by his own guardian, too shocking to believe. The head elder reels, devastated to learn of Gibby's betrayal, believing him only a supporter of bloodline theory, never imagining such treachery, cursing his own failure. He orders Jin to let the guards escort him to safety, while he himself resolves to confront Gibby. Suddenly, Jin's eyes gleam unnaturally, and he insists there's no need, while the head tries to reassure him not to give up. At once, Jin's hand sparks with lightning, unleashing a strike that blasts the head elder and his guards aside. Trembling and bleeding, the head elder never expected betrayal here, realizing too late that this foe has always been in their midst. To everyone's shock, the figure unmasks as Mothrealm. He confesses that he returned not long after being expelled from the academy, declaring the elder's seat far too valuable to relinquish. Shifting back into Elder Jin's face, the horrified head asks what became of the real Elder Jin. Mothrealm coldly replies that the old man was insignificant, sent off to where he belonged. Shaken and gravely wounded, the head elder reels at this horrifying truth. Mothrealm, crackling with lightning, warns the elder that time runs short, demanding the location of the divine artifact. The head firmly vows he'll never divulge it. Knowing the man speaks truth, the elder now stands at death's threshold when Mothrealm unleashes a devastating lightning strike, so immense it erupts beyond the academy itself. The scene then returns to the secret tunnel, where Ray and the others emerge once more. Gary greets Jay, noting he woke at just the right moment, while the hulking man apologizes, admitting he sometimes cannot control himself. Even though he believes that the highlight of the battle has already passed, Gary assures him that nothing of significance was missed. Stepping outside, Ray reaches out to Sylvia, telling her they've managed to escape and asking her to update him on the current state of things. Sylvia replies grimly, explaining that the situation is deteriorating quickly. Not only was the Dragon Knight's tomb ambushed, but 2 other hidden entrances were also attacked by the Dark Guild. From this, it is clear that Avrian is on the verge of collapse. Hearing this revelation, the group is left stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief. Without hesitation, they all hurry toward the academy, while Ray urgently asks Sylvia where she is, letting her know they are already on their way. As they dash forward, Winford declares that the Black Knight has turned traitor, insisting that they must first secure the elder's safety. With that decision made, Winford and Cadden break off in another direction, reassuring Ray that they will find a way to reunite later. But when Ray and the others reach the academy gates, they are met by Dark Guild soldiers waiting for them, and Kay quickly urges Winford not to get entangled in unnecessary fights. Cutting down every obstacle in their path, they press forward with relentless force. Yet what greets them next is far beyond what they had braced themselves for. Kay and Winford discover Harry Delbert lying on the ground, drenched in blood, the same Harry who slew his own father. Weakly, Harry mutters that they arrived too late. Enraged, Winford shouts at him, demanding to know if he truly killed Delbert. With a sorrowful expression, Harry admits that he never wanted things to turn out this way, but his father's misguided decision forced events into irreversible tragedy. Soon after, the head elder and his personal guard are shown utterly destroyed by Mothraum, their bodies riddled with holes burned through by lightning. Meanwhile, Sylvia, Monk, and their companions find themselves encircled by Dark Guild members. Sylvia tries to keep them calm, telling them to wait, because Dan had gone for reinforcements and would return shortly. So they hold their ground, awaiting his return. Suddenly, an ear-splitting explosion rocks the academy. In that instant, a Minotaurus charges from behind, about to strike Sylvia, but Ray, mounted on his wolf noir, bursts onto the scene just in time, driving his blade straight into the beast. Sylvia beams with relief at the sight of him. At the same time, Gary and Jay arrive as well, cutting down enemies in their path, rejoicing that no one from their group has been harmed. Shortly afterward, Dan returns alongside Vaughn and the hospital director. Abruptly, a commanding voice orders everyone to lay down their weapons. To their shock, it is Elder Gibby standing at the top of the academy. He calls for them to cease this meaningless defiance, announcing that from this day forward, the academy will be remade. The knights stand frozen, dumbfounded by Gibby's betrayal, unable to comprehend why he is demanding their surrender. Another voice interjects, exposing that Gibby is aligned with the Pure Blood Guild. Gibby then begins his speech, declaring that the lineage of knights is noble by birth, and Avrian Academy was never meant to raise commoners into knights. As the knights find themselves cornered, outnumbered by rebels and Dark Guild forces, Gibby asserts that every reform demands blood, proclaiming that unworthy bloodlines have no place in his academy. At that very moment, Ray commands Jay to bring him closer to Gibby, making his target clear. With maniacal laughter, an ominous aura radiates from Elder Gibby as he proclaims that the world will change starting today, ordering his men to slaughter the weak. That is when Martha, Monk, and Gary spring into action. Together, they cut down several Dark Guild fighters without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jay once again transforms into his terrifying werewolf form, striking terror into his enemies. With raw power, the werewolf tears apart foes effortlessly. Sylvia, stunned, wonders aloud if Jay is truly a werewolf, while Martha marvels in awe, saying she had only read of such creatures in books. Monk, too, is taken aback, finally understanding why Jay's strength had always been extraordinary. Overwhelmed, Gibby recoils in fear, horrified by the beast now raging within his academy, and quickly commands his followers to eliminate him at once. But Jay hurls Ray into the air with his massive werewolf hand, flinging him forward like a living catapult. As the red-haired warrior soars toward him, Gibby cries out to his men to stop the attack. Yet Ray cuts through them with swift strikes, blades flashing. He lands gracefully before Gibby, and the terrified elder nearly loses control, begging him to keep his distance. But Ray seizes him by the throat, holding him over the edge, ready to cast him down. Before doing so, the young warrior fixes Gibby with a deadly glare, clearly holding back questions he intends to demand. Trembling for his life, Gibby pleads desperately, promising mercy if only Ray will release him. Yet Ray coldly tells him to save such words for the afterlife. Panicking, Gibby offers anything, even an elder's seat, if that is what Ray desires. Ignoring the bargain, Ray asks the only question that matters: who leads the Pure Bloods? Terrified, Gibby stammers that he does not know, insisting he has never seen their true face. Frustrated, Ray decides this conversation is wasting precious time and activates his ability. The magic dragon's truth, consuming 20 mana, forces the target to reveal nothing but honesty. Under its control, Gibby confesses that he himself is the true leader of the Pure Bloods. Ray then asks if Gibby was behind sending the Shadow Warrior after him, but Gibby denies it, saying he only follows the Dark Guild's commands. Hearing this, Ray realizes the Dark Guild is entangled as well. He presses further, questioning if Mothram is their leader and how they connect to the Shadow Plague. Gibby admits that he has never seen the Dark Guild's leader, nor does he truly understand the Plague of Shadows. He explains it is a force beyond human comprehension, one he simply obeys without question. Thus Ray concludes that pure blood is nothing more than a pawn, and with Gibby exposed, he is no longer of any value. Releasing his grip, Ray lets the Elder plummet as he screams helplessly. His body crashes below, shattered beyond recognition. The knights are left utterly speechless, horrified to witness Elder Gibby slain by the red-haired youth in such a decisive and brutal manner. The hospital director, however, expresses his admiration, praising Ray's strength and commending Vaughn for training him so well. Vaughn, though, humbly admits that he cannot take credit for such mastery. At that moment, Sylvia steps forward on the stairs and raises her voice. She calls upon the knights, declaring that they have all seen the so-called leader of the Pure Bloods fall as nothing but a coward, and that proves these enemies can be defeated. She reminds everyone of the tragedy they endured just a few months back, when a merciless assault stole the lives of their comrades and loved ones, and warns that today they stand before the very same threat once again. Yet she inspires hope by recalling that even though only a handful of them fought back then, they still prevailed. She boldly declares that the Dark Guild is nothing to fear, for they are merely cowards who lack the courage to face them directly, assuring her allies that they can overcome them once more. Sylvia then raises her voice and asks who among them will stand together with her this time. In unison, all the knights step forward, pledging their support with resounding enthusiasm, clearly moved by her words. The Dark Guild foot soldiers hesitate, unnerved by the knights' resolve. But one of them scoffs, dismissing it as nothing more than the desperate resistance of cornered P-Ray, reminding his comrades that their true objective is to seize the gate. At that moment, another declares that with Elder Gibby dead, there is no point in continuing the fight. But a member wearing a white mask silences him by stabbing him to death, coldly proclaiming that if anyone still wishes to follow Gibby, then they may join him in the afterlife. Intimidated, the rest fall in line under the white-masked man's command. When asked who their leader is, they all name Lord Mothram. He repeats that their mission is to capture the gate and orders them to cut down the silver-haired girl standing in their path and spouting nonsense. Suddenly, ominous black clouds gather, and a deep rumble from the city gate interrupts them all. At once, Gary notices cracks spreading across the gate. Alarmed, he yells for everyone to move aside, warning them of the danger. In the next instant, the gate erupts in a violent explosion. Something massive begins emerging from the wreckage. A Dark Guild soldier realizes aloud that this must be the main force arriving to complete their mission. It becomes clear that Avrian's gate has fallen, as endless monsters surge into the city, with many Dark Guild members riding atop a colossal demon mammoth. The sheer spectacle of their entrance almost resembles a parade more than an invasion. But that dramatic display crumbles instantly when the mammoth is provoked by an attack. The beast loses control, rampaging wildly and trampling the very Dark Guild members who had been mounted on it, slaughtering both allies and foes in one brutal frenzy. Eventually, the mammoth collapses under relentless strikes, crashing to the ground in its death throes. Watching this, the hospital director compliments Vaughn for choosing his battles wisely. Vaughn then calmly instructs the younger fighters to leave the massive foes to him and the veterans, and instead focus on smaller targets. Meanwhile, Dan and Kyle are left utterly awestruck at the sight of Vaughn single-handedly bringing down a monstrous mammoth. Soon after, the contracted members, along with the twins Jay, Sylvia, Monk, and the others, are infused with Ray's magic, as their chi is absorbed and amplified, flooding them with a sudden surge of power. Ray, their leader, commands them not to lose their composure, urging them to spread out and cut the enemy down. Jay, in his terrifying werewolf form, rips through the beasts with savage might. Meanwhile, Dan grimaces in disgust as he faces off against a slimy monster. But Kyle remarks that it is still preferable to dealing with another mammoth demon. In the midst of this chaos, Ray's mana begins to dwindle, and he quickly contemplates ways to replenish it. He asks his allies to hold the line for a short while, and Sylvia reassures him that they can manage. Using this moment, Ray activates his ability, mana siphoning, draining the Dark Guild members of their energy and mocking them as worthless scum finally serving a purpose. But the amount gathered falls short of what he needs, leaving him frustrated, though he resolves to push forward regardless. On the battlefield, the slimy monsters suddenly fuse together into a larger, more grotesque form. The twins recoil in horror as they confront a foul, serpentine abomination, their attacks proving ineffective against its body. Gary quickly deduces that close combat is useless here and calls on Martha to take the shot, though she insists someone must distract it first. Ray reappears at that moment, apologizing for the delay, and Sylvia's face lights up with relief at his return. He reveals numerous summoned duplicates of himself, conjured through his magic to aid in the fight. With this army of red-haired clones, he launches a coordinated assault against the slime beast, unleashing fireballs and frost spells in unison. The creature writhes under the barrage, taking blow after blow. At the same time, Martha fires a volley of arrows into its body. Yet Ray realizes the cost of maintaining so many clones is too high, and he decides to dismiss some of them. One by one, he dispels several of the substitutes. He also notices that these conjured copies lack any true resistance, meaning that if they are struck by the beast's attacks, they shatter instantly. Exhausted and gasping, Ray feels his energy draining fast. He considers borrowing strength from Jay, but before he can act, the slime monster slams into him, sending him crashing to the ground. Sylvia cries out desperately, begging for someone to stop the monstrous serpent. Lying weak and battered, Ray regrets throwing himself into this fight, wondering if all of this might have been for nothing. Struggling to breathe, he lies helplessly, and a fleeting thought crosses his mind that perhaps it would be easier to simply let go. But in that moment of despair, his gaze fixes upward, and what he sees changes everything. The battlefield falls into stunned silence as everyone turns to witness an impossible sight. A majestic blue dragon soaring overhead, its roar shaking the heavens. Terror seizes them, for dragons were believed extinct for centuries, and they fear it has come to exact vengeance upon humanity. Sylvia, wide-eyed and speechless, whispers that dragons were supposed to be long gone. Monk snaps her back to focus, while Martha, exasperated, exclaims that handling a few slime serpents was already overwhelming, and now a dragon has entered the fray. Even the slime monsters panic, their forms quivering as they sense the presence of the dragon. Suddenly, violent winds begin to surge, and everyone shouts to brace themselves and not get swept away. As the storm whirls into a raging cyclone, Ray, staring in awe, realizes that this too is the dragon's doing. With their eyes forced shut by the furious gale, they urge one another to stay grounded, pressing back to back, clinging to each other in order not to be swallowed by the storm of fear. At that instant, the dragon unleashes a deafening roar and breathes out a blast of ice that completely obliterates the swarm of snack slimes. The sudden emergence of the dragon terrifies the surrounding beasts, driving them to flee in panic. The Dark Guild's underlings jeer at them, calling them pathetic creatures and mocking them for running away. Yet in the next moment, those very minions are also frozen solid by the dragon's chilling blue breath. The mighty creature appears determined to wipe out both enemies and beasts alike in one sweep. Dan watches in stunned disbelief, realizing a single breath was enough to annihilate everything, while Kyle urgently suggests they should retreat. Gary quickly calls for Dan and Kyle to follow him underground, but Vaughn mutters calmly, assuring the younger ones not to fear, insisting the dragon will not harm them. The elder adds that he never expected Avrian's ancient legend to take form before his eyes. Dan, defiant even in peril, demands to know how the old man can be so certain, pointing out that everyone believes dragons are nothing but malevolent creatures. Kyle, on the other hand, panics and insists they should hide with Gary immediately. Old Man Vaughn counters that what they are seeing is not exactly the dragon they imagine. And before he can finish his thought, Ray interjects, revealing that the creature is in fact a wyvern. His statement leaves the elder utterly astonished. The narration then explains that a wyvern is a close kin to dragons, but they differ in two significant ways: their size and their limbs. Dragons are generally 2 or 3 times larger, and their limbs are distinct, able to merge with wings at will. Wyverns, in contrast, have forelimbs that are permanently fused with their wings. Our protagonist reflects that when Dan earlier cried out that it was a dragon, he too had hoped to see one of his kin once more. Yet it becomes evident that the true dragon race has perished. At this point, Vaughn recalls a prophecy. When the Academy stood at the brink of destruction, a divine companion would descend amidst a storm from the heavens to safeguard both the Academy and the domain of the gods. As the dragon folds its vast wings and lands upon the ground, the elder instructs everyone to show reverence before it. They kneel in respect, while Vaughn bows deeply and expresses heartfelt gratitude to the wyvern for delivering them from danger. To their astonishment, the dragon-like being speaks, introducing itself as Jilake, declaring that it has come to honor a promise made to the gods. Jilake adds that its mission is now fulfilled, and from this day forth it owes them nothing. Vaughn bows once more, thanking Jilake for keeping its sacred vow. Dan, convinced the voice sounds feminine, concludes that the gods themselves must be female. Martha quickly snaps at him to be quiet. Abruptly, Jilake remarks with disdain that some humans seem ungrateful for its arrival. Dan immediately panics, fearing his careless words have angered Jilake. Martha, trembling, believes doom has fallen upon them, certain that one roar could send them all to their deaths. Dan frantically begs Jilake to pardon his foolish remarks, explaining he had not realized even a whisper would reach its ears. Yet it turns out Jilake was not offended by him at all. Bari suddenly notices Ray standing upright without bowing, and demands to know what he thinks he's doing. Ray calmly replies that he is grateful for Jilake's aid in saving his life, but makes it clear that he will not kneel before anyone beneath him. His words leave the entire group stunned into silence. Anxiety spreads quickly. Dan is nearly paralyzed with fear, convinced Ray has lost his mind, while Kyle whispers that they should prepare to run. Monk insists escape will be impossible if Jilake turns hostile, and Martha pleads for everyone to stay quiet. Enraged at the insult, Jilake calls them arrogant mortals, proclaiming that if not for its oath with the gods, it would crush Ray in an instant. Yet Ray stands unfazed, demanding to know why this city in particular deserves the wyvern's protection. Outraged, the wyvern demands to know who Ray thinks he is, that a mere human would question it. But Ray responds lazily, saying he does not wish to explain, and tells Jilake to simply read his memories if it truly wants to know. Jilake presses him, asking his true identity, but Ray replies that if it looks inside his memories, the answer will be clear. Suspicious yet curious, Jilake commands Ray to place his hand upon its head so that it may delve into his body. Ray complies, laying his hand upon Jilake's head. At once, Jilake is drawn into a torrent of memories as a red dragon. It discovers the truth, that Ray was once reborn into human form. Jilake's eyes snap wide open in shock, bewildered that Ray is in fact a mighty red dragon. Ray quietly asks Jilake to keep this revelation secret. The wyvern bows respectfully, assuring him that only the two of them can perceive their conversation. Jilake humbly apologizes for its earlier tone, addressing him as Sen, his former name as a dragon. But Ray rejects that title, insisting he now goes by Ray. He then questions Jilake directly about its decision to guard Avrian City. Jilake reveals that long ago, during the city's construction, it was attacked by wild beasts, leaving Jilake gravely wounded as it collapsed upon a nearby mountain. In that desperate moment, a god appeared and offered Jilake a rare fruit, one that takes centuries to ripen deep within the forest. This fruit, with skin resembling that of a red dragon, restored Jilake's life. In gratitude, it swore to protect the city after the god departed. Witnessing all this, Gary can scarcely believe his eyes as Jilake bows before Ray, but Sylvia confirms it is no illusion. The wyvern truly acknowledged him. Meanwhile, Martha is left utterly bewildered, unable to grasp why. Even Vaughn himself struggles to believe what he sees. By status, a wyvern's promise should equal a contract with a god, yet it appears to serve Ray like a subordinate. This leaves the hospital director wondering if the red-haired boy is indeed the one foretold by prophecy. As the sun nears its descent, Jilake warns Ray that scattered beasts will soon encroach upon its territory, and thus it must return. The wyvern explains that its lair is in the mountains close to the academy, so Ray will know where to find it. Ray expresses his thanks for its assistance. Before departing, Jilake shares one final revelation, recalling a figure from Ray's memories, the very magician who once defeated him. Jilake confirms that she is the one Ray seeks, stating without doubt she is the god. Ray stands frozen in shock at the claim, while the wyvern affirms further that his path is indeed leading him toward her. Jilake adds that if Ray encounters this goddess, he may finally uncover the truths he is searching for. With that, the wyvern soars into the skies and bids them farewell. Ray is left with valuable new clues at last. He recalls the statue within the church, now recognizing why it felt so familiar. It was the likeness of the magician who had slain him as a dragon. Yet troubling questions arise. If that magician once saved the wyverns, why did she then destroy the dragon clan? And if she is truly a god, then what was that enormous crystal in the church passage that nearly unveiled his future? Concluding there may be no further leads in Avrion, Ray decides it is time to move on. Just then, Gary rushes to him, demanding to know what he discussed with the wyvern and why his demeanor toward it was so unusual. Ignoring the questions, Ray instead asks Gary directly if he wishes to leave Avrion and join him in visiting Roland's Magic Academy. Gary's eyes ignite with long-awaited determination, revealing he had been waiting for this opportunity all along. The narration reminds us that the cost of the war was immense, leaving Avrion nearly shattered. The knights suffered severe losses, only 3 elders survived, and half the city lay in ruins. The once proud Avrion was reduced to rubble. After expelling the purebloods and the Dark Guild, the Crimson Wings rose to claim control of the city. As their leader, Ray presented the knights with a simple choice. Either they could accept a contract to join the Crimson Wings and remain in Avrion, or they could depart. Many had witnessed Ness's heroic stand against Mothram during the last attack, elevating him as a figure of inspiration among the youth. Moreover, during both assaults, it was the Crimson Wings who led the knights in fierce counterattacks, while the elders remained idle. Thus, when word spread that Ness, Ray in disguise, was the leader of the Crimson Wings, nearly half the knights pledged their loyalty to him without hesitation. The remaining half chose to leave, just as Ray had anticipated. In the aftermath, Ray reflects on his struggles. Advancing as a dragon knight has grown increasingly difficult. Intermediate beast crystals no longer suffice, and maintaining the illusion of Ness through glamour drains his dwindling mana reserves. He knows he must find a breakthrough. His contemplation is interrupted when Sir Kay, Vaughn, and Winford approach. Ray immediately asks how matters have unfolded. Vaughn informs him that, upon the knight's recommendation, Winford and Kay have been appointed as substitutes for the Council of Elders. Kay, however, sighs with discontent, feeling himself worthy of a true elder's seat, yet resigning to the necessity of the times. Winford adds that refusal might allow someone like Gibby to seize the role, and a fleeting shadow passes his face. He admits with regret that he shares some responsibility for the deaths of Bernard and the head elder. Ray presses further, asking if any clues were found regarding the head elder's killer. Winford explains the unsettling details. The elder's wounds, as well as those of the black-armored knight, were not from swords but from devastating burns. Their injuries were minimal yet fatally precise. Cirque adds that the head elder's chamber was littered with slain Dark Guild members, proof that a fierce battle occurred, yet even they had failed to inflict harm. Vaughn then comments that such an outcome is impossible, unless the elder was betrayed by someone he trusted. This leads Ray to suspect Gibby, but Vaughn disagrees, asserting Gibby lacks such overwhelming power, and the burns clearly came from magic, making the situation even more concerning. Ray then proposes that Mothram may be the true culprit. The old man nods grimly, affirming the possibility, reasoning that while the purebloods orchestrated the invasion, the Dark Guild pulled the strings from the shadows. The rebellious black-armored knights, Vaughn deduces, were likely dispatched to seek traces of the gods. Gibby spread chaos within the city, but Mothram himself never appeared. Winford agrees this scenario is plausible. Kay wonders aloud how Mothram could have gotten so close to the head elder. Ray advises patience, remarking that the truth will eventually reveal itself. With Winford and Kay now elders, he feels Sylvia may finally find some peace of mind. Ray then asks Vaughn whether he intends to resume his position, suggesting they could take this chance to abolish the outdated rules. But Vaughn declines, declaring he is weary of being an elder and longs for more exciting pursuits. He reassures them that Elder Jin and Humphrey remain, both long-standing neutrals. With their presence and the support of the three younger elders, stability should endure. Yet unbeknownst to them, Elder Jin is already dead, his body taken over by Mothram, who now walks disguised as Jin. Nevertheless, trusting Vaughn, Winford, and Kay, Ray speaks candidly to them. He confesses that only a few know his true identity as Ness, and explains that Avrian needs a leader under that persona, with a team to support him. He does not expect an immediate answer but says that upon his return, the council members may freely choose to join the Crimson Wings. Winford thanks him for his respect, promising to consider carefully. Vaughn beams with pride for his remarkable student, ready to pledge his loyalty at once. Kay then asks if Ray truly intends to depart already, to which he replies that he cannot remain in Avrian forever. He must uncover the truth of the Plague of Shadows and resolve personal matters, thus setting out for Roland's Magic Academy. Vaughn guesses he seeks the god there, and reveals startling news. Since Kay and Winford are now elders and would eventually learn this truth, Vaughn chooses to disclose it now. He explains that while many have heard of the god at Roland Academy, few know there also lies a divine trace in Avrian. Pointing at Ray, Vaughn reveals that he has already encountered Avrian's god, and as the prophesied one, must now meet the remaining gods. Winford, shocked, exclaims that he believed the Roland Academy god was only a myth, while Kay questions whether two gods could exist. Vaughn shakes his head, unveiling an even greater twist. Both Avrian's god and Roland Academy's god are real, and beyond them, there exists a third god in this world. This revelation strikes like lightning, leaving them speechless. Kay voices the astounding truth that their god is not alone. Overcome with curiosity, Ray impatiently asks where the third god resides. Vaughn tells him to be patient and listen carefully. The elder recounts that according to ancient records, after the gods aided the kingdom's armies in defeating the dragons, years later, the god foresaw a calamity that would devastate future generations and bring ruin upon the world. To prepare against this disaster, she divided her divine power into 3 fragments, ensuring that even if one part was destroyed, the remaining essence could serve as a catalyst for humanity's counterattack. These fragments of divine power were sealed within 3 crystal gems, one of which was left deep beneath Avrian's underground labyrinth, while the remaining 2 were delivered to the magical capital, Roland City. In those days, the dragon menace had been vanquished. Human civilization had flourished to its pinnacle. The Allure Kingdom still stood united, and the Knights of Avrian were unmatched in strength. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the continent, Roland City became home to an assembly of countless mighty sorcerers. The 2 places where the gods resided were thought to be nearly impenetrable. Yet fate intervened when the transport fleet was caught in a fierce storm at sea, causing one vessel, along with a divine crystal, to sink beneath the waves. To be precise, this was the hand of nature itself. Whenever mankind begins to think of themselves as all-powerful, nature reminds them of their frailty and how small they truly are. Alarmed by this, Winfred blurts out if the third god was lost to the ocean. But Elder Von calmly admits that while it was a clever scheme, he urges patience, saying there's more to the tale. Von explains that this was merely what the ruler declared to others in that era. He then reveals that centuries passed, and in time, save for a few at the highest ranks, no one retained knowledge of the third god's existence. Still, because it was such a crucial matter, the elder leader secretly dispatched fleets nearby to recover it. Once salvaged, and to avoid suspicion, the third crystal was hidden in a thriving trading hub where waterways flourished. At that moment the truth dawns on them, and Winfred, utterly shaken, realizes aloud that the third god lies within the merchant city, Kelberg. Ray too is left stunned when he hears the name of Kelberg. Then Sir Kay elaborates that Kelberg sits on the central route between major city-states, with busy waterways and bustling commerce. It is a haven for merchants. Since caravans constantly require protection, a lucrative bounty haul thrives there, drawing in many adventurers' guilds, turning it into a place of wild mixture. Yet Winfred still struggles to accept that such a sacred presence was placed there. He reasons that because it lies along the path to Roland Magic Academy, Ray must remain there as well. Elder Von adds that since the prophecy of the god first surfaced over a decade ago, the red-haired child has been their beacon of hope to avert the world's annihilation. He emphasizes that at the destined time, this child will encounter all three gods, who will grant him further guidance. Clenching his hand into a fist, Ray declares that he has no desire to save this absurd world. But since eradicating the shadows is imperative, if a god can aid him in that, he is willing to meet her. Deep within, the young man also yearns to know why such a destiny has bound him. That night in the elder's chamber, Sylvia is startled upon learning that Ray intends to depart from Avrion. He defends himself, saying he cannot remain here forever as his path calls him onward. Yet Sylvia pleads for him to see reason, insisting that after their recent battle, Avrion still needs his leadership. That is when Ray invokes his glamour, insisting that Avrion requires Ness to lead the Crimson Wings, not himself. Revealing that he is Ness, he entrusts Sylvia, now both an elder and a Crimson Wing, with greater responsibility. Stunned by this revelation, Sylvia is overwhelmed. Ray expresses remorse for concealing the truth, hoping she can understand his position. Drawing closer, Sylvia wraps him in an embrace. She assures him she understands, acknowledging the hardship he has endured alone. With sorrow flickering in his eyes, Argier admits he is used to solitude, only wishing that the war with the shadows may end soon. Knowing she cannot hold him back, Sylvia begs him to promise not to linger too long in Kelberg while traveling to Roland Academy. She then discloses fresh reports of multiple deaths near Calbury City, with the bounty haul issuing its highest grade of notice. She explains that a fearsome weapon has appeared there, one capable of leveling an entire town, the Dragon Bone Hammer. At the mention of this, terror flashes in Ray's eyes. The scene then shifts to the front gates of Avrion City. On a bright day, Ray and Gary prepare to set out for Roland Academy. Winfred and their companions wish them safe travels, while Monk urges caution and reminds them to reach out if danger arises. As the two mount their horses and depart, Ray's eyes meet Sylvia's. Her gaze silently pleads with him not to go. Though he senses the ache in her eyes, he rides on. Within, Sylvia cries for him to stay, even as tears stream down her cheeks. Galloping onward, Gary suddenly feels unsettled when he irritably asks Ray why he insisted on bringing the massive J along, pointing out how conspicuous he is. Ever enthusiastic, Jay insists he follows wherever the boss goes. Besides, Avrion is dull right now, and he has no wish to stay behind. To this, Ray emphasizes that on their journey they will face no shortage of perils, and with Jay at their side, many problems can be dealt with swiftly. The story then drifts back to the Elder's office, where Sylvia had warned Ray of the Dragon Bone Hammer, and he had asked if it was tied to dragons. She then revealed the ancient legend. It had once been the weapon of a dragon knight, forged from the very spine of a dragon. She added that though its true power remains dormant, It has already left villages in ruins. Showing him a sketch of the weapon, Sylvia pleaded that he promise not to linger in Kelberg longer than necessary. Concern etched upon her. Ray reassured her that their destination was Roland Academy, and they would spend only a single night in Kelberg. Snapping back to the present, Ray glances at the image of the weapon he had carried with him, whispering an apology to Sylvia, for he knows he cannot keep that promise. Suddenly, Ray feels a disturbance. Jay catches the scent as well, though Ray tells him to ignore it for now. Gary notes how prices in town have risen, suspecting merchants are too frightened to venture out and restock. Hidden looters within the woods believe fortune smiles on them today, though one expresses unease that their targets might have noticed them. Another scoffs, dismissing the concern, insisting that they have never been spotted at such range, least of all by 3 children. He instructs the group to strike the large man first, assuming Jay is nothing more than their bodyguard. Meanwhile, Ray and Gary exchange blank expressions, clearly hearing every word of the raiders plotting thanks to their training and heightened hearing. With a heavy sigh, Ray remarks that once this is over, they should inform Sylvia that this path needs cleansing. Moments later, the raiders spring their ambush, leaping from the treetops. Their blades clash against Jay first, yet the massive man remains unmoved. This sight alone plants fear into their hearts. Jay then draws his colossal sword, and with a single sweeping motion sends the looters flying, thrashing them without effort. Yet, disappointed, Jay laments the lack of worthy opponents. The remaining thugs mutter that the boy Gary looks weakest and decide to bring him down. This insult sparks Gary's rage as his teeth grit in fury. He growls that they are testing his patience and ruining his mood. His glare sharpens, his face twitching as though he's ready to strike. Seizing the opening, Ray unleashes a mighty kick on one assailant. He follows with a devastating punch to another. Blood gushes from the man's nose as he reels in pain, horrified at the strength of this red-haired youth. Terrified, the cowards scatter after the thrashing, while Jay taunts them to return with stronger challengers. As the sun sets, the trio arrives in Guburo town, choosing to stay the night. Inside a tavern, they overhear a man boasting of his heroic exploits and the beast crystal he earned by slaying a mid-tier monster. Ray halts, his eyes catching a familiar pair. It is none other than Taffy and Candy, the young adventurers he once met as Ness in the forest, now entranced by the crystal. Approaching the tavern keeper, Ray requests a room, but the man refuses with a cold stare, claiming they are full and suggesting they leave. Outraged, Gary points out the sign outside advertising vacancies, but the owner sneers that red-haired folk are not welcome as they drive customers away. Slamming his hand upon the counter, Jay seethes, but Ray calms him, suggesting they simply move on. Just then, a man at the far end notices the crest on Jay's hand, identifying them as Crimson Wings. Confusion spreads, until the man accuses them of wreaking havoc in Avrian, alleging their leader dabbles in black magic and coerces knights into contracts, executing any who refuse. Gasps echo through the tavern as he adds that the 3 elders perished because of them. Gary mutters to Ray that escaped purebloods must have spread these false rumors. Suddenly, water splashes across Gary's face. His fury boiling over, he demands to know who dared. It is the boy Taffy, warning them to leave town, declaring Crimson Wings are not welcome. Candy pleads with him not to provoke them. Admiring his boldness, Gary warns the child he will regret it. Yet Taffy arrogantly retorts that they look no older than him, so why should he fear? Though Gary seethes, Ray insists they leave, telling him not to bother with children. But as they turn to go, they bump into a group of thugs. The man who earlier recognized them points them out to his boss. This boss, toothless and grinning, sides with the kids, fuming that it is humiliating for his men to be beaten by 3 youths. Meanwhile, another scuffle unfolds at the inn, where a worker demands payment from a guest refusing to pay. The guest protests, claiming he already paid yesterday. The worker angrily reminds him that was for yesterday, and it's just a silver coin, hardly enough to kill him. With annoyance, the man tosses coins into the bucket. Returning focus, the toothless boss apologizes to Ray for his men's behavior. Seeking to settle matters, He offers his protection for a single silver coin, promising safety in Guburo town. One bald thug interrupts, asking if their leader will really let them go. But another warns him to stay quiet, reminding him that Big Brother is with crimson wings and must be obeyed. The boss, flashing his ugly grin, decides to forgive the youngsters' mistake. Gary and Jay exchange incredulous looks. Then both burst into laughter, mocking the man's claim of Crimson Wing membership. Gary laughs so hard he suggests they stash some money in the barrel for travel funds. Offended, the bald thug explodes, threatening that Big Brother will summon Avrian's troops to annihilate them. Ray smirks, mocking that he feels oh so terrified. The toothless leader rolls up his sleeve, revealing a crude crimson mark on his arm and his wild eyes, warning them to behave. Ray sneers at his foolish pretense. He seizes the man by the neck and his temper flares, demanding to know if he dares call himself Crimson Wings, for Ray has never seen him before. His underlings panic, watching their Big Brother gripped in peril. A murderous glint ignites in Ray's gaze, his piercing eyes seeming to kill, as he asks whom the man threatened to slay just now. In an instant, Ray burns the imposter to ash. Terror seizes his henchmen as they behold the red-haired monster, whispering that perhaps the tales of Avrian are true. Ray declares coldly that those who impersonate Crimson Wings will pay with their lives. Horrified, the lackeys scatter, fleeing the tavern. But escape is impossible. Ray incinerates them from afar, their screams echoing in fiery blasts. Inside, Gary tries to assure the townsfolk that those men were imposters only, stirring trouble, and there is no need to fear. Still, dread lingers in the eyes of the inn's patrons. Ray dismisses the matter, telling Gary to let it be, and Jay follows his lead. Just as they are leaving, a voice halts them. It is Taffy and Candy, who bow their heads in gratitude. Ray offers them a gentle smile in return. Darkness descends, and with their horses at rest, they tether them to the trees near a small tower, stopping at a grassy field along the outskirts of the town. When morning light breaks and paints the sky, Ray shakes Jay awake, letting him know it's time to depart. As Jay snores like a lumbering bear, Gary barks at him, calling him a stupid mutt, insisting they get moving already. By midday, their journey continues on horseback, though Gary sighs in frustration, wishing they'd encounter a strong beast to hunt along the way, but the road remains empty. Jay even hopes for some bandits to appear, since yesterday's clash hardly entertained him. Disguised as Ness, Ray explains that powerful monsters rarely show up near city-states, which means they're already close to their destination. Soon enough, they reach the cliffs overlooking Kelberg City, pausing to marvel at the breathtaking sight of the vast cityscape and the glimmering sea. They had thought Avrian was already immense, but their perception shifts entirely upon witnessing Kelberg's scale. The protagonist admits with excitement that it's his first time beholding such a lively city, while Jay is completely absorbed by the aroma of food, eagerly asking to eat something. Ray, however, tells them to go explore on their own first, since he needs to check the guild registration process, tossing them a pouch of coins. Gary immediately asks if he's planning to make the Crimson Wings into an official guild. Ray confirms, explaining that official guild status makes recruiting easier and grants access to higher-ranked quests. Yet inwardly, he has another motive. He wants the opportunity to visit the guild hall to investigate the Dragon Bone Hammer. Meanwhile, Jay chants for food as though it were a prayer, while Gary, eager to browse weapons, waves them off and says they'll meet at the city gate later. The protagonist reassures them to take their time, confident he can track them down. Soon after, Jay indulges at the market, grabbing meat to satisfy his appetite, savoring every bite and urging Gary to try some. But the blonde boy shakes his head, saying his appetite isn't nearly as big as Jay's, and instead finds himself captivated by a display of gleaming weapons. His gaze locks onto a striking sword, eyes glittering with awe, and he asks the vendor its price, just as another voice inquires about it at the same moment. The other customer is revealed to be a noblewoman cloaked in black, with a purple crystal tiara upon her head. She coldly disregards Gary's presence, which quietly infuriates him. Without hesitation, the lady requests the price of the weapon. Praising her discerning eye, the vendor explains that the sword had only arrived yesterday, a rare weapon named White Falcon, forged from the essence of a high-ranked demon bird. Its sword kai is sharp enough to slice stone and cleave iron. When he names the price as 1 gold coin, the lady asks for it to be wrapped, but Gary quickly interjects. He blurts out that he'll pay 5 silver, in addition to the 1 gold coin. Yet the woman immediately counters, offering 2 gold coins, leaving the blonde boy shocked. Panicked, he dashes off to fetch Jay, yelling that he'll outbid her with 2 gold coins and 5 silver. In desperation, Gary begs Jay for extra money, insisting he found a magnificent weapon, while the big man, still busy devouring his food, wordlessly hands him the coins. Sprinting back to the stall, Gary is devastated to learn that the woman has already bought the sword for 3 gold coins, leaving him frozen in disbelief. He mutters bitterly, cursing her as a wretched woman. His eyes then catch a peculiar glow hidden beneath her cloak, and he chases after her, asking directly if she's a mage. She confirms that she is, but when Gary questions why she needs a blade she cannot wield, the lady coolly explains it's for her father's collection, and besides, she can purchase whatever she pleases. Telling him to move aside as she has business to attend, Gary pleads desperately, saying he truly needs that sword and even promises to pay more if she'll part with it. Smirking, she declares that if he wants it that badly, they can settle it with a contest. At once, she calls forward a man named Berg from among the crowd. She introduces Berg as her attendant and declares that if Gary defeats him, the blade is his. Startled by the towering man, Gary nervously asks what kind of contest it will be, and she answers that it's arm wrestling, 1 round to determine the victor. If Gary loses, he must pay 3 gold coins. The blonde boy accepts, but insists on finding a partner of his own since she has brought one too. Naturally, everyone knows who he's about to recruit. At the tavern, murmurs spread that Berg is about to arm wrestle some unknown youth, none other than Jay Gree. Most gamblers place their bets on Berg, though one brave soul wagers a silver coin on Jay. With the crowd shouting Berg's name, confident in his undefeated record, the match begins. Yet in mere moments, Jay's monstrous strength slams his opponent down, splintering the table beneath them with his victory. The spectators are left utterly dumbfounded. Overjoyed, Gary claims the sword as his prize. The lady, stunned, asks Berg if he had forgotten to use his full power, but the man insists he had given everything, muttering that Jay must be some kind of monster. As they leave the tavern, Jay shrugs, saying his opponent wasn't that tough, though he nearly crushed his bones. Gary, still elated, admits the man had skills and praises Jay as the strongest he's ever seen, except for Ray. Suddenly, the noblewoman, suspicious, asks which guild they belong to, guessing they're not locals. Without hesitation, Gary declares they're members of Crimson Wings. A shadow of doubt passes through her, as she admits she's never heard of such a guild. She simply hopes they won't stir up trouble in her city. Meanwhile, Ray finally steps into the Kelberg Adventurers Guild Hall. To his expectations, it's vast, though he's still taken aback by the sheer number of adventurers crowding the hall. Just then, a staff member named Fanjo approaches the black-haired boy, Ness, offering assistance. Ray explains that he's here to register a guild, and Fanjo informs him the fee is 5 gold coins, suggesting it might be better to join another guild first if his numbers are below 10. But Ray, unfazed, replies that money isn't an issue. In a hurry, he asks how long it will take, since he wishes to take on guild missions immediately. The clerk assures him all paperwork can be finalized today. She then asks for the guild's name, and Ness declares it to be Crimson Wings. Flattered, she comments on the uniqueness of the name, but Ray brushes it off, telling her to just proceed as he doesn't care about others' opinions. Afterward, Fanjo asks if he has a particular mission in mind, offering to recommend some. Ray reveals he already knows of one, a man who destroyed several nearby towns, and he asks whether anyone has taken that case. Realizing he means the infamous A-rank quest, Fanjo understands his urgency, explaining that many have already pursued it. To Ray's disappointment, the matter has already been resolved. Showing him a sketch of the culprit named Vissy, Fawn explains it began as a low-ranked B quest and was overlooked. But as the death toll rose, and even a seasoned adventurer was slain last week, the mayor took action, dispatching the two largest guilds to capture the criminal, who was eventually subdued. Inwardly, Ray regrets being too late and asks about the weapon, the mana-infused war hammer, expecting it must have been a fierce battle. Fawn explains the fight was unexpectedly simple. The guilds had prepared after learning of the weapon's power. Shockingly, Fawn reveals that upon encountering the adventurers, Visi fell to his knees, weeping, claiming he was enslaved by the hammer's demonic energy and never meant to wreak havoc. Curious, Ray asks what became of him, and Fawn answers that the man now awaits judgment in the dungeon, most likely facing execution. Ray thanks him for the update, then inquires about other missions, unwilling to waste his trip. The clerk encourages him to return any time for assistance. As he walks away, Ray grows suspicious. How could a village-destroying criminal be caught so easily? He wonders if the dragon bone hammer is now in Kelberg's possession. Resolute, the protagonist decides he must find a way to confront the prisoner and ask where the weapon came from. Soon after, Ray, Gary, and Jay reach the prison. Ray explains the plan: sneak in quietly, get answers, and slip out without notice. Making it sound simple, he mentions that most of the guards are Avrianan trained, but with their own combat skills, they can handle it. Gary, however, worries that Jay stands out too much. Ray instructs Jay to wait outside as lookout. Though disappointed, Jay obeys, while Ray asks Gary about his new sword. The blonde boy eagerly shares its details, but Ray abruptly dampens his enthusiasm, telling him to hand the weapon to Jay, since it's too eye-catching. Inside, two guards talk idly, wondering how much longer they'll need to watch over the prisoner, suggesting an early execution. But the other replies that it's not so simple, hinting at another reason the man is being kept alive. While they speak, Ray and Gary slip past like a whisper of wind, unnoticed. To their relief, sneaking inside is easier than they expected. Using his dragon's eye, Ray pinpoints the prisoner's location. Outside, however, an influential visitor approaches, intent on seeing the captive. Jay, keeping watch, notices the arrival and recognizes the scent. It's none other than Berg and the noblewoman. They soon reach the prison entrance. Inside, Ray is startled to see the prisoner lying in near-death condition, barely clinging to life. Spotting the war hammer fused to his hand, Ray remarks they've found the weapon, though retrieving it will be difficult. Jay urgently warns that someone is entering. Gary panics, thinking they'll be trapped if discovered now, but Ray calms him, suggesting they break into the neighboring cell to hide. With a quick strike, he tears open the cell door. They slip inside, and Ray assures Gary that the visitors aren't here for them, so they just need to stay low. The noblewoman is escorted to the prisoner, and the guards reassure her he cannot escape, being heavily restrained. They admit he hasn't spoken yet and seems terribly weak. From their hiding place, Ray and Gary spy on them, and Gary recognizes her as the same lady who bought the sword. Suddenly, she erupts in anger, scolding the guards for mistreating a captive. Furious, they left him near the furnace while he's on the verge of death. The guards defend themselves, explaining that it was his own request. They add that ever since his capture, his hand has fused with the hammer, its magic deteriorating his body. The criminal constantly complains of being cold and begged to be kept by the furnace, permission granted by her father. This confirms that the young woman is the daughter of Kelberg's mayor. At that moment, Visi, looking possessed, rants incoherently, accusing them of worrying he'd be lonely, so they brought him a woman. The guards insist to her that he's perfectly fine. Gary, however, senses something unnatural, questioning how anyone could survive in such heat. Ray, peering deeper with the dragon eye, feels a chill as he realizes the prisoner is losing his humanity. The mayor's daughter, relieved he can still speak, asks him to confess why he committed the crimes near Kelberg. With a twisted grin, Visi sneers that it's obvious. He intends to kill them all. The guards call him a madman and warn that the supreme judge will soon deliver his death sentence. One even mutters that, if not for the mayor's mercy, he'd have gladly solved the matter already. The mayor's daughter presses him again, urging him to reveal his true motives and promising a fair trial. Wickedness glints in his eyes as Visi mocks them, declaring no one has the right to judge him. He proclaims that once he breaks free, shadows will descend, and not even the gods can escape. The guards dismiss him as delusional, pointing out that Roland City is far away, and that if he sought divine judgment, he should have been imprisoned there. Frustrated, the daughter concludes her time here is wasted and turns to leave. But Visi grows manic, thrashing wildly, while the guards warn him to sit down or be subdued. With the hammer chained to his hand, he roars at them to move aside, unleashing a blast of power. Purple aura surges from him as he cackles, repeating his cries for destruction. Berg urges the young lady to escape, but she refuses, insisting she cannot allow this man to wreak havoc. With newfound strength, Visi bellows for their deaths, calling them God's puppets. The mayor's daughter raises her staff, launching a spell at him. Yet Visi had been feigning weakness and counters. Ray realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. Just then, a fiery blast strikes at Visi, with someone commanding the lady to step aside and let them handle it. The fireball collides squarely with Visi. He roars in anger, demanding to know who dares to approach. That's when Ray and Gary, their faces concealed, step forward with blades drawn, murmuring their allegiance to the Crimson Wings. The mayor's daughter instantly spots Gary, recognizing him as the one who took her sword, questioning why he's here. Gary explains there's a reason for it and insists he never stole it but rightfully won it. He cuts off the chatter, reminding everyone that there's a crisis to deal with right now. Ray turns to the burly Berg, asking if he intends to get the lady out while there's still a chance, but she firmly chooses to remain. After that, the protagonist asks her to cover him so he can close in on Visi, though Lady Rogers snaps at him to stop wasting time with needless words. Meanwhile, Visi spirals into madness, chanting that they're all doomed and no one can stop it, unleashing destruction with his massive war hammer. The main character observes how the weapon continuously fuels him, pouring endless energy into his body. While the woman shields him, Ray edges nearer to Visi, realizing that a direct clash would be reckless and the key lies in reducing his power first. At that moment, the protagonist extends his hand to make contact with Visi's body. He activates mana siphoning, beginning to drain the overwhelming energy away. Immediately, Visi screams that the power belongs to him, thrashing while Ray relentlessly absorbs. The lady stares in shock, stunned to discover that he is a mage. All of a sudden, the protagonist sees Visi gripped by shadows, pleading for help while his body writhes as though consumed by fire. Ray discerns that the strange substance engulfing him is none other than a plague of shadows, when Visi abruptly transforms into a terrifying entity of pure shadow, the ghastly sight sending chills through everyone. The hero struggles to convince himself that these visions must be illusions. Yet Ray keeps draining Visi's energy, refusing to falter. In that instant, a dragon manifests behind Visi, and the protagonist collapses into unconsciousness. He later awakens in an opulent room, and, as he rolls up his sleeve, he discovers that half of his hand is covered in dragon scales. Suddenly, a deliberate knock echoes on the door, prompting him to hide his hand at once. Just then, the mayor's daughter enters with Gary at her side, and she informs Ray that he has been unconscious for days, cautioning him not to exert himself. Ray immediately inquires about the missing body. Gary answers that they are in the mayor's residence, and that the young woman is none other than the mayor's daughter, Lily. The protagonist expresses gratitude for her assistance, but Lily thanks Ray instead for saving her. Now that he's awake, she admits she has some questions. She explains that as the city's administrator, it is her duty to investigate threats, revealing that she researched Crimson Wings and discovered they were the ones who seized Avrian. That makes her all the more curious as to why the leader of Crimson Wings, someone with the dual identity of both mage and knight, is here. Choosing not to reveal too much, Ray only assures her that he is not her enemy, clarifying that he is hunting the murderer and merely interested in the weapon, adding that he heard it once belonged to the Avrian Dragon Knight. Hoping that this brief explanation will satisfy Lily's doubts, He listens as she reveals that her father's ally in Avrian also vouched for his trustworthiness, suggesting they could cooperate. Ray, rising to his feet, is startled by the proposal. His surprise deepens when Lily discloses that the ally's name is Winford, one of Avrian's respected elders. Gary, stunned, confronts Lily, demanding why she never told him she secretly contacted Winford. Lily calmly explains she only received his reply that morning, and she kept it hidden to ensure they were indeed reliable before disclosing it. The protagonist recalls her mention of cooperation and suspects. It has to do with the prisoner who escaped. Nodding, Lily confirms that though the man's magic had been weakened, they failed to restrain him and he slipped away. She speculates that Visi has been infected with the Shadow Plague, though they cannot yet prove its connection to the weapon. Since both sides wish to capture him, Lily suggests they work together. Gary, however, argues that the man has likely already fled the city, making the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. But Lily reassures him, saying they brought in an expert on shadow plagues, a former knight of Avrian. Gary assumes it must be someone from Pure Blood. Lily corrects him, revealing that Pure Blood was still a minor guild when this man rose to fame. Known as the chronicler of history, his name is Lenny Steele. Later, Ray and Gary contact Sylvia to tell her about Lenny Steele. Shocked, Sylvia exclaims that if he's truly alive, he must be over 200 years old, and asks Ray if Lily really meant that very same Lenny Steele. The protagonist admits the name rang a bell, and Sylvia explains that his books on dragon knights and magical beasts were written more than a century ago. Even if he somehow survived until now, he would be an old man. Calmly sipping tea, Ray reassures her not to worry, insisting they'll have their answers once they meet him. Sylvia, however, bursts out in anger, accusing him of lying and breaking his word. She reminds him he promised not to linger in Kelberg, yet now he's chasing the Warhammer. Frustrated, she mutters that if Lord Winford hadn't received the letter, she wouldn't have known at all, while the protagonist brushes it off with a laugh. Emotional, Sylvia begs him not to hide such matters from her again. Accepting she cannot alter his decisions, she insists that at least he allow her to help when he needs it. From the side, Gary notices the romantic tension while Ray awkwardly nods and thanks her. The following day, at the Kelberg Guild Hall, Lily arrives with Ray, Gary, and Jay in tow. Eyeing Ray's dark hair, Lily asks if he dyed it black. He explains that it helps him avoid unnecessary attention, and Lily praises it as a clever move. The protagonist reflects that altering part of his appearance consumes less mana, and since she already knows the truth about Ness, there's little point in concealing it further. What troubles him more is the sudden appearance of dragon scales on his arms, something that has never happened before. A chilling realization strikes him, that his body may slowly be reverting to its original state due to the influence of the dragon bone hammer. If true, he resolves to uncover the truth. Opening the guild's gate, Lily beams with delight upon spotting someone inside, and it turns out to be Fan Joe, who remarks that since Miss Lily is personally leading the mission, they ought to show greater initiative, though the scarred man assumed it would involve only 2 guilds. Lily explains the need for adjustments, while Ray recognizes Fan as the one who welcomed him before. Lily then introduces Fan Joe from the Fallen Angels Guild and Kirk from the Shattered Guild, followed by introducing Ray, Gary, and Jay of Avrian's Crimson Wings. Fan Joe, seeing coincidence, recalls that Mr. Ness recently registered a guild at the hall and that he was the one who received him, requesting they pass along his greetings. The scarred man, Kirk, scoffs and questions whether these youths are truly capable, wondering if they'll hold everyone back. At that, Lily firmly but politely reminds him that they are among the strongest, which is precisely why she invited them, adding that he should grant them the same respect he gives her. She then fixes him with a deadly glare, silently commanding him to behave, and Kirk immediately understands the warning behind her fierce gaze. Witnessing this darker side of her, the 3 young men are unsettled. Jay murmurs that she's rather frightening, while Gary hopes never to provoke her wrath. Just then, another figure arrives, apologizing for being late and hoping he missed nothing. It is none other than Lenny Steele himself, excusing his tardiness by saying he lost his way amidst the crowded hall. Catching sight of him, Ray is struck with disbelief. If this truly is Lenny Steele, he should be more than 2 centuries old, yet he appears no older than Winford, making them wonder if he is an impostor. Overjoyed to meet the Avrian youths, Lenny seems to know their minds are brimming with questions. He assures them there is plenty of time, so he will unravel things gradually. Gary, honored, tells him he has read many of his books, which makes Lenny chuckle in surprise at such enthusiasm. Once everyone has gathered, Lily wastes no time, waving her wand to set the meeting in motion. Lenny commends Lily for her deft use of wind barrier magic. Startled, Fan Joe remarks that he thought this place private enough, asking if the matter is so secret. But Lily, unusually vigilant, explains that the mission involves highly classified matters and she cannot risk leaks. Ray, however, suspects there is more to it than catching one man, deciding to wait and uncover her true purpose. Lily proceeds to share the latest news of Vissy's trail, revealing that his power has grown, and he is confirmed to be afflicted by the Shadow Plague. Fan Joe acknowledges how troublesome the plague is, while Kirk presses to know his whereabouts. Lily reveals their destination, the White Tower, leaving them all stunned. Kirk recalls the place is strictly forbidden and she clarifies that this is precisely why it is a secret mission. They must not only pursue the demon but also evade the guards. She bluntly offers anyone the chance to withdraw but first demands their promise that, even if imprisoned, they will never divulge today's discussion. At this, Lenny affirms their loyalty, noting that their presence proves it, and urges her to tell them what lies within the tower. A heavy silence falls as Lily discloses that the White Tower is forbidden, because it is the dwelling place of God. Staggered, their eyes widen in collective shock at her revelation. Yet Ray appears unsurprised, as if he had already foreseen this truth. The claim stirs heated debate. Fan Joe struggles to accept that God could be in Kelberg, insisting all say she dwells in Roland City. Gary argues she is in Avrian, while Kirk, sneering, declares he'd sooner believe she is in Kelberg than anywhere else. At that point, Gary boldly asserts they have seen God with their own eyes. Ray, feigning ignorance, realizes he must eventually clarify what they truly witnessed in the church. Abruptly, Lenny sneaks up on Ray, startling him, and Ray demands to know what the old man is doing. Reading his expression, Lenny becomes convinced Ray knows more than he admits. But the protagonist denies it, insisting he knows no more than Lenny himself. Considering the matter too significant, Kirk proposes informing their guild leaders. Fan Joe agrees, arguing they need broader guild support. But Lily dismisses the idea, reminding them that she specifically requested representatives from only 2 major guilds and instructing them to say nothing of the mission's details. Lenny adds that confronting shadows is not about numbers. It is like hunting. Spooking the Pire will only drive it deeper into hiding. If a trap is too large, it becomes unclear who the true Pire is. Kirk, defiant, asks if they simply don't trust their guilds. But Lenny clarifies bluntly that it is human nature itself he doesn't trust. Lily then reveals that based on what they know, Vissy intends to strike at God. Yet with the White Tower so heavily guarded, and the question of how he learned of God's location unresolved, they suspect he must have an ally on the inside. She concludes that from this moment onward, they move as one, infiltrating the White Tower tonight, whether to capture Vissy or expose the mastermind behind him. Gary, skeptical, mutters that she likely intends to monitor them under the guise of teamwork, while Ray senses something off about the last-minute briefing, designed to prevent leaks. That night as they set out, Gary complains that they are at the front yard instead of the White Tower. Lily reminds him she already explained. They must find another way in. Arriving at her garden, Berg bows to her, and Lily asks if her father has departed. Berg confirms he left for a business dinner and dismissed the servants as she had ordered. Their eyes settle on a statue. Gary feels it looks strangely familiar, while Ray, remembering that this mage once slew him as a dragon, mutters that it's a bonus fine. As they pass into the garden, Fan Joe hesitantly asks if the mayor is aware of this scheme, but Lily replies that the fewer who know, the better. Besides, her father is stubborn. Hearing this, Jay and Kirk already find her too blunt for their liking. Lily then calls upon the towering Jay to lend his strength in moving the statue. As the hidden passage opens beneath it, she explains that the tunnel leads directly to the White Tower's warehouse, cautioning everyone to stay silent to avoid the guards' notice. Entering the passage, Lenny remarks that privilege always comes with strict rules, yet those in power never fail to leave themselves a back door. Lily thanks him for the reminder, admitting that without such roots, they would be powerless against threats and unable to protect their people. As they walk underground, Gary mutters that he dislikes such places, and Fan guesses he must have bitter memories below ground. Having suffered trauma, Gary has no wish to relive it. Suddenly, Jay sniffs the air uneasily. Kirk, mocking, asks whose pet he is for twitching his nose so foolishly. As a werewolf, Jay retorts that Kirk will never understand, insisting he smells something unusual. Alarmed, Ray asks if something is wrong, and Jay signals that danger lies ahead. While the protagonist uses his dragon's eye to survey the area, someone notes that the warehouse mainly stores grain, so no one enters except rats. Kirk, sneering again, jokes that having a dog with them will help catch rodents. After Ray scans the underground granary, Gary is surprised when nothing suspicious turns up, suspecting Jay is being oversensitive. Ray admits he saw nothing either, but emphasizes that Jay's instincts are always sharp, so they should stay vigilant. They soon halt before a massive door. Lily calls on a friend skilled in lockpicking, explaining that her father always keeps the keys and she doesn't want visible signs of force. Gary volunteers instead, impressing Lenny with his deft hands, who calls it a rare talent. Kirk, meanwhile, jokes that they're nothing more than rice-thieving rats. The moment the gate creaks open, they are ambushed by a lethal strike. Like lightning, Ray lunges forward, dragging Gary to safety. But Kirk isn't as lucky, blood seeping from his side as he gasps that something stabbed into his ribs. Horrified, Fan Joe panics, unable to see clearly, guessing it must be some kind of beast. Everything becomes clear as a monstrous tiger bat swoops down upon them, its sight making their eyes widen with dread. The tiger bat charges again, and Jay and Gary steel themselves to confront it. Lenny shouts at Berg and Fan Joe to hurry inside with the wounded Kirk. The beast, its massive claws extended, clashes against their swords with crushing force. Just as Ray is preparing to strike, Lenny bursts forward with blazing speed, landing a blow that makes the beast gush blood. Watching such ferocity, Gary is stunned that the elder can still fight like this, while the protagonist is left speechless at how Lenny seems to be handling it barehanded. Pummeling the tiger bat relentlessly, Lenny flicks his hand and mutters that it hurt more than expected. Imagine that, an old man wrestling a massive beast with nothing but his fists, only to gripe afterward about the sting. Wincing in pain, Kirk considers himself fortunate not to be gravely injured, while Joe anxiously asks Lily how severe the wound is. Lily reassures him it doesn't appear life-threatening but admits she's never seen such a creature before, uncertain whether it carries venom. At that point, old man Lenny steps in, delivering the reassuring news that while tiger bats are swift, they are not venomous. Breathing easier, Lily concludes Kirk narrowly escaped disaster. Moments later, Lenny presents a ring and asks if anyone recognizes it. As soon as he lays eyes on it, Fan identifies it instantly and with shock, reveals that this is a token from their fallen angel guild, pressing where Lenny obtained it. The elder explains he found the ring on the tiger bat, which suggests they may have uncovered a clue about the traitor. Enraged, Gary points the finger at Fan, accusing him of letting the beast inside. Fan hastily defends himself, reminding them he's been with the group since daylight and even produces his own token ring as proof. Joe supports him, reasoning that if Fan had released the beast, there's no way he would have left his token on it. Gary grows increasingly suspicious, pressing closer and muttering that Fan could own multiple rings and might have planted it as a cover for himself. Lenny then steps in to shield Fan, firmly stating that he is not the traitor. He explains that employing mana-infused items to manipulate beasts is a well-known tactic of the Dark Guild, and to ensure loyalty, such items are tied to the bearer so that failure exposes the executor. Fan suddenly recalls that each ring carries a unique serial number, making everyone distinct. Joe's ring, for instance, is inscribed with the number 2806, which Fan clarifies is an area code marking the East Tower district of Kelberg City, same as his own. When Lily questions the number 1, Fan admits he cannot explain all the codes, but this particular one. He knows exactly to whom it belongs. Out of nowhere, slow clapping echoes from behind, as someone steps out from the shadows of a rock. To their utter shock, the traitor is revealed to be none other than the fallen Angel Guild master himself, Mark. Amused at how much they've already uncovered about the Dark Guild, Mark admits he had planned to prolong the charade, but it now feels unnecessary. Fangio can hardly believe his eyes at seeing his leader exposed, while Lily is horrified at the betrayal. She denounces Mark, calling him disgraceful for stooping to serve the Dark Guild. Mark replies that while serving her may sound nobler than serving the Dark Guild, it would not grant him the desires he seeks. Lily retorts, telling him to save his excuses for the dungeon. Since he joined the Dark Guild, he should have accepted the consequences, she declares, brandishing her wand. Mark, sneering, asks mockingly whether Lily really thought he came here without preparation. In an instant, a dark shadow materializes behind her. Ray yells desperately, warning Lily of the danger. The shadow bursts apart into strange, swelling bubbles. To protect Lily, Berg throws himself in harm's way. His body begins to rot away as soon as the purple liquid touches him. Catching sight of the shadow's true nature, Lenny's eyes widen and he lets out a horrified shout. He urgently warns Gary not to let the purple fluid drip onto his gauntlets. In a sudden move, the shadow lunges directly at Lily, but Lenny slashes its hand mid-attack. He quickly orders everyone to retreat inside the protective shield he conjures. From within the barrier, Ray demands to know what that thing was, and Lenny explains grimly that such shadows are incredibly dangerous. Just a drop of their blood can be fatal. He elaborates further. These creatures are dying humans who failed to fully become hosts of the Shadow Plague. He reveals that when the plague succeeds, they turn into shadow warriors, but when they fall just short, they become twisted abominations like the ones now swarming them. Meanwhile, the shadows grow increasingly frenzied, their malice thick in the air. The protagonist stares in disbelief as their numbers multiply, while Lily, stricken with desperation, begs Lenny for a way to save Berg. With sorrow etched into his expression, Lenny admits he has no power to raise the dead. Lily weeps over Berg's lifeless body, her tears streaming. Suddenly, one of the shadows charges at them recklessly. But Lily, her eyes blazing with vengeance, seizes it with her magic and slams it violently to the ground. Through clenched teeth, she vows to Mark that he will pay for this. Mark only smirks, assuring her he will be waiting, so there is no need to hurry. Deep inside, Mark notes that Lily's magic range ends there. But the true threat lies in Lenny. He summons a host of lethal shadows around them, reasoning that as long as Lenny cannot move freely, the others pose little danger. Watching the creatures hammer against the barrier, Fangio suspects Mark intends to drag out the battle, while Jay mutters in disgust about how vile they are, urging their leader to deal with it. Ray cuts him off, cautioning against rashness, warning that these shadows are deadly and that they must strategize first. The protagonist then asks Lenny how long his barrier can endure, and the old mage confirms that if the situation remains unchanged, it should hold until dawn. Relieved, Ray concludes they are safe for now, though he remains wary of Mark's potential tricks. Moreover, Mark is unaware that Ray can wield magic, so Ray quietly resolves to test him using a decoy. At that moment, a harsh voice cuts through, demanding why these people are still alive, threatening to finish the job himself if Mark cannot. To everyone's shock, the speaker is revealed to be Vissy. As Vissy teeters on the edge of madness, Mark calmly tells his companion not to fret, for what they have in abundance is time. He adds that Lily is still needed alive for now. With a monstrous grin, Vissy snarls that Mark should bring Lily to deliver that person to him, claiming he cannot wait any longer and threatening to slaughter them all immediately. But Mark soothes him, insisting he is already helping to locate that individual. For the moment, however, he asks Vissy to choose someone else to amuse himself with. A chill runs through Ray as he guesses who Vissy intends to target. Turning toward the barrier, Mark addresses the group, announcing that his friend craves entertainment and has a proposal. He suggests they take turns dueling Vissy. Assuring them that his own men will not interfere, he promises that the victor earns freedom. Lily, unconvinced, bluntly demands to know his scheme since she knows he is not one to show mercy. Laughing, Mark clarifies that Lily will remain regardless as he has unfinished matters with her. But her companions need not die. He has no interest in them, so they still have a choice. Suddenly, Vissy erupts again, screaming to kill that person. Mark, sighing at his friend's impatience, pleads with the group to calm him down, warning that if none of them accept the challenge, he will unleash Vissy to hunt for the one he desires. He predicts they will be trapped until the shield fails, and once it does, survival will be every man for himself. At that point, Ray demands to know who Vissy is searching for, and Mark hints that Lily might know. He explains that Vissy encountered that person in the dungeon and, for reasons unknown, has been obsessively fixated ever since. Lily instantly realizes the target is Ness, and Gary whispers to Ray that Vissy is after him. Without hesitation, the protagonist steps out from the safety of the shield, willingly putting himself at risk, even as everyone tries frantically to stop him. But Ray reassures them he can manage, urging them to use this chance to devise a strategy. Mark, meanwhile, smiles darkly, satisfied that his companion now has an opponent. Ray murmurs that fortune is on his side, for the one he seeks stands right before him. At that instant, the figure reveals his name as Ness, and a surge of magic radiates outward. Mark's jaw hangs open in shock, realizing this boy wields sorcery as well, while Vissy grows wild with excitement, nearly ecstatic as though ready to devour him alive. Lenny praises him as a clever lad, impressed that Ray's hidden aura of magic even slipped past his perception, while Fan is struck with disbelief as he identifies him as the leader of the Crimson Wings, questioning which identity is his true face. Meanwhile, the young warrior lifts his sword toward Vissy and declares his challenge. With a sinister grin, Vissy replies that both he and his mighty hammer have awaited this moment. Streams of fire surge straight toward Ray and begin to engulf him. Yet the young fighter counters them with the chilling force of ice frost magic. As the blaze crashes against the barrier, Lenny shouts in alarm that if this duel continues, the shield will not endure till dawn, while Gary urges Ray to hurry and bring the fight to an end. Lenny quickly asks Lily whether her wind barrier spell could withstand such attacks, but she declines, admitting that she never trained to use it defensively, and that compressing sound was the extent of her practice. Hearing this, Lenny senses a possibility and tells the girl that he will teach her something, instructing her to follow his words carefully later. Elsewhere, the fierce battle rages on without pause. Vissy brandishes the might of the dragon hammer, jeering that Ray amounts to nothing before its overwhelming power. As the colossal hammer swings down, Ray meets it with his sword, leaving Vissy momentarily stunned. In the blink of an eye, Ray seizes his foe by the throat. Fury flickers within his gaze as he awaits proof of how potent this dragon's strength truly is. Igniting his dragon bone hammer with fire, Vissy unleashes its devastating might. A thunderous blast echoes through the battlefield. Within the barrier, Lenny questions Lily on her progress, but the strained girl snaps back, begging the old man for silence and insisting she is doing her utmost. Observing the duel, Fan Joe grows anxious for Ness's safety, wondering aloud whether he can prevail. Gary, however, seems distracted, pointing Fan's attention to Mark, who neither rushes to strike nor voices his intent, raising their suspicions that he is playing a deceitful game. While Fan admits he never imagined the guild leader would betray them and suspects he holds knowledge of the gods, Gary skeptically mutters that if Mark truly sought the god, he would not waste his time here but force Lily to guide him directly. From this, he concludes a far more sinister plot must be in motion. Meanwhile, as the dragon hammer collides again with Ray's blade, sparks erupt. Ray uses the clash as his chance to conjure a substitute. Vissy launches dragon fire toward him in retaliation, while the substitute takes form. The decoy unleashes an ice bind. The freezing spell halts every flame Vissy has released. Mark, quietly watching, discerns that Ray's prowess lies not only in combat but also in versatile magic, and he reasons that if they fail to eliminate him now, he will become a grave threat later. Suddenly, Mark's gaze falls within the barrier, and he realizes Lily is no longer there. He swiftly commands the Shadow Warrior to track her down. The shadowy being spots her as Lily dashes frantically to escape. She retaliates with a slicing gust of wind. The strike pierces through the dark figure. Enraged, Mark yells at her, asking if she seeks her own death. With her wand in hand, she gathers strength. She casts a wind barrier and a violent gust, ensnaring the Shadow Warrior within a howling whirlwind. Seizing the opening, Lenny and Fan Joe charge at Mark together. Gary and Jay leap forward as well, pressing the attack, while Mark raises his sword. His blade becomes enveloped in a shroud of violet energy. At that moment, Jay transforms into a fearsome werewolf and lets out a feral roar. Mark is caught off guard, his expression frozen in astonishment. On another front, Fan Joe and Lenny wage battle against the Shadow Warriors. As Fan struggles to contain the creature's assault, Lenny delivers a series of fear strikes, until Fan suddenly notices the shadow preparing to self-destruct. It collapses into a sphere of darkness and bursts apart. Deadly fragments scatter across the battlefield. It is revealed that Lily was the one who dealt the decisive blow to annihilate the Shadow Warrior. Mark realizes he misjudged the girl, having never expected her capacity to learn and adapt so swiftly. Acknowledging that Lenny is too formidable, he admits that this was the very reason he enlisted Vissy's aid. Yet as Mark sinks into contemplation, clinging to the hope that he can endure until dawn, a crushing punch suddenly crashes against his face.